to our chairs, Councilmember Bredefeld, Councilmember Maxwell. All right, today's date is November 4th, 2021. It is now 9:03. City Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Councilmember Soria. Councilmember Carbasi.
Present.
Councilmember Arias.
Present.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Present.
Councilmember Bradefeld.
Here.
Vice President Esparza.
Present.
And Council President Chavez.
Here. All right, next we'll go on to our invocation, and Reza, please forgive me. Is it Haj Reza Nekumanesh?
Yeah,
The proper term? Thank you. If you could all please rise for the invocation, and then we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance.
Greetings of peace be upon all of you. I would like to thank the entire council and especially Vice President Esparza for this invitation today. In the name of God, the most beneficent, the most merciful, I beseech you in your name, though I do so aware that our beautiful community is blessed with people of many thoughts, many faiths, and perspectives, not all of which call upon you. But I call upon you in my own tradition, without any intention to alienate others who may do differently. I call upon you to awaken our minds, to fill our hearts with love, compassion, and inspiration, to empower our bodies with strength and will, to silence our egos and magnify our humility, all to better serve your entire creation. Among us today are those vested with authority to make decisions that affect our entire community. So I ask that you soften their hearts and tongues while sharpening their minds and focus to work for the entire community, even if it seems to be against their own interest or the interest of a few privileged. Our city is judged by the treatment of the least fortunate, the least privileged, the marginalized, the least known among us. So let us all work together to uplift and empower those whom too often are left on the sidelines. Fresno, we need healing. We live in a city that is hurting in so many ways. Unhoused brothers and sisters continue to suffer. Undocumented brothers and sisters are still full of fear. We have refugee communities that still struggle for basic resources, and we will be welcoming refugees from Afghanistan over the next couple of months who will be coming here to seek safety, and I pray that we rise up as a city. There are communities that not only have been marginalized or forgotten, but harmed by our policies. And we have to work to heal, not just to forget and move on, but to heal the wounds that we produce together as a city so that we can progress together. We all pray that you bless our city and our community with prosperity, unity, and understanding, but not at the cost of dignity, personhood, or honor of even one single member of our city. We ask all of this in your name. Amen.
Please salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. We will now move on to approving the agenda. City Clerk, if you could, for the benefit of the public, which items have been requested to be removed from the agenda or any modifications?
Yes, we have Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi translators for those who are available on Zoom. Today's meeting will be adjourned in memory of Mike Calavero, a retired officer and current FPOA director. And the following changes to the agenda is proclamation for YLI 30-year was sponsored by all council members and Mayor Dyer. Item 3A, actions pertaining to the Ombudsperson Workers' Compensation Alternative Dispute Resolution. There was a typo, and the title should read Fresno Police Officers Association and not Olive Officers Association. And the following items are being requested to be pulled from the agenda and continued to a future date. The 10 o'clock number 2, actions pertaining to the Club 1 Casino, was removed from the agenda and continued to December 2nd at 10 a.m. And those are all the changes that I have.
All right, Council, do we have any items that you want to remove or continue? Start with Councilwoman Soria. Any items to pull or remove, Councilwoman Soria? Sure. Councilmember Carbasi?
Yeah, I'd like to pull till the, remove to the next, postpone to the next meeting, the 10 a.m. item number 1.
All right. Postpone that one, 10 a.m.,
10 a.m.
number 1. I believe that's the liquor license.
Yep.
Right? Okay.
And then the other ones, I want to pull these for contested consent. 1Y, 1Z, 1AA, 1AB, 1AC. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just trying to give you a heartache.
Wait a minute. Don't play with my emotions.
No, I'm good. That's all I have.
Councilmember Arias? Any items? None? All right, great.
Of
We'll move
course,
on.
we have some. Table item 1E as in Edward.
1E, that's tabling, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Pull for discussion 1Q, 1T as in Tom, and 1U.
You. All right. Pulled by Councilmember Arias. Councilmember Maxwell?
Not today.
Thank you very, very much. Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yeah, 1G and 1W.
1G and 1W. All right. Vice
Oh,
President,
for
do you have?
discussion.
For discussion, correct?
Discussion.
Yeah.
For discussion.
Vice President?
G
It was
and
1G and 1W. That's correct, right, Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
1G and 1W. Vice President, do you have any items? Oh,
Not this morning.
thank you. Councilmember Soria?
1R.
1R. All right. Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Second.
Councilmember Carbasi, seconded by Councilwoman Soria. Any opposition? Hearing none, motion carries. All right, let's go on to ceremonial presentations. First up will be our proclamation for Veterans Day, and the sponsor is Councilmember Carbasi.
I think I'll do it from up here, if that's okay. Sure. So today we get to proclaim Veterans Day. This was the end of what was then known as the Great War, which became World War I. And it's amazing how many things have changed in this world since the Great War. First with the League of Nations, and then with the United Nations, which has probably staved off so many attempts to create conflict. And I'm also grateful that we get to have one veteran on this council, which is Councilmember Bredefeld. You know, it's really important, I think, for me to remember that we have people right now serving across this world, defending our freedoms, our liberty, our Constitution, also providing aid and help to other people in other countries that are in dire need. And in the spirit of that friendship with the world, in the spirit of that desire for peace and the desire for safety for others, not just Americans, but people trying to live in freedom and liberty, I think it's appropriate that we do honor Veterans Day. And we will have our clerk read our proclamation, but I'd also like to offer my colleagues a chance to comment on Veterans Day and what veterans mean to them.
All right, Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes. Thank you for doing the proclamation. I also am a veteran. One of the proudest things I've ever done was served 3 years on active duty as a naval lieutenant. Also, one of the proudest things I got to do was serve veterans for 27 years at the VA hospital as a clinical psychologist. And there isn't any freedom that we don't have in this country. Any freedom, the freedom to speak, to assemble, to agree, to disagree, anything we owe to veterans. Without veterans, our world would be very different. And our veterans today are volunteers. They are the best of the best. They sacrifice every day. Their families sacrifice every day. It's a difficult job. It's a challenging job. And it's one where you never know if you're going to be called in to risk your life. And so we are grateful to veterans on Veterans Day, and frankly, every day. And we should never forget that every freedom, every right that we enjoy, the ability to live under the Constitution, all of that is only because of the sacrifice of veterans. So thank you to every veteran that has served, and thanks to all who are in active duty, risking their lives and their families sacrificing every day. We are a grateful nation.
Thank you, Councilmember Bredefeld. Thank you, Councilmember Carbasi, for bringing this forward. And you know, that's one of the reasons why I always ask Councilmember Bredefeld to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance as the only veteran. And I thank you for your service. And thank you for your service to our country and to our city. I also just want to take the opportunity to also highlight something that will be coming forward, and I think my colleagues know about this. It was flagged a couple of weeks ago in an agenda item where I think it's time for the city of Fresno to recognize and honor our veterans. And we've done a number of things, partly in leadership due to Councilman Butterfield with the memorial that we did there, but I think we need to really extend the same respect that other cities do and really work on a memorial district for our veterans here in the city of Fresno. So I want to let the public know that that will be forthcoming. We will have plenty of conversations about that, but today is a day to honor our veterans, regardless of what branch of service you served in. Thank you for your service. Councilmember Maxwell, you punched up? No? Councilmember Arias?
President?
Oh.
Yeah.
Councilmember Soria?
I just wanted to also just add a few words. I do want to also salute all our veterans that have served, that live here locally and that live all over this country. I'm proud to say that I have many family members, cousins that are currently service members. I have a cousin that is a Navy SEAL, 3 cousins that are in the Army today, still continuing to serve. They've been serving since they were 18, so for a couple decades. I'm proud of the work that they continue to do to keep our country safe, and so I salute all of them. I'm also just very proud to say that here in the city of Fresno, veterans come together every year to host one of the biggest parades west of the Mississippi. We should all be proud of that and support the veterans organizations that every year commit to make this a great event for families in our community, but most importantly, to recognize those that have served in our country. So I want to thank Councilmember Carbasi for bringing this resolution up.
Thank you. Councilmember Carbasi, anybody you want to call up to speak or read the proclamation?
I think the mayor has a few comments.
Yeah, very briefly. And I think sometimes in society, we overlook some of those that are doing things quietly behind the scenes. And the veterans are certainly that, those that have gone before us and really given us the freedoms as we enjoy today as Americans. I know my uncle firsthand was a prisoner of war for many years in the Korean War. And when he came home and shared with me his experiences to the degree in which he would share and open up, it gave me a greater appreciation, I think, for what our folks go through to keep us safe and to give us the freedoms that we not only enjoy but oftentimes take for granted as Americans. And so I want to say thank you to all of the veterans that are out there today who are serving our country or who have served us in the past. We thank you for your service.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Madam Clerk, if you would read the proclamation into the record.
Whereas it has been our custom to commemorate November 11th, the anniversary of the ending of the World War I, by paying tribute to the heroes of that tragic struggle and by rededicating ourselves to the cause of peace. And whereas the United States Congress passed a concurrent resolution on June 4th, 1928, calling for the observance of November 11th with the appropriate ceremonies, and later provided in an act approved May 13th, 1938, that the 11th of November should be a legal holiday and should be known as Armistice Day. And whereas in order to expand the significance of that commemoration and in order for a grateful nation to pay appropriate homage to the veterans of all its wars who have contributed so much to the preservation of this nation, the United States Congress, by an act approved June 1st, 1954, changed the name of the holiday to Veterans Day. And whereas each year we call upon our citizens to observe and let us remember the sacrifices of all those who fought so bravely on the seas, in the air, and on the foreign shores to preserve our heritage of freedom. And whereas we thank our brave men and women who have continued to serve our country beyond their military service, battling through scars that have seen and unseen to the public's eye, continuing to be outstanding citizens for their families and the communities in which they live in. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Mayor Jerry Dyer and the City of Fresno council members do hereby proclaim Thursday, November 11th, 2021 to be Veterans Day.
Thank you for that, Clerk. Thank you for that again, Councilmember Carbasi. And now we will move on to the next proclamation, which is a proclamation for Prematurity Awareness Month for November 2021, and the sponsor is Councilwoman Soria. Do we have folks online that are going to be speaking on this, Councilwoman Soria?
Yes, I believe we have Shantae Balch from the Black Wellness and Prosperity Center.
City Clerk, is she queued up?
I'm sorry, council member, what was her name?
Shantae
Shantae.
Balch.
Do you want to raise your electronic hand? Let's see.
Maybe if you could start, Councilwoman Soria, and we'll queue her up.
Thank you, Council President. So joining us today, hopefully Shantae Balch will be able to raise her hand so that she could say a few words. But we are proclaiming the month of November to be Prematurity Awareness Month. We have been bringing this proclamation for a number of years now. So preterm birth is the leading cause of infant mortality before age 1 in the United States. The preterm birth rate in many Central Valley counties rank above the California state average. Black infant mortality is more than 3 times the rate of white infants in the county of Fresno. The Black Wellness and Prosperity Center is an organization that is working really hard to bring awareness to this important issue. Rates of preterm birth continue to be unacceptably high in the United States, and in particularly here in our local community. As a resource that many people don't know about are doulas. Doulas are trained to provide informational, physical, and emotional support to women during labor, birth, and during the immediate postpartum period. Doulas help reduce the risk of preterm birth rates of up to 49% and helps to prevent infant and maternal mortality for women of color. Preterm birth and prematurity is preventable when women have access to the appropriate resources, including health care and maternal care. We want to thank the Black Wellness and Prosperity Center for helping bring awareness to an issue that continues to plague the lives of many women here in Fresno County and in the city of Fresno, but more importantly, those little babies that don't make it. So with that, I don't know, was she able to?
We
jump
have
on?
a Jose Espinoza, we have a Cher Mua, and a Patty. They're online. I believe those were the ones that we were asked to, those are from Waiala.
Yeah,
Cynthia Rocha?
no, that's for next.
Yeah, no, ma'am, we don't.
Okay, well, again, if we just can read the proclamation then for the record.
Whereas premature birth is the delivery of an infant before 37 weeks of pregnancy. It often results in babies being born too small with complications that can last a lifetime. Premature birth is a leading cause of infant mortality before age 1 in the United States, and the premature birth in the Central Valley ranks above the California state average. And whereas racial and ethnic disparities exist with a rate of 9.4 for white women and 15.2 for black women. The black infant mortality is more than 3 times the rate of white infants in the county of Fresno. Decreasing the racial disparities in premature birth requires collaboration among local, state, and federal governments, healthcare systems, providers, and social service organizations, and equitable investments in their service, programs, and environmental conditions that impact Black, Indigenous, and birthing persons of color. And whereas doulas are providers within the healthcare system with a specialized non-medical role who provide continuous support for pregnant persons throughout pregnancy, birth, and after birth. Doulas have been demonstrated to reduce the risk of premature birth up to 49% and reduce the risk of preventable infant and maternal mortality for women of color. And whereas breast milk is rich in nutrition, critical to brain growth and infection prevention and nervous system development for infants. And whereas no women or baby should experience a preventable premature birth, and no woman or baby should die from a preventable death. Now therefore be it resolved that the City of Fresno Mayor and City Council hereby proclaim the month of November 2021 to be Premature Awareness Month.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Soria. Next up is our proclamation for the Youth Leadership Institute's 30th year, and the sponsors, as previously noted, were Councilwoman Soria, Mayor Dyer, and all of the City Council. So, Councilwoman Soria?
Yeah, so we do have joining us, I believe they're online, as previously mentioned, from YLI representing Jose Espinosa, Shermua, Tim, Cody, Cynthia, and maybe even Patricia, I'm not sure. Yes. Yeah, okay, perfect. So many of you guys are familiar with the Youth Leadership Institute, and so today we are presenting a proclamation in recognition of their 30th year anniversary. The Youth Leadership Institute continues to be a voice for young leaders in our community, not just here in Fresno, but throughout the state of California. We're excited that we're able to celebrate 30 years of service that they've provided and 30 years of a voice for the youth. YLI has helped youth from diverse cultural backgrounds in seeking the worth in themselves and their individualities. It is due to the great work of the Youth Leadership Institute, staff and mentors that assist our youth in seeing the value in their communities and the importance of giving back and being civically engaged to make a difference in their neighborhoods. This organization has partnered with several youth to pass over 130 policies statewide that focus on urgent needs of their peers in the community. The YLI staff and mentors have engaged with nearly 100,000 youth, helping them to improve on their leadership skills while gaining confidence in themselves and their ability. YLI also was one of the youth leading organizations that supported and helped in establishing the City of Fresno Youth Commission. They've been helpful and instrumental in talking about ordinances related to alcohol signage, to reducing the concentration of liquor licenses in community, also advocating for youth jobs and paid internships here in the city of Fresno. So I want to thank them for providing a space for young people to teach them the importance of being civically engaged and allowing them to grow and be part of our community with a voice. So with that, I will pass it on to any other council member that want to say a few words. Councilmember Maxwell.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Soria, for helping to co-sponsor this proclamation. I just wanted to say that I really appreciate all the youth with YLI, and the last 10 months I've spent in office. I've spent a great deal of time with this organization. Pretty much every major piece of policy that I've worked on this year or helped advocate for started with the young people, whether it was zero fare to allow people to ride the bus at no cost to them, whether it was some of these major parks initiatives we've pushed forward, whether it was the no smoking ordinance or the Wi-Fi on the buses. Every single one of those was spearheaded by the youth and a lot of folks from YLI, and they've been there supporting these policies every step of the way, and I'm proud to have that support because the hope is that that generation will be the folks that are benefiting from the work that we're all doing up here on this dais and can benefit from having a city better than the one that we inherited. And I know every single one of us on this dais and the administration is working day in and day out to make that a reality, but none of it would be possible without the youth and the good folks at YLI. So I just really appreciate all the work and advocacy that they do. It is paying off. Please don't stop what you guys are doing because it's working. Thank you.
Councilmember Esparza.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to echo the sentiments. Really appreciate the work that these young people do. Some of this council's greatest hits over the last several years have been in partnership with YLI and the youth that are part of that organization. From the Responsible Neighborhood Market Act to our smoke-free ordinance this year, they've been part of so much and spearheaded so much of what has gone on. on this council's agenda over the last couple of years. So I want to say thank you to them. Really look forward to seeing more generations of youth, come up through this organization. And I feel very confident about the future of our city and the pipeline of leadership that we do have coming through that organization.
Councilmember Arias?
Okay, perfect. So before we read the proclamation for the record, if there's one of the YLI representatives that would like to say a few words.
Do we have Mr. Espinosa still on?
Yes. If you
Is
wanna-
it Patty? I think Patty, right? Yeah, Patty's going to speak.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman Soria, Council President Chavez, Mayor Dyer, and all city council members that have supported this proclamation. It means the world to us on our 30th year anniversary to be recognized for the partnership work that we've had in developing young leaders across Fresno and across the state. Our work every day is about cultivating the assets in our communities. And we know that those are young people and they have a vision for the future, and that when they are actively civically engaged, they will sit in those future seats that you find yourselves in. And that's what we're cultivating and unleashing across the state. And particularly, I would highlight the work in Fresno, which is a big part of the heart of the organization at YLI. And I'd be remiss if I didn't thank Cynthia, Jose, Sher, Daniel, Valeria, Edith, Julio, Joseph, Zayana, LJ, Yami, April, Carolyn, Cody, Kim, Tim, Cato, JV, Hilda, for all of the work that they lead in their local communities where they live, play, and work in Fresno to help support and cultivate our youth leaders. Councilwoman Soria, thank you for your leadership and really ensuring that young people are at the table and that their voices are heard loud and clear, and for being a big partner to us in this work. We're so appreciative of it. And Councilmember Chavez, Councilmember Brettafield, Councilmember Esparza, Councilmember Maxwell, Councilmember Arias, Councilmember Carbasi, thank you for your support as well, for opening those doors and unlocking the potential of our young people. I thank so much. I want to just thank my staff, my team that wakes up every day to do this work with a lot of heart, with a lot of passion, and for eyes on the future with our young people. So thank you so much for this proclamation. I'll just hold it up for you. I did receive it. It's really beautiful. And we'll certainly put it in our office and celebrate with our young folks tonight and into the future. Thank you again.
Perfect. Mayor Dyer?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember, and thank you for allowing me to co-sponsor this with you, and congratulations to 30 years for YLI, and to all of the Youth Commission, and to Jose, thank you for your guidance since my time in office. I think you know that I reached out to you early on and asked you to set up some youth forums, which you did for us, and those were very, very helpful to me as the mayor, because I got to hear the voice of the youth. A voice that I think oftentimes is overlooked. And it's through forums, it's through civic engagements that allows folks like myself and the council to be able to understand the youth. And one of the things that was eye-opening for me is the impact that this pandemic has had on our youth, and physically, emotionally, and mentally, and things that we can do better as a city. I asked the question, what are the expectations of all of you, of the mayor? And you were not shy about telling me what those expectations were. And I just want to say thank you. And your voice was heard, will continue to be heard. And as you know, one of the mayoral initiatives in terms of a priority for my office is youth investment. And we're going to continue to do that. I promise you, we're going to continue to do that in our city. I believe the youth are not only the leaders of tomorrow, but the leaders of today. So thank you for what you do and your vision.
Thank you, Mayor. And again, congratulations to YLI. As we celebrate 30 years of the work, I'm reminded today that it is through those opportunities that we give young people, not only a voice, but young people to begin to learn how to prepare themselves and be those leaders that they can be in our community. In looking at my tenure here on the council, the last 7 years, I've been able to proudly hire 43 young people in the 7 years that have come through my office to do a paid internship, again, to gain the valuable experience of what one does in local government. And again, while I was a big supporter of the program that we started 6 years ago, and we continue to grow, and I know that the mayor has made commitments to continue to invest in young people because they are not only the leaders of today, but the future of our community. So with that, Madam Clerk, if you could read the proclamation for the record.
Yes. Whereas Youth Leadership Institute has helped nearly 100,000 youth from impact communities of color across the state of California to find their voice, sharpen their leadership skills, and position them to make concrete changes on behalf of their communities. And whereas Youth Leadership Institute has supported youth to connect with and take pride in their cultures and communities, affirm that many interactions of their identities, and draw on culturally appropriate healing practices to address their mental, spiritual, and emotional well-being. And whereas Youth Leadership Institute has provided the tools and resources for youth to conduct research that highlight both the needs and the strengths of their communities. And whereas Youth Leadership Institute has partnered with youth to pass over 130 policies that center youth expertise and youth-led research and address the urgent needs of their communities. And whereas Youth Leadership Institute has shared the lessons learned for 30 years of working alongside youth with other organizations across the globe through its training and consulting services in order to ensure that youths are genuinely and meaningfully engaged in all decision-making tables. And whereas Youth Leadership Institute has committed to a lifelong process of growth and evolution in order to model its values both internally and externally, the YLI celebrates its 30th year of service in uplifting youth leaders. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Fresno Mayor and City Council hereby proclaim that November 4th, 2021 be the Youth Leadership Institute 30th year.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councilwoman Soria. All right, before we move on to councilmember reports and comments, we're going to have a procedural reconsideration vote. I believe Councilmember Arias, you wanted to continue item 1P, is that correct?
Yes, Council President, if I could ask the council to allow me to table this item and bring it back with the city manager. We have quite a bit of items that we want to give the council an update on related to the settlement in the South Industrial Area, and we'd like to bring it back as part of that update.
Would you like to make a motion?
A motion to table the item?
All right. Yes, item 1P.
Second.
1P, yes. All right, I'll second that. Any opposition? Motion passes. Item 1P will be continued, and then we'll come back at another date and time. All right, let's go on to councilmember reports and comments. Councilwoman Soria?
Thank you, Council President. This morning, I did want to take some time to give a shout out to a few of our city departments for the outstanding work that they've been doing in District 1 and in partnership on a variety of events and projects. One, our Fall Festival. The Parks Department was incredibly helpful in coordinating and assisting with our Fall Festival this past Saturday at Inspiration Park. I believe we had over 500 residents, lots of little kids in their costumes. They assisted with the setup and planning, made sure that the park was clean. They were also able to set up movie in the park, an activity booth, and a bike safety rodeo. Our firefighters grilled over 800 hamburgers for our attendees, and we were also joined by our Fresno Code SAT team, the Utilities Department recycling staff. Those little blue recycling containers are very popular, along with 15 organizations from our valley who came out for a good time with family. And it was just exciting to see so many families out there getting free pumpkins, food, bikes, prizes, tote bags, masks, and again, watch a movie in the park. Also, a shout out to the Fresno Fire Department. They were out there providing helmets for our kids in our community and even adults. I also want to thank our street maintenance crews that now have repaved striped Olive Avenue from Roosevelt to Palm. Also, the section from Palm to Fruit Avenue is being worked on. All the sidewalks that got replaced into the neighborhood in the Tower District, at least in the northern part of Olive. I've got a lot of compliments from the residents, so know that your work doesn't go unnoticed. We appreciate all that construction work that has been done, or the sidewalk improvements that has been done along streets, north of Olive Avenue. Also, just excited. I didn't pull the item, but the mayor joined Councilmember Arias and I earlier this week to promote what is an item on the consent agenda related to just the cleanup program, the beautification program that we have had in partnership with neighborhood industries. The council will have an opportunity to hopefully support that. It is a great pilot that now is being extended. This body approved an investment of $125,000, which will continue the partnership and expand the partnership in beautifying the Tower District, which is a very historic neighborhood. And it's a win-win type of program and investment, because not only does the neighborhood get to get regular cleanup, litter pickup, pressure washing of sidewalks in the commercial corridors, but those that either have experienced homelessness or housing insecurity or have some type of criminal record actually and are hard to hire actually can get an opportunity to get a job where they get paid and hopefully begin to build an employment history and help them get to the next level. So we're excited about that opportunity. Hopefully we can continue to do more, but I'm excited that in partnership with the administration and Councilmember Arias, we're able to get this done with our CBO community partners. So I just want to thank everyone ahead of time for that. Thank you, Council President.
All right, Councilmember Corbasi? Are you sure? All right, Councilmember Arias?
Are you sure, Councilmember Carbasi? All right. I don't have a lot of thank yous today, but thank you overall to city staff for showing up to work every day and doing their role in helping our city get a little better every day. Congratulations to our new Parks Director who's in the audience. We have high expectations and significant demands of you, so if it doesn't work out, we'll talk to the mayor. But in the meantime, congratulations. Just one thing, City Manager, haven't had a chance to talk to you about this before, but we need to have a conversation on the parking meters downtown. I was there yesterday, and we now are getting ready to activate the parking meters on Fulton, Ventura, all around the Brewery District. But I was hoping we could press pause so we can sit down and talk to the business owners and the downtown partnership before we fully activate. Just for information for the council, we've been talking to business owners in the Brewery District, and each time Chichansi Stadium has a concert, the revenue decreases by 40% because the patrons to the concert take up all the parking 4 or 5 blocks around because they'd rather take street parking than pay the $20 at the designated parking areas. So they're being negatively impacted each time there's a concert in the stadium. So we just got to have a conversation about what time, the length of those meters, when they get activated, when they don't, how we manage parking in the Spiral Garage and the Grizzly parking lot. But I want to make sure I think our collective goal is to have more events at the stadium, generate more activity for the businesses around that area. But right now, it's having the opposite effect. So if we can just press pause for a couple of days and, touch base with some of those owners and with the downtown partnership and with your parking folks so we can kind of reassess what kind of restrictions we plan to put in place. Because those events are having a significant impact on operating businesses in that corridor.
No, that's reasonable. The other thing we've discovered is that people have figured out a way to steal them. Yeah. And so they're already starting to be stolen off the post from in the street. So we got to come up with that plan too. So we're good with pausing and figuring out, okay, now how do we adjust to this?
Yeah, and I know we're working on a solution for the light posts. But as you can tell, until we get that solution, it's pretty dark in that corridor. So it's a little bit of work that we just got to do. So we can just press pause and do a touch base with some of the folks, and then get through full implementation. With that, thank you, Council President, City Manager, and Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Arias. Councilmember Maxwell? Oh, all right. Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes, just wanted to, again, reiterate that there is a Veterans Day Parade on Thursday, and the opening ceremonies will be at 10. The parade starts at 11. I want to acknowledge the mayor, Mayor Jerry Dyer, for assisting the committee in making this a reality, because there's always challenges with it, some of them financial, and the mayor was instrumental in making sure this moves forward. This is something that we want to continue every year. It's been going on, I believe, for over 100 years now. And so thank you, Mayor, for doing that, and for the veterans. The Veterans Memorial was mentioned. I encourage people to come and visit the memorial that is outside City Hall. This City Council made that happen, and it is a tremendous recognition to the City of Fresno residents that actually gave the ultimate sacrifice, and they're honored on that wall. Want to also, again, remind people in my district that we're having a district meeting November 9th on Tuesday from 6 to 7:30 at Liberty Elementary School, which is at 1250 East Liberty Hill. We'll have staff and law enforcement there as well, addressing any concerns and issues, and look forward to seeing everybody out there. Thank you.
All right, Vice President Esparza?
Yes, thank you, Council President. This is our fourth meeting in 8 days, so great to be back again. We got a doozy tonight with our redistricting hearing. We're going to be hearing comments and input from the public on draft maps, so that will be tonight at 6 p.m. Here at City Hall. Tune in electronically through Zoom, phone, or here in person. Just want to reiterate that for the public.
Concludes your comments. All right, I'll go last before we move on to the mayor. I just want to thank our police department. As some of you know, there was a pretty terrifying incident over at Senior Citizens Village last couple of days. There was a sexual predator that broke into the complex and was actually, I think it was publicized on a couple of news medias. But I want to thank our police chief, Balarama, and his team, our Captain Ramos, too, for the Southeast Division, for capturing this individual very quickly. And we will be having a community meeting out there at Senior Citizens Village. The chief offered to do that. I spoke to them yesterday, and they accepted. So we're working on logistics, probably do it in the little park outside of the area there, just to be safe. Mayor, if you want to join us and you have some time, we'd love to have you there as well. You know about the Senior Citizens Village every year, what we do there. So I just want to publicly thank our police department for that quick capture of this individual. Also, as noted earlier, I just wanted to say a few words about a good friend that passed away recently, Mike Caballero. He was on the FPOA board. Probably one of the most just kind-hearted, great human beings. And, he provided many of us with advice, but more importantly with his friendship, and I know he'll be missed, not just at the FPOA board, but also in the community. He was a great volunteer, and I want to express my condolences to his wife, Marcia, and his family. I know it's a very tough time, and we're going to miss Mike. And for the record, we will be adjourning today's meeting in his memory. So with that, I'll go on to Mayor. Do you have any comments or reports?
Thank you, Council President, and thank you for recognizing Mike Caballero, somebody I worked with for many, many years, in fact, decades. And I wish Marcia the very, very best. I do want to, even though Councilmember Arias did have them recognize, I do want to have Aaron come up. Aaron Aguirre, he is our new Parks Director. He is homegrown. And I think all of you know, Aaron grew up in the parks programming system. He's an incredible athlete, I know that to be a fact. I've known Aaron since he was a little guy, and he is somebody that is going to do incredibly well as a parks director. He came from public works, so he understands building, and I think all of you know with our development of parks in the coming years, thanks to Measure P, that we are going to be needing somebody with that kind of knowledge and experience, and he knows how to work very, very well with our public works director, Scott Mosier, and so that's going to be extremely helpful. And, I got to see Aaron work firsthand when I came on as a mayor, coming up with this crazy idea of launching Camp Fresno for youth here, and then recognizing there was all these problems with Camp Fresno structurally, from water heaters to sewer lines to you name it, infrastructure with some of the cabins, and watching Aaron work quietly behind the scenes to put that camp in a position to where we could host over 408 of our youth this summer. And so I just wanted to recognize Aaron publicly and give him an opportunity to address the council briefly, because I know without a doubt, as Councilmember Aria said, there are going to be big demands of Aaron, and I am confident, 100% confident, that Aaron is going to be able to meet each and every one of those demands. We did do a national search, and it wasn't just a national search for the sake of doing one. We brought in the best of the best around the country, and I will tell you, Aaron rose to the top. And so we're very fortunate to have him as our new Parks Director. Aaron?
Thank you, Mayor, for those kind words and your continued support. Council, I'm looking forward to working with each and every one of you, as I've done over the past year here with the Parks Department. Continue working with you and your great teams to provide the needs in the community, in your districts, and the assets that the community wants. So again, here, looking forward to working with you, hitting the ground running, and thank you, Mayor, for those great words. I'm ready to go.
All right, Councilmember Maxwell?
Yeah. Aaron, it's no surprise that you were chosen to lead our Parks Department. A year ago, before I had even took office, you were already helping me plant trees at our parks and streets around Fresno and East Central part of Fresno. And so congratulations to you, Aaron. I think you're a perfect fit. I think you're a natural fit. We've worked really closely this last year on all kinds of projects. You keep me updated every single month on every single project I have going on at every single one of my parks. And I really appreciate that attention to detail, and your passion comes through every time we meet. I know you're gonna do great things. Congratulations. Thank you.
Councilmember Soria?
Thank you, Council President. I also just want to say congratulations, Aaron. I know that we have had an opportunity to work for now 7 years, and I have confidence that you're going to do a great job. I know my residents are grateful for the work that you've done when you were doing all the landscaping. If you remember Fresno High and the trees dying in that median island, things are looking great, and I know that you put a lot of work, and we got creative, especially during that time when we were faced with a drought, to make sure that that strip wasn't lost, and that those historic trees that have been there for hundreds of years continue to flourish. So thank you for the work then, and I look forward to continuing to make sure that we get our park on Weldon and Echo underway, hopefully in the next 6 months, under construction, and all the other parks that are going to be built with your leadership. Thank you.
All right, Aaron, congratulations. We've worked together on so many projects from when I first started here as Chief of Staff to then Councilmember Quintero. And it was funny because when the mayor told me who they had picked, I said, he wants to be Parks Director? I frankly, and I'm not joking, I frankly think you're like overqualified. Because you handle like projects and you're in meetings with folks, and I knew that at whatever project you said, hey, this is the project we're going to handle on this timeline, I knew it was going to get done. And that's like, I think, a comfort level that you obviously have conveyed to the mayor and our team. But I just want to congratulate you, look forward to working with you. I think it will be obviously a growing process for this department. Because when I first started here, we had hundreds of parks employees, and then during the recession, we had to cut back. Now we're ramping back up, and I think you're the person to take us there. So I'm really excited about what our Parks Department will look like. I know it's not going to happen overnight, And, I think everybody here on this council understands that, but $30+ million on a yearly, budget for Measure P, I think it's a big chunk of money, but you have the knowledge, the skills, and the qualifications to do that. So I'm excited. Congratulations on the new day. So as we call you now, Parks Director Aguirre, right? All right. Starting Monday. Councilmember Arias?
Council President, I just want to confirm one thing before we say final congratulations. The mayor described you as a great athlete. Was that a former great athlete or current great athlete? Because the mayor's been trying to work up his, team for our dodgeball game, and I think he's overemphasizing the athletic part of his hiring process. So is it a former?
It was a former baseball player. Arm injury, so I can't play dodgeball anymore. So now it's the path to sports like golf.
Okay, so he's allowed to be on your team then, since he has an injured arm.
But I can still hit, trust me, on softball.
Well, on top of all the new parks that you have to build, you should organize that dodgeball game, because we want to legally be able to hit the mayor and, cause some physical injuries.
I don't think you want to hit the mayor.
Guaranteed.
He's got thank you, congratulations.
I can attest to it because his dad, Cato, used to be my third baseman when I pitched fast pitch softball and traveled together. But this guy would hang around the softball fields when he was a little tot, and that's how he became that athlete. So anyway, congratulations, Aaron, and you guys will not be disappointed. Remember, you have any complaints on the parks? Go to Aaron.
Go
not me.
Aaron. Councilmember Corbasi, you wanted to chime in?
Right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Aaron, I'm so grateful that you have that local experience growing up here as a child and taking on the responsibility of running our park system. Your parents have to be very proud. Are they still with you? With us? Good. Well, they've got to be very proud of you. That's amazing. Lots of work to do, of course. Mayor, thank you for choosing Aaron. I also wanted to just say, when we were working on the Senior Aid for Food and Resources program, I think the mayor mentioned earlier people in the background. You were one of those people that you would be out there, even though we had so many responsibilities, making sure that we can get those boxes of meals to the seniors during the pandemic. So if that's an example of the work ethic, if that's an example of everything that you're able to do, I'm very excited about what's going to happen. It's not just about clean parks, it's about the service we give to our residents. And that's amazing. And I also know you work closely with TJ. I wanted to just thank our outgoing Parks Director, TJ Miller. She's probably one of the most genuine, passionate people in public service. Maybe it's because she comes from the private sector, I don't know. But she's a great person, and I know that you work closely together with her too. And I'm glad she's still going to be a part of the city. So thank you to both of you for taking on that role.
Yeah, Vice President?
Yeah, just congratulations, Aaron. We're excited. We worked with you for a long time in your previous capacity. I appreciate the sort of the hands-on approach you take with the community and attending our community meetings with us. So look forward to more of that as Parks. Usually I might welcome you to the jungle, but you've been in it already. So let's keep it going.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Mayor, take the mic away from the Parks
Thank
Director.
you. I am, man. Now get to work. And I do want to thank you for recognizing TJ Miller, because she did an incredible job. And she has, her expertise is in a lot of areas, but one of those is personnel. And she's doing a great job over there now for us. And we need to hire a lot of people. She's the right person at that task. A lot of contracts open. She's the right person at that task as well. Just a couple of updates. The ARPA, thank you to all the council. I've been able to meet with all 7 of you now on the American Rescue Plan. And we'll be coming forward to the council on December 2nd, I believe it is, with a preliminary expenditure plan for a portion of the funds that we know to be within the guidelines of the U.S. Treasury, and items that I think there is some support for by the council based on my conversations with you. And it won't be all of the funds, obviously, but it will be a portion of the funds that I think will be very meaningful and helpful. And some of those we're going to, part of the reason we're bringing them forth is because some of them involve the approval of ARPA funds for equipment. Equipment that is very difficult to obtain right now. And so until we have the appropriations for that equipment, we're not able to make orders. And we know that our orders are months out once we do order for equipment, vehicles, et cetera. So we want to get those appropriations to you. The other one is, as requested by Councilmember Arias, on homeless dollars, so that we can move forward in the acquisition of some motels to continue with Project Off-Ramp in the neighborhoods. And so we will be bringing that forward on December 2nd. The city manager is working on that now. Secondly, I've met with a number of you. We just met with the Homeless Council Subcommittee on Home Key 2. And we've come up with a framework, I believe, in terms of what we're going to apply for the dollar amount through the state and how those monies can be expended. So again, we're going to have one more meeting, but we'll be coming before council, I believe, on December 2nd as well with a overall plan in terms of what that application is going to look like to the state. And the last thing is this Saturday, Chief Donis is having a girls empowerment at the fire department, and it is for the intent of recruiting young women into the fire profession. And we should have a number of girls there from age 14 to 20 in order to do that. So with that, that's all I have. Thank you, all of you, for the meetings we've had over the last couple of weeks. Very enlightening, very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. City Manager, any reports or comments?
Yeah, just update everybody, kind of a go forward, get ready this last 8 weeks here. So thank you last week for conducting the hearings on the cannabis licenses. So we got 4 that we're in the process of working with the city attorney and our staff to identify those 4 new ones we'll bring forward to you guys. That'll be a December activity we'll bring to you. Well, we'll issue the preliminaries for you folks, so be ready for that. Thank you for that. Compactors downtown. We believe we found a tenant and a location and some businesses that are interested in partnering on a compactor downtown. So I'm crossing my fingers we can get it across the finish line, but we at least have found tenants and a property owner that said, hey, let's talk about how we might do this. So I want to thank Dan Zach and Mike Carbajal for kind of continuing to push that forward and finding some candidates that might be able to do that. So we're excited about that. I wanted to update folks on our convention center facilities, the 3 buildings, Selland, Valdez, and Soroyan, working great with the city attorney's office. Our plan is to go out with a request for expressions of interest first, just to see who across the country might be interested in bidding on the acquisition of those assets. Based on that information we get, then we can get a sense of how big the market is, and we'll put an RFP out. But that process is going forward. We expect to work with the city attorney's office and finance to get that out in December, so that's coming. And then the other thing is I met with the Economic Development Program yesterday. I talked with a couple of council members about the facade program. I think that's one of the items that the mayor and the council members have kind of talked about. So we're going to work together to put together a plan on how do we want to roll those dollars out, and with speed and efficiency being one of the criteria we want to move on. So we'll again bring that out to you guys and share that with you, how we want to do that application process. And then finally, College Football Playoff Committee met on Tuesday, set their first list of people that qualify for the national championship, and Fresno State Bulldogs are on the list. So it's a very exciting time for Fresno State. Sold out on Saturday. It's a very exciting time to, at this time of year, this is when you want to be on the list, and Fresno State Bulldogs are on the list for the national championship. This is awesome. So it's a great week for football, and hopefully we will persevere on Saturday night and keep going. That's our update. Thank you.
Bulldog roller coaster.
Yes. Oh, there is one more real quick. Tonight is Art Hop, first Thursday of the month. So if everybody out in the community, you want to go downtown and see what's going on down in the Brewery District and everywhere, and just how excited people are for how things are kind of progressing downtown. Tonight's a great opportunity to get out there and see things. So that's our update.
Or come to our exciting redistricting meeting at the same time.
Yeah.
Or both. You know,
Yes.
Grab a brew, see some art, and come give your input on maps. City Manager, would you mind providing this public update about what you told me about the status of our D7 cleanup crew?
Yes. So we are now in the process. We've received the CLAW. So to remind everybody, council approved during the budget process a dedicated pilot program in District 7 where we would assign equipment and staff to run through the district in cooperation with the district to kind of get after the difficult areas on trash and litter, alleys, streets, all those areas. We've identified, we've got the claw came in, the trash truck is going to be here this month. We're hiring the staff. The staff isn't the hold up on this one, it's the equipment. So we should be ready to mobilize that end of this month, beginning of December, and start running through D7. And that'll parallel with what we're going to do with neighborhood industries in D1 and D3. So cleaning up the city is a priority for you guys, priority for the mayor, and the investments are going to be made to get that done.
All right, appreciate the update.
All right, thank you for that, City Manager. We will now move on to consent
President,
calendar.
Can I
Oh,
just
Councilman
ask
Morris?
one favor for the city manager? As you make a determination on the cannabis license, I know there's so much time that we have to appeal. If you can just think about not making us have an appeal hearing during Christmas, that would be very helpful, because we all have to be here for that. Thank you.
You don't want samples for Christmas? All right, now let's move on to consent calendar and unscheduled communication. City Clerk, before we take a motion to approve the balance of the agenda, do we have anybody to speak? I have 2 cards for folks that are here in person, but anybody online?
Yes, I have Lisa Flores and Ivanka Saunders.
All right, if we could queue up Ms. Lisa Flores. You have 3 minutes, Ms. Flores.
Did you just say I have 30 minutes?
3 minutes. 1, 2,
minutes.
3 minutes, Ms. Flores.
Okay. Well, I just want to make this short and sweet and simple today. First, I'm having a hard time looking at the new copy of the redistricting map. Thanks, Esmeralda, for sending out a notice this morning. I actually saw it and was decided to look at it before today's city council meeting, and I can't download it. I can't find it, guys. Also, too, there is going to be a major conflict today with the redistricting map meeting, because it's in conflict with the District 1 review committee. And also, too, there's a big Caltrans interchange public, virtual public meeting hearing today that's also happening all at the same time. Also, too, when I'm on these Zoom meetings, something that keeps coming up is my Twitter. Gary, are you tweeting from the dais? Because if you are, some of the comments are not Christian-like, calling people clowns and stuff. So I would ask you publicly to stop, especially since you've just talked about veterans. You know, people have their rights to their different opinions, and you should respect them. That's all I have to say, Louis.
Thank you, Ms. Thank you, Ms. Flores. Next up, we have Ms. Ivanka Saunders. Ms. Saunders, if you could unmute yourself.
Good morning. My name is Ivanka Saunders with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. On October 28th, the South Fresno Community Alliance, represented by Leadership Council, Shute Mahali and Weinberger, and Golden Gate University School of Law's Environmental Law and Justice Clinic, filed a petition in Fresno County Superior Court challenging the City of Fresno's approval of the program Environmental Impact Report for the general plan and associated approvals. Despite extensive and detailed comments made by South Fresno residents throughout the nearly 3-year process to develop the program Environmental Impact Report, the city went ahead and approved final documents that failed to adequately analyze and mitigate the impacts of industrial development on residents and their neighborhoods, and to comply with California's environmental laws. The 2014 general plan designated thousands of acres of land for industrial development in surrounding and even over existing disadvantaged neighborhoods and communities. The implementation of this general plan thus far has resulted in severe effects on the environmental quality, public health, well-being of South Fresno residents and surrounding areas. Multiple warehouse distribution facilities have been developed and permitted without adequate environmental review or mitigation. The construction and operation of these projects have significantly degraded the quality of life for residents. South Fresno neighborhoods rank among the most pollution burdened in California. The recently adopted Program Environmental Impact Report will continue this pattern. South Fresno Community Alliance member once stated, "Our community has the right to feel safe and not be continually weighed down by the environmental impacts of trucks, air pollution, and large facilities. We deserve a decent quality of life." The city's conversion of our neighborhoods into industrial zones negatively impacts our health, housing, and well-being. Enough is enough. We need assurances that we will be protected. The city must heed residents' calls for city policies and practices that will safeguard and promote environmental health, housing quality, and access to opportunity for all neighborhoods, and that starts with the city's compliance with environmental laws. Thank you.
All right, we've got folks that actually punched some cards, and I've got quite a number of folks that punched up, but I'm gonna shuffle it a little bit. So I have a card on the subject of housing from Ms. Carla Martinez. Ms. Carla Martinez, if you're here, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, good morning. My name is Carla Martinez with Leadership Council. I am here today asking the council to take urgent action on addressing the ongoing worsening housing crisis in Fresno. Fresno residents cannot afford to continue waiting, which is why we asked the council to agendize an action item for December 9th City Council hearing to address the crisis half of Fresno residents who are renters are facing. Specifically, we want the council to take action on and adopt the following 3 policies which have a proven record of keeping people housed. 1, rental stabilization, which allows a reasonable rate of return for landlords while ensuring families remain housed. 2nd, just cause eviction protections, which would only allow evictions for legitimate reasons like a lease violation, and a comprehensive and fully funded eviction protection program that would provide legal support and representation to Fresno tenants. Though we appreciate Councilmember Esparza and Maxwell's efforts in establishing what exists today, it is limited in the aid it can provide for tenants. The time to wait is over, and the city must do something to address the growing housing crisis occurring right now. Fresno has some of the highest rental rate increases in the nation, higher than most metro areas like Los Angeles, San Francisco, and New York City. In the last year alone, rents have gone up another 24%. With about half of Fresno residents being renters, this is something that isn't affecting a few folks, but a large portion of your constituents. As Fresno leaders, it's time to step up and pass policies that protect all of Fresno. The time to act was yesterday, but we must do something now, because residents cannot afford to wait. Residents cannot keep paying half of their paycheck to live in unlivable conditions. This city council and the mayor hold the responsibility and the authority to protect all of Fresno residents. Again, we ask that the city council agendize an action item that protects and supports renters, like rent stabilization, just cause protections, and expanding eviction protection programs for the December 9th city council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Mr. Fernando Elizondo, and the subject that he would like to speak on is equal justice. Mr. Elizondo, if you could just give our folks a quick minute. Floor is yours, sir.
Peace be with you. My name is Fernando Elizondo, and I'm here as a veteran of Vietnam. In 1969, I found myself in the trenches of Vietnam. Today, I find myself in the trenches of the city council here. For equal justice, I can't believe it. All of you have, or most of you, have received some kind of communication from me, yet I have yet to receive one response from one of you. Not one of you. What kind of city council is that? You failed. You're failing. But that's why the FBI is investigating. There's too much corruption here, okay? And you're all equally guilty in one sense or another, okay? And all I got to say is this code enforcement has to go. It's anti-American, it's German, history repeats itself. In 1933, this is when the code enforcement, but they call it something else. Today, some of you have received some of that information, but you turn your head. You don't want to know the truth because you're so wrong in your ways, you think you're right, and that's not true. Today is a day that you will be unveiled. The truth has come out. Today we have television, we have radio, we have all these things, and you'll be all in the news, just the way you're supposed to be, not here hiding in this cave. Well, anyway, I have a scripture to read. It says, "For greater is the Holy Spirit which is in you than the spirit which is in the world." Amen. Maybe my words fall upon deaf ears, like the Bible says, but I know that something's going to happen. It's happening. We've entered the fourth world country, like I said a year ago, a country that had everything and now has lost everything and has no way to find its way back to normal. Amen.
All right, thank you, Mr. Elizondo. Next up, let's go to the online folks. City Clerk, I have Ms. Amber Crowell. If you could unmute yourself, ma'am.
Yes, good morning, Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm Dr. Amber Crowell, a sociology professor at Fresno State and housing coordinator for Faith in the Valley. I do research and work alongside housing organizers to identify the causes of housing insecurity and displacement and advocate for the policies that we need in Fresno to keep families stably, safely, and affordably housed. I'm calling in today to urge Council to prioritize 3 key policies to promote stable and affordable housing in Fresno: rent control, right to counsel, and just cause evictions. Rent control would limit the amount and frequency of rent increases so that families are not priced out of their homes and left struggling to find new housing. With a 36,523 unit affordable housing shortfall in Fresno County, most of these families will not find new housing that they can afford while still comfortably meeting their other basic needs. This is made worse when families are evicted because they can't pay that rent or for other less justifiable reasons. An eviction on a tenant's record blocks them out of most decent housing, especially in such a competitive rental housing market. This leaves these families in unsustainable housing or in the clutches of slumlords, of which we have many in Fresno, who will increase their suffering and further destroy their housing and economic stability. For this reason, we also need eviction protections. All renters need a right to counsel, not just renters who are determined by the city to be wrongfully evicted. Right to counsel has been shown to dramatically reduce evictions and even eviction filings in other jurisdictions because landlords are less willing to file for eviction as a rent collection mechanism and more willing to negotiate with renters when renters also have attorneys. In Fresno, less than 1% of renters go to eviction court with an attorney compared to 3/4 of landlords. This is unjust and undermines the intentions of the court, which is to fairly apply our laws. We also need stronger just cause eviction laws so that landlords cannot so easily evict their tenants. Too many families are evicted despite following the terms of their lease. Half of our city's residents are renters, and the typical renter is already rent burdened, which means they pay a significant portion of their income on rent that leaves little for anything else. These policies are essential to protect them from displacement, not just for those residents, but for the stability of our communities. Finally, I just want to point out that at least 2 of these policies are recommended in the Here to Stay report, which was commissioned by the city to evaluate displacement avoidance policies. The city has a responsibility to seriously consider these solutions to guarantee safe, stable, permanently affordable housing for our residents. Please agendize these priorities as soon as possible, which I believe would be the December 9th meeting. Thank you.
All right, next up will be Ms. Janine Nicosi. Ms. Nicosi, if you could unmute yourself. The floor is yours.
Good morning, Council. Janine Nkosi, Regional Advisor with Faith in the Valley and Professor of Sociology at Fresno State. And I am here calling in this morning. It was really awesome to hear the celebration, the uplifting of our Fresno State Bulldogs, our Fresno State students that are doing so well on the field. But the sad reality is that off the field and off the campus, when our students go home, they are struggling to make ends meet. The rents are too darn high. In Fresno, we already know that over the time of the pandemic, rents have gone up across the nation, and in Fresno, we are #1. So we've got to do something. We've got to do something to support our students when they are off the field, when they are out of the classroom, when they go home at night and they are stressed out. Our young people cannot be focused on school, focused on their future. when they are struggling to figure out how they are going to pay rent every month, when they are skipping meals, when they are struggling to try to make those ends meet, when they're couch surfing, when they're living in their cars, when they are forced into slum housing. So I'm here just to urge all of you. We're trying to do everything we can at Fresno State, but what we're not able to do, we're not able to pass public policies that we know from our research, they will make a difference. They will help to keep our young people, keep our families safe at home so that that's on what matters. They can focus on their studies, their careers, and their futures. So I'm here, just as Dr. Crowell said, and as Carla and others, to ask you all to please put housing policies on the December 9 agenda. Rent stabilization, just cause evictions, and we can and we must do a lot more to safeguard eviction protections. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Next up, we have Ms. Ashley Warner. Ms. Warner, if you could unmute yourself.
Hi, good morning, council members. Ashley Warner with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. I would like to make a comment about agenda item 1P, which was pulled from the agenda regarding the Valley Air District's indirect source rule, Rule 9510, and the city's settlement agreement with South Fresno Community Alliance. We appreciate that this item was pulled and ask that the city engage the public, and especially communities which are disproportionately impacted by local air emission sources, in the development of a policy consistent with the settlement agreement. Specifically, we ask that the city hold meetings in emissions-impacted neighborhoods to seek input and provide a draft of the policy for public review before bringing it back to council for consideration. I also want to note that the settlement agreement requires the city to adopt a policy that addresses indirect sources of emissions from all developments and is not limited to the South Central Pacific Plan area. So the policy the city develops should not be limited to application in the SCSP area, as the resolution that was on the council agenda today provided for. In addition, it's not correct that the current city processes ensure compliance with the ISR, as the resolution states. The city of Fresno commonly requires development projects to comply with the ISR as a CEQA mitigation measure, but we have found that the city does not always follow up to ensure that ISR compliance occurs. In the case of the Amazon Distribution Center approved a few years ago, the facility never paid thousands of dollars of fees owed under the ISR before building permits were issued, and the fees were paid only after months of repeated outreach by our office and by the Attorney General's office. The city's practices to ensure ISR compliance and air emissions reductions must be examined closely and modified. Fresno sits in one of the most polluted air basins in the country, and many of its neighborhoods, especially in South Fresno, are exposed to some of the greatest concentrations of air pollution in the state. The city's commitment in its settlement with SFCA to consider a policy to ensure compliance with the ISR and to reduce air emissions where development occurs, which the ISR does not require, is a critical opportunity for the city to assume a leadership role in protecting air quality and public health. I encourage all of you to take this commitment seriously. Thank you.
All right, next up, we have Ms. Francisca Albas. Ms. Albas, if you could please unmute yourself. She's still on.
¿Sí me escucha?
Sí, puede dar su comentario, señora.
Ok, sí, buenos días. Mi nombre es Francisca. Vivo aquí en el área de Quisqueño y Guaynery. Lo que estoy pidiendo este día y en muchas ocasiones más, no es la primera vez que estamos hablando de este tema, es para que el 9 de diciembre para apoyar las pólizas que ayuden a nosotros los inquilinos con el control de rentas, las protecciones también contra el desalojo y un derecho a un abogado sin importar el estatus migratorio. También se nos hace muy difícil pagar de $1,000 para arriba, ya que las rentas están subiendo cada día más, que estamos pidiendo un control para esas pólizas. También quiero decirle al señor alcalde que por favor se una más con la comunidad. no es que dudemos de la capacidad de las organizaciones para comentarle las necesidades de las comunidades, sino que él mismo tiene que escuchar las frustraciones de nosotros como comunidad, el área en donde vivimos, que está súper mal toda la comunidad de Fresno. También, pues, yo les pido a todos los que tienen el poder de hacer un cambio, que cuando lleguen a sus casas no se olviden de estos comentarios, que no echen en saco roto todas las necesidades que estamos diciendo, que cuando se acuesten en su cama y en su cuarto, que yo creo que todos ustedes tienen una casa muy amplia donde pueden descansar, se acuerden de nosotros, que estamos viviendo como sardinas, y que qué bueno que unos estudiantes tengan éxito, ¿verdad? Pero la mayoría no. La mayoría, como acaba de decir una compañera, llega a su casa y no tiene espacio donde descansar, porque vivimos como sardinas en un cuarto de dos, en un apartamento de 2 recámaras, en donde no hay espacio. Entonces, todo se conecta con los estudiantes. Eso no les ayuda a tener éxito en sus escuelas. Y por favor, acuérdense de esto cuando estén descansando y se vayan a sus casas hoy este día. Acuérdense de todos los comentarios, porque también nosotros somos seres humanos y nuestros hijos son nuestros mayores tesoros, que también merecen lo mejor, al igual que sus propios hijos. Muchas gracias.
Okay, gracias. Next up is Ms. Brandy News Villegas. Ms. Brandy, if you could unmute yourself.
Sorry, the unmute button disappeared for a moment. I have a number of things I hope I can get through. One is thank you for mentioning Art Hop. If you can make it or cannot make it, we have grad students who have amazing work at M Street Complex. If you can't go out, try to go during December because it is amazing. I asked that regarding the ARPA that you guys demand shelters and housing in safe resource locations. Crossroads Villages showed that it is not a risk to the neighborhood, but it provides safety for the people who live there. We know there's people who do not feel safe in the current shelter locations, but want to get into Crossroads and want safe places in their own neighborhoods. I support the lawsuit with the South Fresno Community Alliance because our communities should be sufficiently protected, and they should be able to not have health risks in the place they call home, and for those who cannot move, not have to be exposed to greater risk. I support the request by Faith in the Valley to prioritize the protecting renters on your agenda. I'm deeply worried about people. We have a lot of people who are unhoused, who lost their housing. As we know, once you lose your housing, it is really hard to get housing again. So we need to preemptively protect people. I also asked that in 1K, that in speeding up housing production, that the focus be on very affordable housing. We do have apartments that are coming up that are like $3,200 a month, and it's becoming inaccessible. Regarding 1G, thank you so much for considering neighborhood industries to hire those in extreme poverty, and hope that there will be a focus on a lot of our homeless that are hired, and that the city works on overcoming barriers to employment for our unhoused community, to go out there and talk to them and see what barriers there are and provide more outlets for them to be able to work, because they're all saying they want to work if they can. I also want to thank Miguel for putting an event invite for the redistricting meeting tonight and for last Saturday, and for Soria, Maxwell, and Esparza for posting things yesterday. I want to ask that you direct the city of Fresno to make these public meetings more accessible and to be posted more widely and more in advance. There was nothing on the city of Fresno sites about this. I mean, the website, but not on social media. And a lot of people are missing this, and ask that maybe there be another public hearing. The same thing happened with the town halls. Thank you that it's available on Zoom for accessibility, but we need enough notice, enough on all the platforms you have, on postcards, mailings, to make it clear and engaging to the public for those who are not necessarily versed in government issues, so that they can understand why this is important in multiple languages, and meet with the Disability Advisory Group to understand how to make these accessible. I've seen this done well with the Anti-Displacement Committee and with individual council members.
You could wrap up, Ms. Brandy.
Yes, so please do that. The town hall did not have anything posted until 20 minutes into that. And I also want to throw in, thank you, Erin, for the work feeding the seniors. We have an elderly woman that we help get into housing. I enjoyed that service, so thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up is Ariel Rodriguez. Ariel Rodriguez, you'll have 3 minutes. If you could unmute yourself.
Good morning, council members. My name is Ariel Rodriguez, and I'm currently a student at Fresno State. I live in District 4 in Fresno City. I am here today to ask the City Council to take action to support rent control, to take action for just cause eviction protections, and to take action for the right to counsel. Because I believe that prioritizing safe and affordable housing for all residents will improve the quality of life for everyone in the city. As rents continue to increase in Fresno at some of the highest rates nationwide, it is more crucial now than ever that the support is created to help renters. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next up is Ms. Alexandra Alvarado. Ms. Alvarado, if you could unmute yourself.
Hello, council members and mayor. My name is Alexandra Alvarado. I'm a community organizer with Faith in the Valley in Fresno, and I work alongside community leaders, students, faith leaders, and families who care deeply for their community, and now more than ever need and want a place to call home, a safe and affordable place for shelter. I want many to be proud to call Fresno their home, a place where families are not afraid of displacement or evictions, where making rent, accessing necessary legal support can happen without trauma and can be a part of a growing, healthy community. I want the City Council to take action to support rent control, just cause eviction protections, and a right to counsel, because I believe that prioritizing safe and affordable housing for all residents will improve the quality of life for everyone in the city. Right now, tenants are being forced out of their homes via intimidation, harassment, illegal evictions, and are left trying to find safe, affordable, non-slum housing with a 7-year eviction on their record and more. Rent continues to rise, and for many in Fresno, they are paying much more than 30% of their income to rent, leaving families struggling to make ends meet, having to forego many necessities to keep a roof over their head, and somehow have to manage costly displacement. This is happening because of the prioritization of profit over our lives. Stable housing is a matter of public health, and with over half of the population in Fresno as renters, many are and will be at risk if the city does not take action now and make moves now. Housing is a fundamental human need and right. Together with these 3 policies, right to counsel, rent control, and just cause eviction protections can help increase the amount of affordable housing in Fresno, decrease the number of folks experiencing homelessness, and prevent families from losing their home. Every Fresno resident deserves safe, affordable housing. Please agendize this item for the December 9th meeting. And lastly, thank you to the Thrive-Ins Group for their experience, work, studies, and report that included these solutions to help Fresno thrive. Thank you for the time to speak.
Thank you. Our last speaker is Ms. Jasmine Buenrostro. Ms. Buenrostro, if you could unmute yourself.
Hi. Hi, good morning. My name is Jasmine Buenrostro. I am the Youth and Engagement Coordinator for Central California Environmental Justice Network. In addition, I'm also a Fresno resident. I would like to address the urge of the City Council to bring forward an agenda item to protect Fresno renters to the ridiculous housing and rental market. In the last year alone, Fresno rental rates have gone up 24% higher than the previous year, when COVID work from home orders had folks coming to the Central Valley for cheap rent. I'm asking the City Council to pass meaningful protections, a fully funded, comprehensive right to counsel, and more protective rent stabilization and just cause evictions. My second comment is towards the South Fresno Community Alliance lawsuit against the City of Fresno for adopting an EIR and greenhouse gas reduction plan, with the general plan that fails to protect already impacted communities. For years, residents have been asking for the most basic things: clean air, drinking water, safe roads and sidewalks, and a healthy home. Yet, time after time, Fresno leaders continue to show their true intentions of maintaining the status quo that does not value Black or brown lives. Thank you.
All right, that concludes our unscheduled communications. I want to close that portion, bring it back up to the consent calendar. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So made.
All right. Motion made by Councilmember Maxwell, second by Vice President Esparza. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries. Let's go on to contested consent. Our first item will be item 1G, and I believe it was pulled by Councilmember Bredefeld. And item 1G is actions pertaining to the award of a vendor agreement with Neighborhood Industries.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yeah. Mike, I like the program. I'm fully going to support it. I'm just wondering, why are we not trying to expand this in all districts, this kind of a program?
So this program was based upon funding that was made available during the budget process, and so allocated $125,000 specifically in support of this program based upon the prior pilot program.
Okay. So this is something that we would have to allocate funding for to do citywide?
Correct.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. And this was something that was implemented, I guess, for, is this District 1?
Yeah,
That you guys said,
Councilmember
and
Arias and I, last year,
Okay.
paid out of our district budgets, saw success. We wanted to
With that
expand
Doris
it.
Landing. Yeah, no, it sounds like a great program. I think it's something then we ought to consider citywide, so we can do this in all districts, so.
And I think, given the fact that the program is structured to employ those that are housing insecure or have been homeless or have some type of formal criminal record that have prohibited them from, or been a barrier for them to be employed, I think there may be some opportunity for additional state dollars, and that's, I think, how we could maybe spend some of those state dollars to expand the program.
Want to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the item.
All right, seconded by Councilmember Bredefeld. It was made by motion by Councilman Soria, seconded by Councilman Bredefeld. I was going to save this conversation for later, but I'll flesh it out for the administration now. I think it's a great program. I think this is a model that we really do need to replicate across the city, and here's why. Because in having conversations about ARPA and our mid-year budget adjustment that's coming down the pipeline, we know that one of the most common calls that we get are for illegal dumping, for trash, for folks that are just, keeping the streets not clean, especially on our commercial corridors that we know we have a lot of visitors go through. For example, the Kings Canyon Ventura corridor, I share that with Councilmember Esparza, and we have over 1 million visitors that come through there, right? And so we've got a capacity issues, so to speak, because we know that we're never going to be able to clean right now with what we have. It's going to take a little bit of time for the city to ramp up with staff and the teams that we need to, and I think this is a great opportunity to work with our nonprofits, that some of them are already doing a lot of that work there, but I really love this model where you're actually recruiting folks that sometimes are a little bit more tougher to employ or have some challenges that they need to work through. So I think I just want to flag that for the administration. I think we're going to have this conversation here pretty quickly, but this is a great model, 100% supportive. Let's look at expanding it on the Kings Canyon Ventura corridor, on the Belmont corridor, on the Blackstone corridor, because we know that that's where a lot of this illegal dumping happens on there. So City Manager, I just wanted to make that a public, part of the public record. All right, motion was made, seconded. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries. Let's go on to item 1Q, and I believe it was pulled by Councilmember Arias. And item 1Q is authorize the Chief of Police to enter into a First Amendment to the existing contract for ShotSpotter.
Thank you for coming, Police Chief. And thank you for attending the Arte Americas Dia de los Muertos event. I'm sure you enjoy that. Folks want to meet you and get to know you. On this item, we had a robust debate the last time we discussed this. And in that discussion, it was requested that you provide us the data around the effectiveness of ShotSpotter. So do we have an update? I don't recall seeing that.
There's a lot of information out there, but I've been studying the numbers here the last 24 hours, obviously, because it was going to come up today. Since 2020, we've had 140 arrests, which were the result of a ShotSpotter activation. When shots were detected within the city, we responded, we investigated, and those arrests are pretty diverse. Some of them are gun charges, some are not, but that was the result. I can also tell you that in 2020, there were 2,006 shot spotter activations in our city. So far this year, we've had 1,835. So this is a community where we highly benefit from this service because, frankly, there's a lot of firearms in our community and a lot of shootings. What this allows us to do is it notifies police within seconds that a firearm has been discharged within city limits, and we can respond. That's very effective as far as I'm concerned, because I believe that the quicker we can get there when a firearm is discharged within our city limits, the higher probability that we can save someone's life.
So based on the numbers, we're looking at about a 10% rate in which the system goes off and we actually get an arrest. How much
Roughly.
money have we spent since ShotSpotter has been contracted by the city?
I don't have the total numbers. I know that the total cost is approximately $700,000, a little bit over $700,000 per year. So if you go back to 2015, when is the first year that we got it? So this year it's going to cost us $673,000 with all the zones combined.
Can I get a full counting of how much we spent on ShotSpotter since the exception? Doesn't have to be today.
Sure.
But it could be just a memo.
I'll be happy to.
Councilmember, just so I remember when we had the robust discussion, we had prepared a trade memo on that. So what we'll do is we'll just update that memo through
Perfect.
whatever the date is that we can get it to you. But we provided that back to 2015. We'll go ahead and update it through October 31st or whatever, however we can do the data. We can get you that update.
Perfect, thank you. Yeah, I just want to be able to measure how much you're spending on the technology side and how many arrests that's producing and how much we're spending on the prevention of shootings taking place and how much is that producing. So thank you for the information. With that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
All right, motion made, seconded by Councilmember Maxwell. Any opposition?
I'm punched up.
Yep, Councilmember Karbasi. Sorry, I didn't see you.
No council comments, but I'm going to mention this. Chief, I just wanted to thank you so much for investing in a technology that helps us dramatically reduce response times. As I recall, when this council overwhelmingly supported advanced peace, and I was one of those council members that did that, one of the statistics they gave us was the cost of every shooting, every incident in terms of police time is a bit more than the cost of this entire program. So thank you again, and I'm fully in support of the
Thank you very
ShotSpotter
much for your
system.
support. And if I just may quickly add, this expansion is allowing us to go from almost 14 and a half square miles to 17 and a half square miles.
Right.
So we've identified four additional zones that we're going to add. Those zones are throughout the city. So although we do not reveal the actual location, I can tell you that there's a zone that borders District 2 and District 6. There's another zone that borders District 1 and District 2. Another border that is right in the middle of District 4 in an area that we've received a lot of calls for gunfire. So this is going to benefit the community citywide, not just one side of town.
And if you get there faster and you can secure the scene, then if there's a victim of a gunshot who can survive, EMS can actually get to that person faster.
That's the idea, and I believe it works.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries. Let's go on to item 1R, and I believe it was pulled by Councilwoman Soria. This is the actions pertaining to the Veterans Boulevard interchange.
Thank you, Council President.
Good morning, Council. President, members of the Council, my name is Randall Morrison, Assistant Director with the Public Works Department.
Yeah, I wanted to kind of get an update as it relates to the timeframe for the construction of the project, and then also just raise the question about, this council a few months ago passed a project labor agreement. I know that this was obviously, I don't think it falls under, I don't know if it's because of the timing or what, but is there any efforts from this contractor, which is from Sacramento, to make sure that local folks are being hired for these jobs? So timeline and then that portion.
Yeah, so I'll touch on the timeline. Once this contract is awarded, we will work with the contractor on all the pre-construction items and hopefully break ground early 2022. And that really sets us up for a construction completion right at the end of 2023, early 2024. And All of the other phases that we have under construction or planned, there is one more phase planned for Veterans Boulevard. All of those will be complete at the same time, so towards the end of 2023. So we plan on having the entire project open to traffic, the brand-new interchange, all of that, by the end of 2023.
Okay, so 2023, great. So I know that there are a number of developments that are happening west of the 99. In particular, there's the Grantland and like Ashland now is being named as the Park West development by Granville Homes. So it seems like I think this is a perfect example of the fact that city needs to invest infrastructure, roads, put in infrastructure so that development can happen. So I just want to remind folks that this is a perfect example of where we're investing $48 million, just saying, $48 million, so that we understand that now new housing is going to be developed there. So I just want to remind you, Mayor, as you're looking at investments and helping incentivize development to happen in the right neighborhoods, in those neighborhoods that have been left behind, that it takes a significant investment from us and that people benefit. So the Granvilles of this world are going to benefit from the building of hundreds of homes, as well as obviously the community, because there will be new homes. But I just want to make sure that we're clear on this dais that it takes those types of investments to make sure that the housing gets built. And then second, if you can kind of speak to the workforce piece.
Right, so we actually did explore the use of a project labor agreement on Veterans Boulevard specifically because it was asked by the council previously. But because of the federal funding on this specific project, we're precluded from implementing that on this project. But we did explore with FHWA and our funding partners, ask a specific question, and they did confirm that that is not possible given the funding.
What about some of the local hire policies aside from the PLA that we have as part of our ordinance? How does that come into play with this project?
Again, with the federal funding, we are limited in implementing the local hiring ordinance as well.
So there's nothing that the construction contractor or that they can commit to trying to help hire folks locally?
So I do want to point out that the contractor, the low contractor, they do have a local presence. They are a local contractor. So I anticipate a significant amount of the workforce coming locally. They also, we had a DBE requirement on the project to bring in smaller businesses, disadvantaged businesses.
Can you speak to that? What was the?
So I believe our percentage was 16% on the project. So 16% of this contract would be within that disadvantaged business category, and that's going to bring in many subs into and I don't have an exact list. I can follow up with the list of subcontractors, but oftentimes that will bring in local subs
from the local community, or just kind of at large subs that would be DBEs?
Primarily within the local community, but we can get you a list of all the subs.
Yeah, that would be great. I think that this is why also, these investments are extremely critical because they are a pipeline to workforce development and to good paying jobs. I do believe that this contractor is a union contractor from what I heard. So that means that their employees do get benefits. I don't know if some may be here locally and so forth, but I think that it demonstrates again the importance of these types of investments and having policies at the city level that will incentivize and encourage the contracting of disadvantaged businesses because the dollars recirculate here in our community. So I'm glad to hear that you guys have included that requirement. I don't know if there's a reason for the cap at 16 or is that the minimum?
It's not the minimum, it's the goal that's established on the project, and that's done by calculations based on the type of work and the dollar amounts associated with those different types of work and the available DBE subcontractors that are available within the area. And so all that goes into the calculation that sets that goal.
Okay, perfect. And are we doing that for all the kind of big projects that are going to be coming to the council? Is that kind of a standard policy that you guys are implementing, or how did you guys decide that in this instance it was appropriate to have that goal?
We have an entire program for managing DBEs and setting those goals and implementing them on projects, and it's primarily implemented on all federally funded projects, which is a large portion of our capital program, not just in Public Works, but other departments as well. But it is a program that gets applied to all federally funded projects.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that information. That is helpful. Motion to approve.
Council President, I do have one question, and I'll second that motion. Can you remind me what the total cost of Veterans Boulevard is?
The total program for Veterans Boulevard is right around $140 million.
$140 million. Of that amount, how much is it of local funds? An estimate.
I don't have an exact percentage, but I want to say it's right around 50 to 60% of the total funding.
Total funding. So just for the record, colleagues, I don't think we've ever spent $50 or $60 million at West Fresno on infrastructure investments outside of building a sewer plant to serve all of the region.
There's $70 million of TCC funding that went to Southwest.
It went to downtown, Southwest, Chinatown, a whole bunch of areas that are benefiting from that. But I just want to remind the council that as we look at the American Rescue Funds, we'll have to take a serious look on, we do have about $170 million. And I know there's going to be competing priorities, nonprofits, outside groups are going to want their piece of the pie. But this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us to make a pretty big investment on infrastructure. And without that infrastructure, the grocery stores can't come, the housing can't come. And we've done it in North Fresno multiple times. And I'm going to be looking for us to engage in a serious conversation about how we invest in South Fresno, Southeast, Southwest, downtown, in the area of infrastructure improvements, sidewalks, roads, water, sewer. Too often, we always default to, well, the development has to pay for that. But we've seen very clearly that we're willing to make that investment ourselves of local funds, and then the development follows. So thank you for that information, and with that, there's my second.
All right, motion made, seconded. Any opposition?
Councilmember, this is actually, this is a D2 item, and my district has not been drawn out yet, so I think I still represent this area. I'm only teasing.
Wait till 6 p.m.
I know. In all fairness, I do appreciate the comments. This council has been very consistent about making sure we capture as many local dollars. But I do want to mention that Veterans Boulevard tremendously does serve District 1, it serves District 3, and it serves the areas west of 99 in my district, and the portion that's District 2. This is a major project that helps the entire area. We have a lot of trouble for people getting over the 99. It affects public safety, it affects people wanting to purchase goods and get groceries. So this benefits, even though it's a large investment that happens to be in District 2, it will be a tremendous benefit and open up forgotten Fresno to the rest of the city. Now, I also am appreciative of the fact that we are going to have more growth and development of homes and multiple types of housing in other areas of the city. And Councilmember Soria is correct about that. But the other issues that we have is, building, doesn't just help developers. The problem is we don't have enough competition. We only have a handful of developers in this town. And now we're dealing with global issues beyond local control, like lumber and other goods going up at tremendous prices. And we're also dealing with the fact that we're having labor shortages, which I can't understand why, but we are, unfortunately. So everything we can do to increase competition, now we have folks calling in wanting dramatic things like rent control, and I understand their frustration when they ask for these things. But the problem is we are holding ourselves back by not having more competition and building more, which creates local jobs so that people can afford market rate housing. So with that, thank you, Council President. There's TCC money. Council Member Bredefeld and I called for a third of the COVID CARES money to be spent in South Fresno. Let's do that.
Thank you for that.
but we need to ensure that we do invest in the entire city. If we're going to have one Fresno, we're not against that. But I don't want the people to think that, oh, well, you know, we're being taken advantage of. We have to invest more. We are investing more. Veterans Boulevard is going to benefit West Fresno, especially our districts, west of 99, tremendously, and people need to know that. And they're going to see that as soon as it opens. Thanks for staying on schedule, Scott. Thank you guys for working on this. This is a great project.
And Council President, I just want to make one last comment to the mayor. This is somewhat related because it's Veterans Boulevard and has a lot of Measure C funding in it. As we continue these conversations with the renewal Measure C, I want to be crystal clear that I've heard a lot of conversations about the investment in West Fresno being the extension of 180 to accommodate the sprawl of Kerman. I'm going to be very adamant that that's not the future of the city of Fresno. If we were to expand 180 to accommodate Kerman becoming a suburb, it's going to intentionally skip Southwest Fresno from any development and any investment over generations. So as you and Councilman Soria are at the table, know that we're all watching very closely, and the current formula that has worked for 40 years in Measure C is not what's going to work for us for the next 20 years. So as we get closer, we'll be very adamant about what kind of investments the city of Fresno should be receiving back from the Measure C contribution and what kind of projects we should be funding with Measure C.
Let me, since you addressed me, Councilmember, I 100% agree. I do not think Measure C dollars should be utilized to extend 180 westbound so we can create another suburb. We've already done that in Madera and Clovis, and I think we've learned from that. In order to gain my support for Measure C, those dollars are going to have to be substantially utilized in neighborhood infrastructure for streets, roads, curbs, and gutters. And that is my commitment to all of you in order for that to occur. And I've made that public. We have too many forgotten neighborhoods. We have too many neighborhoods that have not had their streets repaired for 30, 40 years. And that's where those dollars should go. And I believe that's where the people of Fresno want them to go. And I agree with what Councilmember Carbasi said in terms of Veteran Boulevard. It does open up a number of folks on the west side of 99 to be able to traverse across our city. And that does allow for additional growth west of the 99. And, I recently took a tour out there west of 99 with Councilmember Soria. And, we have clearly seen the neglect that has occurred over in that area and the need for street widening, sidewalks in these neighborhoods where kids are having to walk in the street to school. So we have a lot of work to do. And it's also our commitment in the city manager's office, myself, the ARPA funds, as I've met with all of you, there's going to be a minimum of 30% of those dollars committed to neighborhood infrastructure. And as we move forward in our discussions, maybe that's even going to be more, not to mention the millions of dollars that we're going to be spending in ARPA on equipment, light equipment and heavy equipment, so that we can carry out that work from Public Works. So we're committed. I want you to know your vision is my vision in terms of neighborhood repair.
Thank you, Mayor. And, we don't get a lot of opportunities to say publicly what you just described, but I think the formula that was used in the past where it was 75% freeways, 25%, I think that needs to be flipped on its head. We do really need to invest in our inner cities. And I think at some point, this body, along with the mayor, whether it's by way of a resolution, whether it's by way of a statement, we need to collectively be clear about what that is, because I'm hearing a lot of conversations in the back about this committee that formed, and I think a lot of people think that it's going to be status quo, and it's not going to be status quo. So just wanted to make sure we all, and I think we're all on the same page, Mayor. What you just said is what I think my colleagues feel about these conversations. All right, motion was made, seconded. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries. We'll go on to item 1T, and I believe it was pulled by Councilmember Arias. And this is to approve the 3 on-call agreements with Hamner Jewell & Associates, Continental Field Services, and Universal Field Services for right-of-way acquisition.
Is this traditional right-of-way for streets, or is this an ability for us to acquire right-of-way for green space and other things that the city needs?
Good morning, Council President and Council. My name is R. Scott Bielia. supervising real estate agent. It would involve any capital projects, development, really anything that would require an acquisition of any type of property rights, underground districts, PG&E improvements, beautification projects, anyway across the gamut. Facts, we've done some projects for the Fresno Area Express to put in, improved bus stops and stations. And
So to be clear, we're about to go into what I would consider a buying spree with making a lot of, acquisitions for new parks and trails and green space and all that. This would allow us to not have to be told by Public Works that there's a delay in being able to get somebody assigned to pursue that acquisition.
that's the goal, and especially in these type of peak times, we'd like to at some point expand staff, but with things like Measure P, and we've got some federal funding that's being talked about. Development's really kind of exploding right now, so we get a lot of that work that's 100% developer funded, but we do a lot of that acquisition.
Okay. Well, thank you. I know the majority of this body has a wish list of properties to acquire, new parks to be built. So, and we of course always overwhelm you with more work, and hiring staff is takes a while. So I'm glad you guys are getting some outside help for it. So with that, I'll make a motion to approve.
And Councilmember, this is just part of a model we're going to now. We're going to be looking at outsourcing a few things, not because our staff can't deliver it, but it's just the capacity is just so great. We're doing the same thing in planning, looking at outsourcing some of the plan review, some of the other items. Same thing with Public Works. We've just got to create some more capacity, and this is just part of that. So we'll see some other items we'll bring to you again, just so we can get our delivery capacity up.
Thank you.
All right, motion was made, seconded by Councilmember Carbasi. Any opposition? And none, motion carries. Next up is item 1U, and that was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Hi, Director Mosher. This has become this is the third, fourth extension change to this agreement since we had that very involved conversation about a year ago around when we put out this contract out to bid for the first time. If I recall correctly, the council had not chosen the lowest bidder, but the local bidder. And something happened, that didn't work out. We came back with the lowest bidder. There was some assurances that they're going to stay within budget. We've now changed it 3 or 4 times, increased the budget each time. My question to you is it time for us to go out to bid again and see who else can compete, given that this contract is now, pretty significant?
Good morning, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works. And yes, it actually is time to go out to bid. The council originally awarded a contract for 1 year, and then delegated authority to staff for a 1-year extension. So we'll come up on the end of that. It'll be basically March 9th. March 9th, 2020 was when the vendor began work, and so that'll come up March 9th, 2022. We've been pleased with performance, Caltrans as well, but it's a level playing field. It'll be wide open competition. My staff is preparing and then working with purchasing and the city attorney's office on a rebid, and we'd like to be able to advertise that, bring it back to council. We're shooting for late January, early February, so it'd be seamless. If we have a new vendor take over, we won't have a lapse in service. And dollar-wise, originally we simply at the beginning did not anticipate it would be as cost-effective. So we started with just once a month service. Council awarded that contract, and Caltrans multiple times has said, City of Fresno, we've got more money. Can you increase the service to go twice a month, to go 4 times a month? So and that results in us coming back before this body with change orders to utilize those funds.
Yeah. Thank you, Director Mosier. One question for you. Have we assessed whether we can do this in-house, given that, and that's not a larger amount? I mean, the freeways are always going to be dirty. Have we assessed whether we just stay in-house? instead of contracting out?
Council, that's certainly could be a possibility. There are vendors who specialize in the service, and they're extremely cost-effective. If we were to perform in-house, the hiring process would take some time. The city would incur risk. Right now, the vendor, if there is an issue out there, they indemnify and defend the city. If we self-performed, that would result, if we had an accident, had an issue out there, we'd be before you in closed session dealing with city having to bear that. So a recommendation from myself would be not to do that. We feel the cons would outweigh the pros on self-performing.
Fair enough. All right. I'll defer to my colleagues if there's any questions.
All right, Councilmember Carbasi, Princeton.
Thank you, Director Mosier. So I'm okay. I understand the idea of going out to someone else. I'm a lot more comfortable if it's a local bidder. The soonest this does go out to bid, the more comfortable I'm going to be to, now that we've worked out some of the kinks in the system, to give a chance to any local company to make the bid so that we're keeping our dollars local. We don't need a motion for that, do we? I think we're good to go.
I think I'll be fine to make a motion to approve. Just know that we're looking to hire local, do business locally. So that's going to be a consideration for me. So as you guys put out the RFP and do what you got to do, I'm looking forward to that conversation.
Second.
All right, motion was made second. Councilmember Bertefeld?
Yeah, Scott, just how overall effective do you feel the program has been?
Well, grand total, I mean, we're into, just thousands and thousands of bags of litter removed. And one thing in reviewing progress, reviewing conditions, one thing that we've really noticed, I think we've changed the narrative. Now, for example, we've had people comment to us on the 168 freeway. We're only cleaning that one once a month with this vendor, but people say, wow, when you go into Clovis, there's trash everywhere. And when you enter Fresno, you get a cleaner freeway. So we love that because in the past, the narrative would be the other way around. Yep. Likewise on the 99, there's litter on the highway, and when people drive and they enter, the southern end of city of Fresno, you see a cleaner highway than we have in the county and in the Fowler, Selma, Kingsburg area. So we're really pleased with that, and Caltrans says, please, city, please keep this going. They like the partnership.
Thank you. Thanks.
Question for you, Scott, with regards to, along the lines of what Councilmember Bertefeld, the effectiveness. So we're looking at capacity now, and I think City Manager mentioned that earlier. What exactly is the city's current capacity for picking up trash? Because we're trying to triage often at times. We get hot spots over here, and we're trying to clean it over there. But what I'm trying to figure out in preparation for the conversation about the budget is what exactly is our capacity? How many folks do we actually have that go out and pick up litter for the city of Fresno, numbers-wise?
I don't have the exact number, but within the solid waste division, there is a litter cleanup crew, but they focus just on the intersections, if I'm correct, Scott. They just do the intersections, and then we work with Caltrans to take care of in the right-of-way, cleaning the embankments and those areas. And then we have our crews that pick up white goods. We have our crews that pick up the illegal dumping. And with the mayor's proposal to this last budget and council's endorsement of that recommendation, you've added 10 more people, a bunch of more equipment. So we're again, like before, we're waiting for the equipment. We have the bodies, now we just need the equipment, and it's starting to come in. So to the question earlier, what we've got is a pretty good program we're starting. We've got this D1, D3 in the Tower District focused on that. We're going to do the pilot in D7 to take care of theirs. We're adding all the capacity to beautify Fresno to get rid of the rest of the city. We've got Scott's program he's doing with Caltrans. We're thinking we got all the bases covered, and as we get those deployed, then we'll see, okay, where are the blind spots and how do we need to adjust to pick up some of those other areas. But the council and the mayor really put some money and energy into this, and I think we're in a good place to change how it looks. It's going to be, it's impressive.
I'm sorry, but that's not correct, because it's Miguel, Gary, and I that are cleaning up this town. What are you talking about?
And Council, if I may add to City Manager's comments, when we're just talking about light items like soda cups, papers, things like that, that gets picked up. I mean, the street sweeping program addresses a lot of that. Our median island maintenance crews will pick that up as part of the work, and likewise the park maintenance team as well in doing landscape maintenance. They'll all pick that up. I think what Tommy's getting at is really the illegal dumping, the large items, when it's tires, couches, refrigerators, that
Sure, no,
pallets.
and that actually partially answered my question. Here's what I'd like to request for our city manager in preparation for these conversations that we're going to have. If we could get a summary of all these programs, departments, initiatives that we have, and how many bodies you actually have assigned to them for litter, for trash pickup. And here's where I'm going with this. I think myself, my colleagues, our parks are not as clean as they should be. So I think in this conversation, we need to expand this to not just streets and alleyways, but also our parks. And I understand that it's going to take us a little bit of time to ramp up, as you know, our city manager said, and Scott, you mentioned it too. We're trying to kind of figure out what is the sweet spot, what's the actual, appropriate amount of bodies and capacity that we need to build. In my head, we're going to take a little bit of time to ramp up, but we still have the problems that we need to take care of because we're getting calls, right? Parks that are dirty, homeless encampments, alleyways, streets. And so what I want to do is have that available for the council so that we know exactly how many bodies we have for cleanup crews and where they're focusing on. And that way we can make a better decision, an informed decision on where we should expand or, add or whatnot. I think as a policy, that would be very helpful for this body to have.
No, I think it'd be great. And then item 3C today is part of that initiative we have specifically for the parks. We need to get dedicated people full-time, focusing on service delivery, cleaning, maintenance, and so that's what we'll be asking you in item 3C today. So I appreciate the comment about, hey, help us get after the parks. We want to do that for sure.
How long do you think it'll take our staff to crunch those numbers and get that memo out to them?
We could get you something here in a couple weeks, certainly before the next council meeting, but we'll get something to you next couple of weeks.
All right, Councilmember Carbasi, you were still punched up?
In all seriousness, I do want to add that last Monday I had a meeting with some park staff, and I think it was like an 8 a.m. meeting. So they were early, and what I noticed was they were early, and there was some garbage there, and they cleaned it up. And to have our city employees do that on their own initiative, or we as council members, Beautify Fresno has really been a great thing. And it helps us to all get involved and kind of lead by example, and people do follow that. I know there are residents in District 2, like they're retired, and they go up Polk and other areas and clean up the garbage. So that helps a lot too. I want to thank whoever's responsible for that cultural shift. I won't say who the employee is, but that goes a long way too. So thank you.
Council President,
Right,
can I
yes.
just make one last point? As you put out the RFP, can you make sure that the RFP covers both sides of the freeway? Because I still get a lot of complaints that the residential side of the freeway is not being picked up. And a lot of it is alleyways that is the city right of way. It's an alleyway, it's a street, that's a city right of way. So just want to make sure that when this RFP goes out, even if it means more money for us to consider, that the full, sphere of the highways are being cleaned up, not just what people see when they drive on the freeway.
Absolutely.
If I, Council President, if I can, I want to, I know he says he's going to make the last comment, but I'd like to make the last comment.
Of course.
This is music to my ears in terms of beautifying this city, because Beautify Fresno is a movement, and it's something I believe near and dear to all of you and me. And it is a movement in the fact that we are seeing a sense of excitement about taking back our city and cleaning it up. And it's not just one program. It's the volunteers that we do through Mark Standriff. It's the nonprofits that we're hiring, like we're doing in a couple of districts. It is our staff. And as the city manager said, we have an opportunity today on item 3C, to make sure that in our parks, we're going to have a staff person there every day on all of our parks, community centers, and one of their primary roles is going to make sure that park is clean every single day. And then ramping up our efforts with the Beautify Fresno team, adding 10 people plus equipment. They're going to be responsive, I promise you. And Council President, you asked about what is our capacity. I know what our capacity is. It's not enough. We don't have enough people in place right now to keep our city clean to the degree we need to. And so we're going to need council support and help to move us in that direction. So thank you.
And I appreciate that honesty, Mayor, and I think that's the conversation that I want us to have. Like, let's just be realistic for our constituents, for our residents. Hey, look, these are the amount of bodies that we currently have, but this is the plan. and this is how we're going to get there. I think people want a little bit more clarity nowadays with that. All right, motion was made, seconded. Any opposition? And none, motion carries. Let's go on to item 1W. And I believe, Councilmember Butterfield, you pulled this item.
Yeah, this is, I guess, a resolution brought forward by you, Council President, related to the emergency conditions continuing so the legislative bodies can meet on Zoom, I guess, if you prefer. And I want to just speak generally to it. It's not specifically to this, just about the emergency orders themselves. I'm opposed to them continuing. Governor Newsom had his emergency order March 4th of 2020. The city put theirs in place March 16th, 2020. That is 20 months ago, 570 days ago. This was all due to a 15-day slow the spread has become 570 days and now 20 months and ongoing. We have finally schools open, churches are open, the businesses are open. We all watch college football. I see anywhere from 50 to 100,000 people every Saturday filled in a stadium. Very few people wearing masks. Fresno State had 40 or 50,000 in their stadium, and yet we're masking kids every Monday at the start of the week. Some are ordering vaccine mandates for these kids. The hospitals are not overwhelmed. The fact is, this virus mutates, it changes. The vaccine apparently lasts months. We don't even know exactly how long, but it's clearly people have what they call breakthrough cases. They've been vaccinated, they still get COVID. We're not going to be able to vax our way out of this. There's never going to be zero COVID. It's just not going to happen, and that's going to lead us to just continuing emergencies that appear to be never ending. We are now approaching 2 years. 2 years. It's time to accept the reality that we're going to have to deal with COVID like we have had to deal with flu every year and other things that are just ongoing. I just visited a state that has no vaccine mandate, no mask mandate. People are engaging, living. There are some people who wear masks. If you want to wear a mask, you should wear a mask. If you want the vaccine, you should get the vaccine. But they're not living in fear. I'm not opposed to the vaccine. I'm opposed to these ongoing mandates. And there is the threat, I guess, from some on this council who support mandates, want our city employees to be mandated to have vaccines. I hope that doesn't happen. I'm opposed to it. I believe the mayor's opposed to it. I believe if that happens, we will lose critical people like police and fire, perhaps department heads and other critical staff. So the fact is, we need to get off the fear-mongering station and understand that COVID is something that we're going to have to live with. And if you have some proclivity to getting it or being ill if you get it, you need to take precautions as anybody would. But most people do very fine, and it has a very low rate of mortality, certainly for people who are healthy and certainly for children. Last stats I saw, that mortality for children is perhaps 1 in a million. And yet now there are people who are mandating vaccines that have no long-term studies, none, zero. If you have them, show them to me. They don't exist. Their kids are masked every day here in California, but not every other state. We saw what it did when we kept them out of schools for 1.5 years with depression, drug abuse, and suicide skyrocketing. The fact is, this entire pandemic crisis has been mishandled, bungled, and it has become something more than really looking at science and data. There's never any talk about treatment. My son got COVID. He got monoclonal antibodies. Within 2 days, he was perfectly normal. That's happened for millions of people across the country and perhaps in the world. There are other treatments, but of course the media never talks about therapeutics. It's always about vaccine, 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 get vaccinated. Of course, the pharmaceutical companies get very rich with these mandates. So I don't support these emergency orders. Clovis doesn't have emergency orders. The county doesn't have emergency orders. We kept people out of this building until the ACLU finally threatened, and I agreed with them finally on something, that we should open up this building. We need to get off the fear-mongering stations, end these emergency orders. I asked the mayor to end these emergency orders. They need to come to an end, and we need to stop trying to mandate and control people's lives and let people make their own decisions for themselves, and certainly when it comes to their children making their own decisions. So I'm not going to support this today. I understand the intention, but I think we need to end our emergency orders. Governor Newsom needs to end his emergency orders and his tyrannical reign, and so I won't be supporting this.
All right, motion to approve.
Second.
Second, yeah.
Second by Vice President Esparza.
Council President, I wanted to
Yes.
say a few words.
Sure.
So in response to our colleague, Councilmember Rutherford's, people are still getting COVID. The vaccine is not yet available to everyone. I do agree with you on one thing, and that is that at some point we are going to have to live with the virus. That point is not yet today. Until it is available to everyone, including my 3.5-year-old daughter. I don't think we should feel free to just go around spreading it without masks, and so I do agree with you on that point. It's just not today. I think we're months away. I think the last pandemic lasted roughly 2 years, the one that happened 100 years ago, and we'll be approaching that 2-year mark this spring. So I think we're getting there. We're almost there. I really do hope. But right now we are seeing a slight uptick in cases from the progress that we have made. In October alone, we had 92 employee cases here in the city of Fresno. We have 9 or 10 cases already here in November, and it's only the 7th or 8th. I forget what today is. 4th. It's the 4th. We have 9 cases, 9+ cases already. So COVID is still there. With respect to this resolution, I made the second for it. I would hope that if one of my colleagues wasn't feeling well, that we would not come to work that day, and that we would Zoom in as this resolution allows per the state's rules. So if I'm not feeling well, or if I suspect I have COVID, I'm not going to come and expose any of you, and I'd hope to receive the same courtesy from my colleagues. So with that, I call the question.
Thank you for not
Council
exposing
President,
us.
if I can just make a
Yes,
comment.
sure.
Oh, here we go.
According to my son's pediatrician, and according to our county public health officer, we're still in the pandemic. So that's the reason I'm going to support this. And my son won't be vaccinated until Friday, which is when it's available for him. So it's not everybody has the ability to recover as quickly. The last time he got COVID, it wasn't a 2-day hiccup. It was a significant impact to him. And at that time, Valley Children's Hospital was completely full, and there were no more ICU beds at Community Medical Hospital, just as across the street from where we live. So I'm going to continue to listen to the public health experts and pediatricians, and that's why we're going to support this item.
All right. Any opposition? Councilmember Bredefeld, registered no? Oh, Councilmember Carbasi?
Sorry. So I've heard the debate. I do understand what Councilmember Bredefeld is saying, and my colleagues, Vice President Esparza and Arias. I think a lot of this is more of a technical requirement. This obviously isn't the kind of state of emergency we had at the beginning. Things have changed a lot since the pandemic first hit. We were dealing with something that was unknown. But unfortunately, there may be another surge. There's already talk about things in Colorado and even China having another surge and how that affects us. I prefer to be here in person. I prefer for us to be open. But it is important to have that option on the table, because if there's another surge, we have to be able to meet and continue to do the people's business. But I do feel the pressure and desire, like other communities around us, to open up. But I think that we have to have all options on the table. There's a state of emergency, but not quite the same level we had it before. Therefore, I'll be supporting this item, so we have that option.
All right, I think the only opposition I registered was Councilmember Bredefeld, clerk, for the record. City Attorney, did you have something to say? Okay. All right, motion carries. Moving on. That concludes our contested consent. And council, if you'll allow me, let me just, for the benefit of the public, review the outstanding items. We had item 10 a.m. number 1 that was continued, 10 a.m. number 2 that was also continued. Then we have a 4:45 workshop for the Police Department ADR Resolution Program. We have items 3A and 3B. However, we need to hear the workshop first, correct, staff, on that before we vote on that. So we also have the 6 p.m. hearing regarding redistricting. So let's take care of item 3C, which is actions related to improving operations and maintenance in parks and trails. And do we have our newly minted Parks Director, Aaron Aguirre, debut? Here we go.
Well, welcome to the jungle, Aaron.
Welcome to Thunderdome. Parks Director Aguirre. Are we going to have a presentation, PowerPoint?
So, Council President, the presentation that was attached to this item, we did have the opportunity to meet with you guys to go over. That's the same presentation. We are available to present that if needed. If not, just let us know. Today's item is a action item, 2 resolutions, adopting an AAR appropriating $3.2 million of Measure P operating and capital projects in the Parks and Public Works Departments, and then adopting the PAR amendment, which would then authorize 13 positions in Public Works and 41 in Park, excuse me. So this item here today is to utilize revenues that were not budgeted or appropriated in FY22 in the 3 different categories: Category 1, Category 3, and 5 in the Measure P budget item. So,
Can I make a motion to approve? Yeah.
Second.
All right, motion was made by Councilmember Bredefeld. This
Director,
item.
I would be interested in having a presentation for the public's
Yes.
benefit on this item before we have a motion on it.
All right, there was a motion by Councilmember Bredefeld, and I believe it was seconded by Councilmember Carbasi.
No, we can still do presentation.
Yeah, but we could still listen to the presentation. Go ahead, the Parks Director.
okay. The focus of these new positions will be to improve the quality of parks, the service amenities, increasing access and quality of services, improving safety and drive positive engagement, and align staffing to support operational goals. This item was presented to the Pratt Commission on October 25th, and I do need to read their recommendations into the record. On the parks positions, the commission recommended approval of the position, but wants money allocated from the general fund to help support these positions and wants the department to deal with homelessness and public safety. And on the public works positions, the commission did not recommend these allocations because they want a presentation from the active transportation plan about trails, what trails are being created and maintained before recommending allocation of any Measure P funds for these positions.
What was the vote?
Right.
Remember that.
Would you repeat the first point again, Director?
On the commission's recommendations?
Yes.
Sure. The parks
General
positions,
fund.
the commission recommended approval of the positions, but wants money allocated from the general fund to help support these positions and wants the department to deal with the homelessness and public safety pieces in parks. And then the second piece on the public works positions, the commission did not recommend these allocations because they want a presentation from the active transportation plan about what trails are being created and maintained before recommending allocation of any Measure P funds for these positions.
Do we have the information of which parks and trails will be maintained with these funds, Director?
Yeah, I would refer to Scott Mosier
Scott,
on the
right.
Public Works team, correct.
We did. We have that. Do we have that presentation, City Clerk?
We do.
The PowerPoint?
It's a 2-part, correct. We'll have the park slides, and then Scott Mosier from Public Works will
Yeah,
be here
if we
too.
could cue those up and put those up on there, because I think it'll help the conversation.
You want the parks presentation, or do you want the Public Works?
The parks presentation, please.
First, okay.
Council President?
Yes,
In terms of the motion, because he just explained two things, that the one they agreed with, one they were not ready to support. Is the motion just moving the
Both of them.
recommendation without commission's support? Is
Yeah,
that-
and I think the commission is just a recommendation, right? This body ultimately makes the decision on where the funds go. And I don't think they disagreed with what they were trying to get into, and this is the part that I'm not comfortable with, is trying to direct or tell this council where to spend the money and where to pull the funds from. I think that's a fiduciary duty that's entrusted upon this body, but that's my comfort level.
Agreed.
There we go. I think it's up on there.
Do I have control over it? Okay. All right, good morning, council. The presentation before you is the Parks FY22 Parks position request. This is the same presentation that we submitted and reviewed with you guys about a week or so ago, so they'll probably look familiar. The topics, and I'm going to actually have our personnel manager from Parks, Ed Chenevere, come up and get into more detail, but just real quick, the topics, opportunities and goals, our current org structures, the reorg that we are currently underway with, the future state of the organization, and then the interim position request, is which we're here today, and then the financial summary.
Director, may I interrupt you for a second?
Sure.
I understood the action today to be recommending positions. It's really about positions and funding those positions. That's why it requires 5 votes for budget change. Some of the controversy in the Measure P Commission was the equity formula. Is that being discussed and decided today?
No, I think you're referring to the highest needs?
Correct.
Correct. No, that's coming on December 2nd, so that's a separate item.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Which, on that note, if we could get a memo out to the council, because I think they really need to hone in on the details of what that would actually mean for future park expenses. And I know it gets a little bit confusing, but I have followed that conversation, and I think we want to make sure that parts of the city get covered with that.
Sure. So the opportunity in front of us is the Measure P funds available for operations and staff. Again, this is pertaining to Parks. With that, Parks is requesting 41 new positions as part of a comprehensive plan to reorg and in 4 geographically based areas throughout the city. As mentioned, the goals are to improve the quality of our parks, services, and amenities, increase access and the quantity, improve our safety in our parks by driving out the bad elements and positively bringing in new positive engagement for our customers. Focus on our operations, aligning staff and support operational goals, and then maintain the fiscal discipline that we are required to achieve. Guest experience is a key piece of the Parks Department. This is a piece that we are working with the outreach guests to learn about the parks services that we provide through our web resources and promotional opportunities. Streamline guest support through the 311 and our customer service staff. And then ultimately the guests arrive to clean parks, trash-free. I know we talked about trash just a few minutes ago. So this addresses that item there. And dedicated staff ready to help any of our constituents who are in need of help with reservations, camps, or just overall information regarding the Parks Department. On this one here, this is where I'm going to bring in Ed, our personnel manager, to go into more detail.
Good afternoon, Council President, members of the Council. Ed Chenevere, Parks Personnel Manager. So as Aaron discussed, the purpose of this presentation and a lot of the information presented is to really show how we've laid the groundwork to best utilize these additional 41 positions that we're requesting. And as part of that, I'm going to start by going over how we previously have been organized in the past. Currently, we have, of course, the director and assistant director's office overseeing 5 divisions. We have our maintenance division with our planned maintenance function, which does more of the more involved repair work citywide. And then we have a custodial section, which it breaks into 3 different teams, north, central, and south, providing all of the custodial, emptying trash cans, et cetera, throughout the parks department. We have a community services division, which includes our special events and day camps, and that division also oversees services at all of our neighborhood and community centers, of which right now we have services at 16, 17 in the near future once we get Maxiel Parks. And that includes, at those centers, they do after-school programming, senior programming, science programs, and therapeutic recreation. We have our recreation division, which right now includes all of our reservations. So that includes any reservations for programs, aquatics programs or sports programs, as well as facilities, if people are looking to reserve a shelter, et cetera. They operate our youth sports section, which also runs our SPARK program, the active recreation program in partnership with the Fresno Unified School District. The adult sports section, which operates our regional sports complex as well. Aquatics and action sports, which also includes our bicycle and pedestrian safety program. We also have our neighborhood safety and community engagement division, which operates state and federal community grant administration, local service provider referrals, tattoo removal programs, community grant administration, special project development, and the City of Fresno Residents Academy, all focused on violence reduction programs. And finally, we have our administration division, which of course houses our business and finance, grants administration, projects administration, contracts, personnel, including our seasonal jobs, our seasonal youth jobs, and our other seasonal job programs. And right now, it also houses our park attendant program, which operates in our 9 pilot parks, providing sanitation and guest services across the department at those 9 parks. Altogether, right now, we have 72 permanent staff positions. The slide before you shows how those staff positions break down. In summary, we have 4 permanent positions in the director's office, 29 permanent positions in maintenance, 14 in community services, 12 in recreation, 3 in neighborhood safety and community engagement, and 10 in administration. And key to this, 72 permanent positions is, of course, insufficient to really provide the full scope and span of services that the department currently offers. And we make up that gap through our 305 temporary employees.
Staff,
that number.
How many parks do we have?
We have 80 parks.
So we currently have about 1 FTE per park?
That's correct.
That's before you add the temporary workforce?
Correct.
Thank you.
Can I ask a
Yeah,
follow-up question? So one of the questions I think I asked you guys in the meeting that we had I don't know if you guys presented this information at the commission. I asked about where our staffing levels were pre-recession. Do we have those numbers for today? Okay, will that be part of the presentation? Okay. Yeah, it'd just be great to hear, we're saying we have 80 parks, we have 1 FT per park. Where are we at today? Where will we be with these approvals in comparison to where we were at pre-recession?
Absolutely. So, Councilmember Soria, the question was pre-recession back in 2008. Parks had a total of 175 full-time positions.
175?
175, correct.
Holy moly.
Yeah. And we have record number of dollars, guys. So I wanted to make sure that we knew that. So we have a long way to go. We were doing apparently more investment with less dollars, so.
I struggle with that number because I always hear our former police chief asking to get police levels back to pre-recession, and we've been working towards that number. But this nowhere even gets us close to pre-recession numbers, and we've added parks since, and the parks are more deteriorated than they were in 2008.
And people are going to pay more.
So now I understand why Parks Commission wants more general fund commitment. So with that, you're recommending 40 new positions, which would get us to 120?
So the 41 positions plus the public works positions, because a piece of the 175 initially included maintenance, the mowing and irrigation, which has since gone to public works. So adding those numbers together, are the 41 for parks and the 13 for public works, that's a total of 54. That gets us to 149 positions with this request in front of you today.
When do you anticipate coming back with additional requests for bodies to get us to pre-recession? Because I'm assuming the pre-recession numbers basically a low bar, given that we have a lot more money than we did back then.
Yeah, and Councilmember Arias, if I could just add this, because Councilwoman Soria and myself were here at the time, and so was our team. We currently have a number of partnerships with nonprofits that are operating our community centers, right?
Correct.
So we're not factoring in those bodies into this capacity assessment that we're doing. And I think what would help is if we had that whole picture of the nonprofits that are operating there. For example, like at Mosqueda, we have Reading and Beyond that operates some of these programs. So I kind of want to see what the plan is for not duplicating services, or how are we going to work with those nonprofits. I think you have a couple of them at your centers as well.
Yeah, I have the same thing, and I think they provide great services to the community at large, but they're not doing really parks and rec work in the neighborhood with the kids that we want to keep off the street. So that's going to be, they're doing meals for the seniors, pre-birth initiatives, things of that nature. They're all important, but they're not parks and rec with the neighborhood kids, what was being done pre-recession by the Parks Department.
Correct. And some of these numbers here that we're requesting will get us back to a 7-day-a-week operation in those community centers. Currently, we're at 5 days a week. So we do start gaining towards that kind of project or program again. But yeah, this you'll see through the presentation, it's kind of a phased approach. So you do have other phases that will take into consideration the additional positions, which ultimately get us to a number, and you'll see it here soon.
Let me ask you this, where would all these additional employees be housed? Because the last time I heard, we had a big fight over office space in this building, and, there was not enough space for the mayor's office staff that he added 10 times over.
Right, so we have different facilities. Our community centers, Ted C. Wills is a big hub for us. We have the Dickey Youth Center, we have Woodward Park, we have Roding Park, Inspiration Park, so we have a lot of community centers that we work out of.
So you don't anticipate having to lease another building to accommodate all these additional bodies?
At this point, no. A lot of these positions you'll see are actually kind of boots on the ground in the parks, providing that service for the trash detail, the customer service, and the janitorial type services.
In terms of your proposal here, how many new parks would we be adding or building based on your proposal today? Just purely operations of existing parks?
Correct. Operations and the enhancement in our current parks. Nothing built.
But you're adding public works folks who, I'm assuming, do the acquisition and development, planning, and construction of new parks.
It's all maintenance, Councilmember. That's going to be your mowing and your irrigation, and correct. So it's, again, just the mowing and edging of our parks.
So essentially getting the parks back to being green and being maintained and cleaned.
That's correct.
Okay, when do you anticipate, would this be done in the budget, Mayor, where you tell us what staff you need in order to build new parks as Measure P requires?
So you'll have a presentation from Scott Mosier within the next 60 days that will talk about park, not just acquisition, but building of those parks. And they'll be presenting that to council. I think the way that Measure P is written, there's a set-aside dollar amount every year for park acquisition, new parks. I think that dollar amount is around 8 million or so. And so this is a slow burn in terms of the money. We can't bond against those dollars. We can't, build 5 parks this year and pay for them the next 4 years. It really is, we can only spend that dollar amount per year. And so what you have before you today is the maintenance. We need to take care of our parks and trails today. As you all know, these parks are dilapidated, left behind, forgotten. What is being presented with the 41 positions in parks, the additional 13 positions in public works is all going to be simply maintenance. and giving us an opportunity to have an employee every single day at the parks, making sure it's clean and safe for our people that go there.
My other question is, are you expanding the youth jobs program? Because that was another component that Measure P envisioned, and the kids need. Are we doing that as part of this proposal today?
It's part of this, it's part of this proposal. We do have some numbers for you on the success of that this past year.
Right.
I'm going to speak in kind of broad terms. I believe we had about 165.
Yeah,
Do you have numbers?
I'm interested more in, are we going to expand, triple, quadruple the amount of, youth that we're employing as a result of this, expansion of professional staff?
Yes, we are. Yeah, and then there's a position in here to help take us beyond what we achieved this year.
And then grant writer, I know we've historically had one grant writer. Are we planning to add more grant writers? Because there's still a significant amount of state and federal money that can be pulled down for.
We are
parks
actually in the
and rec.
process right now of working through the hiring process to booster that grant writing program.
So do we still only have one position?
Yes.
And city manager, how many grant writers do we have in the city? I know that's always been nice.
Officially, right now on the books, we have 0 grant writers. I've been talking with staff about that particular job classification. We need to do a job analysis on it. It needs to be maybe in a different bargaining unit. It needs to be market-based pricing, because right now, it's not functional for the city as we need it. So we're going to come back to you with a proposal to adjust the grant writer position into a different classification and change the pay band on that thing. And so what we're at right now, the way we do grants, other duties as assigned to a MA, management analyst, staff assistants, and just.
Didn't Public Works tell us when they gave us the deferred maintenance on sidewalks, concrete, and asphalt that they have a?
They have a person that write grants, but not under the grant writer job classification. So that's what we need to do. We need to, yeah.
We have grant managers.
We have grant managers in departments, like police department has a grant manager. They oversee grants that the department receives, but just to make sure that those grants are being administered in the right way. What the city manager is saying, we have folks that are writing grants that are not necessarily grant writers, but they're management analysts in the department. I can tell you in several departments, you'll have an employee, we say, hey, here's a grant available, and that employee will write that grant, but they're not grant writers. But, and even with grant writers, when you have a grant writer, they're not an expert in a particular field, so they still have to get information from the experts, and then they assemble it in the grant. So a grant writer is the one that manages it, submits it, makes sure it goes through the process.
Correct. So are we planning to hire a dedicated position in the Parks Department to a grant manager or a grant writer?
Yes, that's our plan. We just need to work on that job classification. So we'll be banging out some grants, but long-term, we've got to get the grant writer job spec adjusted appropriately. And the Build Back Better, that's Washington, D.C.'s, you're going to have to write grants. Project Homekey, got to write grants. We were running the numbers the other day. Grants represent about $50 million a year in revenue. It's worth it for us to just go after that grant writing job class and just get it appropriately classified and compensated.
My last comment on this item is I have hesitation with your operational plan, how you deploy your regions, just because I noticed it's not based on the condition of the park. There's some parks that are far worse condition. I think you guys are doing it from the perspective of operationally, how do you get people to those spaces faster, which is a fair way for you to consider it. But from my perspective, we gotta, look at the condition of the park and deploy people and assign more bodies to those conditions of those parks. It's like how we do code enforcement. I have 2,000 calls, Gary has 300 calls. So to deploy code enforcement officers equally is not, effective when it comes to improving the conditions of those facilities. So know that I'll give you the professional courtesy of letting you guys, do it how you've recommended, but I'm gonna be watching very closely because I wanna see those parks conditions improve rapidly and not have to, take my son up north to play soccer because that's the only place that has green grass.
Sure.
I have just one more interruption. Director,
sure.
Can you please remind me the timeline for the WRT recommendation for the updated Parks Master Plan when we are going to be getting back those recommendations for our review?
I'm going to ask Scott Mosier to talk about that item.
If I could just get like a ballpark.
Yeah, Scott, the WRT, so our WRT recommendations, there's going to be several recommendations they're working for us. One, programs and services, outreach to the community and find out, are we doing the right things with the money, with the parks? Facility improvements, all the things you guys are talking about, the benches, the paint, the restrooms, turf, irrigation, so they're going to give us those recommendations. And then the other one is the capital improvement recommendations. What are based on the input we're getting from the community, what are we hearing a lot about? Pickleball courts. You know, we're hearing a lot about different kinds of things, the aquatics program, how do we want to change? So they will be bringing those to you prior to you having to adopt the budget next year. So we'll have that, it'll go to the Parks Commission first. They'll see it, we'll present that to them, because they're going to be part of that process of building that. And then it'll come to you in that March, April timeframe is kind of our current plan, our current schedule.
I beg your pardon, I don't think Councilman Soria was finished. Sorry.
I was asking questions, but I was taking over.
So if you could have folks punch up. Councilwoman Soria, you have the floor. I got Councilmember Carbasi next, Councilmember Maxwell right after. Order in the court.
Tyler can go next, I'll go after Tyler.
Yeah, law and order.
Go ahead, Councilmember Soria.
Now, I just wanted to ask one question as it relates to addressing concerns that were pretty prevalent in the last few years in terms of unlocking gates for the parks. I think you guys had like 2 people that would unlock the gates for all the parks in the city, and that was creating and has been a problem. I know obviously in the pandemic that kind of wasn't a big issue, but will this address that in terms of, 1, the unlocking of gates, and then 2, the cleaning of the restrooms?
It will, Councilmember. So we have the staff, what we're calling the park attendant program. These are folks reporting to the actual park site at 7 a.m. Their sole purpose first thing in the morning is to get the entire park unlocked. Then they'll go through and clean the restrooms, then go through and empty the trash and make sure the park's presentable for the constituents. And then that trash is on a routine schedule, so they'll continue to walk the site. In addition to that, they'll report graffiti, any vandalism they may have seen from the night before through the 311 system through Fresno and get that processed.
But there will be multiple folks now doing that versus I think we only had 1 or 2 people going everywhere.
Correct. Right. So we had one staff member up north, one south, and they would leave in the morning at 6 and go unlock all the parks. So some parks would get unlocked by 6:30 a.m. Some might not get unlocked till about 7:30, 8 o'clock. So it created kind of that inconsistency as far as parks being open. This will address that by having parks open. Correct. So we have our 10 highest use parks, and that's the park attendant program where, as mentioned, they'll come in, and that's their sole purpose is that park. And then as their shift runs out, we then have another employee come on the back end of that, and that's kind of on the other piece of that was the locking of the parks. You know, sometimes parks weren't getting locked up till 11 o'clock at night based on security coming through. So now with that staffing level, we'll be able to adjust based on the needs of the community.
All right, Councilmember Carbasi.
Just one question, maybe this will come later in the presentation. So we have the Highway City Community Center in the edge of my district.
Yes.
It has a terrific science center. You mentioned something about science programming. What will this do to help continue to keep that center alive? You know, I'm sure you've been out there.
Right.
It's not just the kids, the parents connect with them in a learning environment, which hopefully goes home with them too.
So I think with the Highway City Center out there, that'll allow us to expand upon the exhibits that are currently in place. In addition to that, will allow us to expand to other areas of the town, of the city. So,
but staffing, I just want to make sure that it will still be able to stay open.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
We still have the same kind of structure and setup there at Highway City.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Maxwell.
I apologize, I didn't let you finish your presentation before all these questions started coming, Director, but let me ask you and the city manager this. With the outstanding recommendations from the WRT contract that we awarded and the fact that the Measure P Commission has not adopted, nor has this body adopted, a definition for most needs park, why would I right now start investing resources and allocating bodies when I don't even know if these folks are going to be primarily working in my parks, either because the Measure P committee or this council defines most need as everything south of McKinley, doesn't touch District 4 parks, or if WRT comes back with a recommendation that puts my parks on the back burner, why would I not wait to get both of those definitions and criteria before I start allocating bodies and dollars to perform certain functions. For me, that's a concern. I don't want to start adding bodies and resources and duties until I know that my parks are going to be included on those, and that's why I have hesitation with this today.
Okay.
Yeah, so let me, so again, the WRT recommendation is going to give us guidance on fixing broken, because we got a lot of broken out there, adding new, based on the input they get, more capital kind of facilities, maybe changes in services. The pickleball seems to be picking up, the aquatics program are picking up. This is just about, we need bodies at the parks to greet people, open them, clean them. We're not, all that other stuff is still gonna come. Right now, we just got parks that are they're just, I used this term yesterday with one of the council members, they're just paperweights. They're just sitting there, very passive. You get there.
What happens in December, city manager? This body says most needs parks are going to be those defined as, south of McKinley or some street that does not encompass district.
Yes, so the most needs are going to be, okay, when we have to prioritize where we're going to put play structures, or we're going to do pool improvements, or we're going to do a roof on us, those investments, based on the Measure P ordinance.
That's one bucket, but there's other buckets too that include things like operation and maintenance, where a certain amount of dollars and bodies and time have to be spent at most needs parks.
Correct. These are not operation and maintenance. We just need bodies at the parks to open them, clean them, report graffiti, because we don't have that now. And so that's the calls we get from you guys is like, can you get somebody out? Can you get somebody out? This is getting those people out now.
What?
The big investments will come with the parks, with the WRT park and the parks master plan. Is like, okay, now it's time to invest in play structures, roofs. Okay, that's how we'll put those. It won't change where we put the bodies. The bodies have to be where we need them right now because we have no bodies out there. I like the idea that we have one FTE per park because it's not really, because we really have probably about a half FTP per park because you have all the administration people that are not there. So we're just trying to get people at our parks so that they can greet and service the public as we need to. The infrastructure recommendations will come.
But they're doing more than meeting and greeting. I mean, like you said, they're doing operation and maintenance.
Well, they're not doing any operations and maintenance. They're reporting those operation and maintenance things, like on the Fresno 311. Hey, I got a graffiti thing. Hey, I got a broken gate. Hey, they're reporting those out, and then those will be responded to like a 311. Right now, we don't have any I'll call it surveillance. We don't have any surveillance on the parks to do any of those things.
Yeah, but Councilmember Maxwell, I want to hone in on what you're saying because I think we're on the same page on that. Your concern is that if we allocate this, that certain parks are not going to get maintained or cleaned or invested in as a result of the conversations that are going on with the commission's recommendations, correct?
Somewhat, Council President. It's more of, we're allocating dollars and bodies now with no guarantee that my parks will see the fruits of that labor going forward.
Yeah, because I have that same concern that you do, and that's why I have some concerns, and I think we're going to flesh all that out on December 2nd with the formula that they proposed.
Could we continue this until then? I mean, is that a big issue after this council adopts the definition of most need? I would have an easier time voting on this.
Is this time sensitive? Do we have that?
I'm going to check with the personnel manager, but we'd like to get, if we can get this today, we would be willing to get the approval today that you're allowing us to add the bodies. We would like to get all the paperwork in place to do those advertisements because we're going to lose a month on the advertisements. Yeah. We'd like the people to start January.
But to Councilmember Maxwell's point, because I think I share that point too, and I do that because there are certain parks in my district that we get visitors from Mendota, Sanger, Reedley, Parlier, folks that come and use our soccer facilities, and we want to make sure that they're going to get maintained. It might not necessarily meet the criteria that's been floated around, but I want to make sure that we have that at the forefront. So if we could save that conversation on how these bodies will be deployed, I think that would be very helpful today, Mayor.
I just wanted to add, I've heard about your parks, and I've heard about your parks, and heard about your parks, and I want you to know they're my parks too. Because as a mayor, I want all the parks to be taken care of, to be clean, to be maintained, as you guys do. And it's our commitment that this is just the start. These 41 positions in parks and these other 13 in public works, and the public works positions will be doing maintenance. We're going to be making sure we clean all of our parks, all 80 parks.
But-
Your parks won't be left out,
Do you
Councilmember.
understand my concern?
I do.
Though, that if it's the council adopts a definition and WRT comes with the recommendation that these are most need parks, these are most need areas, that these bodies that we would authorize today would probably be spending a lot more time in those parks identifying issues and putting them on folks' radars, as opposed to Cary Park. We've been closed there for 2 years because of construction.
Yes.
At West Rotary Park, where we have a homeless issue. At Carosa Park, where the public doesn't want to go to anymore. At Granite Park, where we have tens of thousands of dollars of deferred maintenance.
We are going to have park attendants at all the parks. They're going to open them up, they're going to clean them, they're going to maintain them, and this is the beginning. My commitment, and if this council, we want to use general fund money to add additional, to double these numbers, I'm all in.
Councilmember, if you would allow me, I just want to remind us, this is just Measure P's, dollars estates, that we must determine the highest need parks, address those first. We also have general fund money in the amount of $10 or $15 million that we put into a parks department a year. That money can easily be utilized for the parks that are not on the worst condition in the city. So I'm comfortable with it going forward today, just because it allows staff to go and start hiring these bodies. We can fight over, where those bodies are deployed next month when we get, to that, famous equity equation. But I do think if you're going to hire 55 people, you better start doing it now, or else no parks are going to be clean or maintained until next year.
Now, that's the sense of urgency that we have right now, Parks Director, right? It's getting the bodies on board and having the conversation as a body on where they will be deployed. Councilmember Bredefeld?
Thank you. I share your concern, Councilmember Maxwell, about highest needs. Listen, that's what I have to deal with all the time. People on this dais, offering, and there are great needs south of Fresno, but there are great needs in the north part too. When we talk about roads and being ignored for 4 decades, believe me, in my district there are streets that haven't been repaved for 3 or 4 decades. So I share the concern. I'm anticipating that no district is going to be ignored. That's what Measure P is all about. And I believe you when you say that, all the parks will be attended to. I mean, I'm not anticipating that any parts in District 6 or District 2 or any other part are going to be ignored. But we got to hire the bodies in order to start this process. So that's why I would say let's move forward, keep an eye out and making sure that all the parks are attended to. And I think they will be.
I think we're going to get there, Councilmember Bredefeld, because just a reminder, everybody in the city of Fresno is paying into the Measure P pot of funds. So let's not forget that either. Councilmember Maxwell, do you have any closing?
Did we get an answer on the time sensitivity of this?
Yeah, we would like, if you see how we've been doing the hiring right now, it's just, the sooner we can get that started, the sooner we can get these bodies out on the parks.
I'll support this today, but don't expect me to support an adoption of a definition or WRT recommendations that don't identify East Central Fresno parks as high need, just because they're not, technically South Fresno.
I have those same concerns, especially with Sunnyside area, Councilmember Maxwell.
Okay. Hey, I'm okay with, allocating money based on who voted to support Measure P, so let's go.
I'm okay voting on who's paying for Measure P.
We're
a sales tax.
We're gonna be like Oprah. Everybody gets parks. All right, motion was made and seconded. Any opposition? Motion carries.
I want to
All right.
thank you all very much. This is a big milestone for the city. Huge.
It's huge.
Council President, I
Yes.
apologize, but we haven't taken it out to the public.
Oh, I am sorry. You are correct. Let me take that out to the public. Do we have some folks punched up? What do we have?
Yes, we have Lisa Flores.
Ms. Flores? Ms. Flores, you have the floor. 30 minutes.
Hi. You guys know I love my parks, and I love my roading, and I love my dog park. Having attended the parks meeting, and I had a couple of questions. I really think that the city council needs to think about going to the well of the general fund to fund parks as well, and not move over to having all parks funded by Measure P, because Everybody needs help with parks across the board. Second, I think it's a little administrative heavy, the allocation of classifications. I also do not like the fact that there's a lot of part-time intermittents who are not obtaining benefits, because as a city council, you talk about good paying jobs and about jobs with benefits. Well, guys, this is where the rubber hits the road, and you gotta pay the tab and pay people what they're worth, as well as provide benefits, because that is also a trickle out effect into the communities. And the last thing I also want to mention is this plan does not have an arborist. You need at least 2 arborists for the city of Fresno. I mean, not to have a staff arborist, you already ran the last one off like 15 years ago. You actually need an arborist in town to save the trees. Because as I've told you numerous times before, there are numerous dead trees eroding, and they have a very vast diverse species that needs to be addressed when replanting those trees. But you desperately need an arborist in this town. And for it not to be in the Parks Department and or Public Works tells me that whoever's putting this plan together isn't thinking globally. Thank you.
All right, that concludes our public comment. I'll bring that back up to the dais. Motion was made, seconded. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries. Thank you, City Clerk, for reminding me of that. And then City Attorney, if you want to make an announcement, I believe we're going to discuss the closed session item for the clerk. And then also, I'm going to be recusing myself on that closed session item and item 3D due to my proximity of the property.
Council, I'll go ahead and announce all of the closed sessions. So I understand at 1:30 we're going to go directly into closed session then.
Correct.
First, we have real property negotiation concerning the UMC campus. We have real property concerning Fowler and Tulare property, real property concerning Church and Sunnyside. We have labor negotiations concerning all represented units as well as unrepresented. We have public employee employment concerning the city clerk, and also a special closed session meeting concerning public security and the COVID emergency.
Thank you. All right, we will break, come back at 1:30 in closed session after lunch.
Calling this meeting back to order. City Attorney?
Yes, just for the record, wanted to announce that Council President Chavez has a conflict on the UMC matter, both open session and closed session, because he lives nearby, and he'll be recusing himself.
Okay. And with that, I'll be your host for this item, number 3D, actions pertaining to the acquisition of the UMC campus property. Resolution to authorize the administration to submit an offer to purchase the University Medical Center campus in the vicinity of East King Canyon Road and South Cedar Avenue from Fresno County. City Manager?
Yes, thank you, Council. What we'd like to, the administration would like to recommend that we extend an offer to the county of $4.25 million for the 30-acre site at at the intersection of Cedar and Kings Canyon. We believe it is a very appropriate offer, given the amount of work it would take and the additional investment the city would make to demolish and clear the site, look at adding the infrastructure that it would take to prepare that for the type of mixed use, mixed income development we'd want to see, adding housing, which we're in a housing crisis right now, adding commercial, adding retail, and some green space within that area for that community. So we believe 4.25 is appropriate and reflects the amount of effort we need to put in to get that site ready for development.
Thank you, City Manager. I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve.
I'll second that motion.
City Manager, I appreciate you bringing this forward and your efforts in negotiating with the county. I think we have a grand opportunity here between the city and the county to really take this property to the next level. As we know, it's sat vacant for over a decade. The hospital portion has. And I think this is really an opportunity that we cannot miss. We appreciate your prospective plan for the property, and obviously the first immediate step is going to be demolishing, clearing the site, preparing it for development. Obviously, we'll receive more community and neighborhood input as we proceed, but we're really excited about this first step in acquiring the campus in my district. I'm going to go ahead and go out to public comment. Any members of the public, either in person or online?
We have Brandy Villegas.
Brandy, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, that probably won't take that long. I just wanted to, I know that there'll be a lot of working from this point, but want to make two things. A big one being sure that we have affordable housing that meets the needs of a lot of people who are, especially those who are having difficulty. There is opportunities for housing that could be assist those who would have difficulty with deposit with rent, with getting in. That would be a huge asset to our community. And also, I know that you guys have not been presented the Here to Stay report yet, but one of the items in the recommendation goes into developing in a way where different amenities that would help emphasize, that would help benefit the community in a way would be included. And I want to recommend that as you guys go in there to look at that recommendation. I wasn't able to get the number, but I appreciate the green space and ask that you guys consider different ways that this could be something that would provide resources and green space and other things that are for enrichment that would be accessible within walking distance for those who are coming.
Thank you, Brandy.
President, if I just may add a couple of words.
Well, 1 second. Do we have any other further public comment?
There are no further public comment.
Okay, I don't see anyone in person or online. We'll go ahead and close public comment. Councilmember Arias.
Thank you. This property has been vacant for decades now, and it's been a huge fire hazard for the neighborhood of Huntington Boulevard. It's one of the most walked neighborhoods across the city. People drive into Huntington Boulevard to walk. It's been a safe place. It's right adjacent to Roosevelt High School, and it's had multiple fires over the years, multiple break-ins. It's currently a site that's surrounded by razor wire, which is not what we would want in any residential neighborhood. And this action today is just an example of how serious this council is about generating new housing during this housing crisis. We're not only offering to renovate this facility for new housing. Our offer is above what the county had already agreed to sell the property previously. It's a serious offer, and it's one that reflects the values of this council to generate more housing opportunities for this city and for our community. And I'm hopeful that the county will be receptive to that, because ultimately our 550,000 residents are also county residents, and they desperately need new housing, especially in the infill part of our city.
Okay, any other council members? Councilmember Soria?
Thank you. I think Councilmember Arias said everything I wanted to say. But no, I'm excited about the opportunity. I think that this is a tremendous opportunity for partnership. I think there are very rare moments where the city and county get to together work on projects, especially projects that relate to housing and homelessness. And I think that, as Councilmember Arias mentioned, we are in a crisis, both as it relates to those that are unhoused and those that need housing that is more affordable. And so it's an exciting time where both the city and county have the opportunity to put some resources to invest, and especially invest in a district, in a neighborhood that for a long time has been left behind. So it's a win-win, not just for the city of Fresno, but it will be also a win for the county, because even as a result of the development, once it's developed, there's going to be an economic benefit, an increased tax base. So they are not only getting the 4 plus million that we are going to offer, but there is much more in return when it comes to the individuals that are going to be touched by these housing opportunities, the commercial component, if there is one, and the additional tax base that right now they are not getting.
Yes, and City Manager, can you also add very clearly for the public what the city is going to be fronting in terms of additional costs beyond the $4.25 million to purchase the property?
Correct. We've identified with staff, that it cost about $14.6 million to clear the site, the entire 30 acres, remove the asbestos, the buildings, the infrastructure, and get it to a bare earth condition. It's about another $8 million for water and sewer infrastructure to support that new housing, about $3 million for the new green space that we put in there, and another $9 million to do the streetscapes that we've identified for the project. So it's a significant investment. That's why we believe the 4.25 is very reasonable, given the other dollars that have to be put in to make this suitable for this type of development that we desperately need in that area.
So you're roughly about $34 million as I was adding it. So, council, county, we're fronting $34 million. We're paying 4.25, which exceeds the private developer's offer that the county accepted. I don't think there's any room really for negotiation. I hope the county accepts this because, as has been said, our residents, our county residents, we all benefit from this, and we can see if there's gamesmanship in this or who's going to blink. It would be a disaster to pursue that. I would advise and request that the supervisors accept this offer. It's a fine offer. It exceeds what they accepted in the past, and the city has a lot of responsibilities once that's accepted. We all share the same goals of making sure there's housing for people and that we build beautiful developments, and that will be the case if the city takes this over. So everyone wins with the county accepting this offer, so I hope we move forward.
Okay, I think the mayor wanted to say a few words.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Council Vice President Esparza. I know this is in your district and near and dear to your heart. It's not often that the administration, the mayor, and all the city council are in unison on an issue, but this is one of them, right? And it is because we know we've lived with an eyesore for the past 15 years, having that hospital there in the heart of our city in Southeast Fresno, and it being vacant. And what we are proposing to the county, I think, is more than fair. A $4.25 million offer for this building is one, and it's really for the land, because we're going to spend at minimum $15 million for the demolition cost with the infrastructure removal. In addition to that, all the other things that we're going to do to be able to develop that or to offer that to a developer to build on. So I think it's more than fair, and I am very hopeful that the county will accept this offer as is. And again, I look forward to what we're going to see in the future, because once the city is in control of this property, we're going to move fast. I think everybody here wants to do that. Demolition in 12 months, so that eyesore would be moved in over that 12-month period. But them being able to clear the land and go through all the environmental assessments, all the things that need to be done. And so we will move quickly in hopes that in 36 months we'll have a certificate of occupancy for people to be able to have housing in that area and everything that goes with it, and mixed use, mixed income housing. So appreciate the council's support on this. Thank you.
And Mayor, one final thing. I mean, in essence, this is a win-win for everybody. County just accepts it's a win for the county, it's a win for the city. We should all move forward.
Thank you, Councilmember Butterfield, and a win for the residents that we both represent at both levels of government. All right, and with that, is there any opposition? All right, passes 6-0 with Councilmember Chavez recused. We're going to go ahead and give Councilmember Chavez 30 seconds to a minute to mosey on back in here, and I'll relinquish the dais back to him.
I do want to say thank you to the city manager and the administration to put together such an aggressive schedule, and to get the right, left, and the middle of the council to all agree with the administration is a reflection of how good the plan is to move on this property quickly and renovate it.
All right, with that item now complete, oh, I get the hammer back? Hopefully you didn't have to use it too much. All right, for the benefit of the public, we've got the workshop at 4:45 that we still have to complete, followed by the redistricting committee at 6 o'clock. So items 3A and 3B will be heard after the workshop. So we will be back at 4:45. Oh, actually, the city attorney, we have an announcement to make.
Yes, the council has hired Todd Sturmer as the next city clerk effective November 15th.
All right. All right, we'll be back at 4:45 unless council wants to chime in.
We're going back to closed session?
Yes.
Yeah, the balance. And then the only thing I would say is I believe we have the 4:45 workshop and then some items after that. Leo Council, I think we have to start the redistricting hearing at 6 p.m. sharp. So just keeping that out for the public, that regardless of the timing on the 4:45, we will start redistricting at 6.
So if we get into a deep conversation, I will cut the conversation off and we will start at 6 p.m. All right. Let's go ahead and close session. City Attorney, do you have to make an announcement again, or do we already cover that? All right. apologize for being a couple of minutes late, but we are now back in session. We've got the workshop, Police Department Alternative Dispute Resolution Program, and the presentation will be done by the Office of the Mayor, City Manager, and Personnel. So Assistant City Manager White.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I wanted to introduce a few people that are going to be presenting today, and I'll go into more thorough introductions, but I'll be starting things off as your facilitator. And then we've got Damon Kurtz from FPOA. We've got David Bolton, who is our risk manager. TJ Miller, Brianna, if you could promote her to panelist, that would be wonderful. She's with us via Zoom. And then we have Judge Steve Steemers, who is the ADR program manager, and we have Maria Mariotto, who is the program ombudsperson. So I am going to start by turning it over to Damon, and he's going to go into a little bit of the history. Marco?
Do we have the PowerPoint loaded?
We're just trying to get it to move. All right. Marco, why don't you put on the first slide?
There we go.
Well, good afternoon, Council. Thank you for having us. So I'm going to go into a little history of the ADR program and why it came to be here in Fresno. I'll take you back to about 2012. So I became the vice president of the Fresno POA back in 2012. And during that time frame, one of my assignments as the POA was to be like the workers' comp liaison to kind of work with our members who were out off injured, the infamous LTA list, right? Trying to figure out what's going on and help them. And at the time, it was ARLA, which is now Risico. And I would have to call the claims analysts and find out why are we not getting these claims pushed through. And during that time frame, it was not uncommon for someone to wait almost a year to get a surgery. And the reason being is just the way the protocols work for the statutory system. I myself had to go through that system. I still have a torn labrum today in my shoulder. Because when you go through the statutory system, what happens is you get injured, and there are protocols. So I had to do about 6 to 8 weeks of physical therapy, even knowing that I had a tear in my shoulder. By the time I got an MRI, I was told, yeah, you have scar tissue in there. You need surgery. However, you can get away without it if you're not playing sports or whatnot. And at the time, I was just exhausted by the program. So you know what, I'm done. I'll just go back to work. And so at some point, I'm going to have surgery. I know that. But that's what the old system did. And for those that couldn't come back to work, they would wait months, literally months, to get their surgeries. And I know of individuals who are literally retired today because they had permanent nerve damage to their body parts, and they weren't able to get fixed. So that kind of spurred on a search, because we were in this adversarial type relationship with the city when it came to workers' comp. You know, the litigation was the norm. Almost everybody had attorneys, even on minor injuries, because they couldn't get fixed. So I found out there's a couple of programs out there, alternative dispute resolutions. There was a few of them out there. Most of the ones I saw only dealt with the medical provider networks, only dealt with the doctors, as if the doctors were the issue, and I knew that wasn't the case. And while I was looking for this, I also tried to do it internally. I went to the chief, at the time was Chief Derry Dyer, and we put together a meeting with Steve Y. from ARLA at the time, Risico, the CEO of Health Comp. I had the risk manager, I had then city manager Bruce Rudd in the room, and we all, the goal was to say, hey, look, our guys are hurt, they're 100% insured, let's get them fixed, get them back to work, and then figure out who's going to pay the bill later, whether it's a workers' comp or it comes from our medical insurance. But quickly in that meeting, we realized that everybody was just focused on their own individual budgets and their own individual areas, and not realizing that, you know, hey, it's the global budget, right? It's all coming from the city. It just wasn't working. It's a silo mentality. So fast forward, we end up running across Judge Steemers, and he comes from a program that was in the building trades. This is where it came from, and going over the concepts, and really it's simple. It's get early diagnosis, early treatment, and hopefully back to work earlier, or off to retirement. Now the retirement stuff's a whole other animal, but we were pretty successful in that. In the first year, I think our litigation was almost 90%. We eliminated. The program was working very, very well.
But there were issues. There wasn't a complete buy-in from the city and from some folks in the personnel department, and so there were constant challenges in making and rowing in the same direction. There are other programs out there. We were the first. So if you're not aware of that, Fresno was the first ADR program in the municipal arena, one of this type. In fact, our program, the Fresno model, is in LA, it's in San Francisco, it's in other cities, and it's very successful in those cities. And it's unfortunate that because of some of the challenges we had here, and in spite of those challenges, it's still been fairly successful, that we don't get the credit for that. Instead, those other places now are, claim it as theirs, but it's ours. I have proof, I have pictures of me giving the presentations. So that being said, that's kind of a nutshell on where it came from and why we have it today. To go back to the statutory system, we would end up in constant litigation, and our cases would be longer. What you'll see in the slides and some of the folks that will talk is that although that the LTA is a whole other animal, and we'll talk about that, we were able to address the length of time someone was out, but we weren't able to address the fact that people still get injured. This is a physical job, and no matter what you do, you're going to have injuries in this profession. And some linger, and some get them fixed. But if we just focus on the employee and getting them fixed, look for reasons to approve a claim and move through, we'll be better for it. We can always find reasons to fight the claims. And going back to the old way where literally I had folks not getting paychecks because they didn't know that their claim wasn't going to be approved, and it's a challenge. So that's basically the history, where it came from and how it came to be. If you have any questions for me.
Just a quick question
Sure.
for Kurt. So you spoke about kind of the history. When these conversations were occurring, what was the goal, I guess, the measurable goal of this program, and how were we going to define it as successful? Was it reducing the number of long-term absences? Was it reducing the cost? Or how do we define that initial process?
So this program was never about reducing LTAs. I mean, obviously that's always a goal, and we hope that it would affect that, but really it was about getting folks treated and back to work. That was the plan. Because we do have folks that were literally out months. I can do real-time comparisons. I have 2 sergeants, one pre-ADR and one post. Same exact injury, bulging disc in his neck, weakness in his arm, 11 months to get surgery, permanent nerve damage, retired today, no longer with the Fresno PD. Same injury, sergeant, everything apples to apples. Surgery within 3 weeks, back to work within 4 months. He would be retired today if he was in the statutory system. That was, for the POA, that was our goal. We wanted to make sure our people were getting treated, they were getting the medical treatment they deserved by good doctors, and that they were getting back to work. And if they weren't able to come back to work, they would get that notification that you're permanent and stationary and it's time for you to go to another place. And hopefully the medical retirement would be expedited. That's not necessarily, that's another, obviously they're separate and their processes are different, and so that doesn't necessarily happen, but that was always the goal. Now in the process, there were savings, and to the city and to the POA. And in the initial agreement, there is a savings agreement, right? There was supposed to be a 50-50 sharing. And the goal of that wasn't necessarily put money in my guys' pockets. It was about it's trying to change the culture, right? Peer pressure. So if I get a check for, say, it's $50, and I tell you, hey, if we can reduce LTAs and we can get people back to work faster, that check will be $100 next year. Well, then they look at the guy next to them and they go, hey, what's going on? Why aren't you coming back to work? And that was always the goal with that. But there were other factors that came in that, in my opinion, was done to mitigate the savings, because there wasn't a buy-in. And so at the end, savings started to grow.
Because, I remember, actually, I'm the only council member that voted on this. I remember talking about it when I first came into office and supporting it, because I do believe like the intended goals deserve merit and had a lot of merit. But I think what we've seen, now 5 years later, to some degree, everything hasn't materialized in terms of what was promised. At least that's how I feel as a council member today, looking and then asking questions from folks and even people getting defensive about it. But that's what we have a responsibility to do
Right.
every time that we meet as a body. It's like, if we're approving a program and you're telling me that the program is supposed to do A, B, and C, but the program is only doing A, then we got to figure out what's going on. Because why would we continue to approve it, knowing that, hey, in LA, it's working, but in Fresno, where we were paving the way and leading the charge, is not. And so I know that there's been some changes in staff. I know that, and I'll say it publicly, I know that the former personnel director, Jeff Cardell, you guys had a huge issue with. I understand that, and he was a challenge for a long time, so he's no longer here. But is that really the thing that's going to make the difference? What is going to be different from what existed then to, moving forward? I think that's.
So that question, I think, would be answered by, that question will be answered by Georgianne and the mayor, because they control staff, and they control what staff is told to do. And whether we're rowing in the same direction, that's really going to be up to the staff. I can tell you the FPOA will be rowing in the right direction to help get our members back to work and hopefully reduce the LTA list. But this program, I think it's important, and you'll see through the slides, the program itself was never about LTAs. It's about getting folks fixed and doing the right thing for your employees.
It wasn't all about LTAs, but there was a combination of things. It was about fixing and making sure that the employees got healthy so that they could come back to work sooner. I remember that was a big, and we still have an issue today, and it's compounded by the LTA issue. Not everything is.
Yeah, so go ahead.
If I may, Georgianne, the answers I'm going to be seeking in your presentation is 2 points. One, we have a record amount of long-term absences in this department. And what I've heard is it's the workman's comp state problem. Secondly, our workman's comp costs have tripled. The amount of money that the city's budgeting every year towards workman's comp for this department. I need to understand from the fiscal situation, how is it that we've been investing for years in this arrangement through a no-bid process where one person has been empowered to make some significant decisions on how people get back to work. And in my view, the city hasn't realized the savings, and we have more officers out now, and this is prior to the pandemic. So the pandemic has some impact, but we've had a record amount of long-term absences prior to the pandemic beginning. And I'm looking for answers on how we're gonna move those 2 indicators in every single action we take as it relates to officers getting healthier to get back to work.
So I think that nearly all of your questions are going to be answered in the presentation. So we can either go just answer questions, or we can go through the presentation. It's whatever you prefer.
Do your presentation.
I'm happy to do
good.
whatever you'd like. Okay. So let me then quickly introduce our other speakers today. So our next speaker is Judge Steve Seamers. He's going to be talking about just the legal aspect of how this was a carve-out from the traditional statutory program. And just a little bit of background, he was in the Davis administration, he was the chief judge for the Division of Workers' Compensation and oversaw the Workers' Compensation Appeal Board. He also was an applicant's attorney for a major labor law firm, so he has a lot of experience from both the injured worker and then from the Workers' Compensation Appeals Board aspect of it. So if he could just spend just a minute or two quickly talking about how this program replaces the Workers' Comp program, and if we don't have this program, what happens with us going back to the Workers' Compensation program. So I'm going to introduce Judge Steve Seamers.
Assistant City Manager White, before that happens, the question that I asked earlier, so and you guys know me, I just want to hone in on the
So the goals of the
results.
program.
LTAs, which were partially addressed, that were not part of the conversation, but according to my colleague, that was part, so we'll save that conversation. The part that I want to hone in is, were there savings
Yes.
as a result of this program?
Yes, and that will be coming up, I think, in the fourth slide. I have a specific slide that's ADR program results, and I actually have the percentages, and I have the good, the bad, and the ugly, and the explanation of the ugly.
Great, let's bring the
Okay.
gentleman up.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Steve Seamers. I've been in workers' comp since 1982. I was an applicant's attorney for 14 years. 10 of those were at what's currently called Weinberg, Roger, and Rosenfeld. I represented union members that were members of our union clients. I was a workers' comp judge then in San Francisco and Oakland. And then I was the chief judge for the Division of Workers' Comp under the Davis administration. When Davis was recalled, if you were a Davis guy, you weren't a Schwarzenegger guy. So I got a job with the Basic Crafts Workers' Comp program, which is a construction trades program, which is where these programs started. It was a building trades idea to help work with the union signatory contractor to help them reduce their workers' comp premium by speeding up treatment and getting people back to work with the use of an ombudsperson. The Basic Crafts program was in Northern California from Fresno to the Oregon border, and it was multi-trade, so it was carpenters, operating engineers, and laborers. I did that for about 5 years, and then I went off and helped to start a program with SEIU and 2 janitorial companies, statewide programs, which is where I met Maria, and we started working together in 2011. We worked on those programs, and then we helped start the Vaughn's UFCW program, which is a 20,000 member program in Southern California that's been going since 2013 and has been very successful. Around that time, I met some people from the Amalgamated Transit Union who brought me to Fresno to actually talk with the city of Fresno about doing a program with ATU. That didn't work out, but a little while later I received a call from Damon about coming out and talking about the police. So I came out, we talked about the police, and we got it up and running. And the goals of a little more background before I get into the meat. Maria and I currently work on the LA program, Oakland, San Francisco, Pasadena, Santa Barbara with the firefighters. And then we have a program with the bus drivers and mechanics at the Golden Gate Bridge District, and we just started with the operators at AC Transit. So we work with a lot of different people, and the goal in every program is to work on the premise that the interests of the employee and the employer are aligned in getting the person treated and back to work, and not fight over the little stuff, the stuff that extends claim life and creates litigation. And so you're doing 2 things. You're increasing employee satisfaction and saving costs for the employer, and thereby changing the culture in workers' comp so it's not a battlefield. That's a hard thing to do because in California it is a battlefield, and a lot of lawyers make a lot of money, and the bill review companies and the UR companies and IMR companies and everybody else in the field makes money off the fight. So what we're trying to do is really disrupt that and make it about treating the worker so they can get back to work and you can have your valuable asset that you want working, not sitting at home, back to work. The problem that I've had here, and I've been at this for almost 6 years now, is that the former personnel department, in my view, didn't buy in, marginalized me, didn't listen to me, wouldn't even let me come to the meetings at the beginning until I showed them the ADR agreement and said, I'm supposed to be here, marginalized Maria, and basically tried to dominate the program. Now the problem with that is the only reason that the city of Fresno has an opportunity to do this is because of the agreement with the labor organization. Because what you've done is you've carved out the trial court of the WCAB. So the FPOA members don't have the right anymore to go to a workers' comp judge to enforce their rights to benefits. They have to go through this program. They have no choice. Now, if an arbitrator decides a case in our system, that can be appealed to the Workers' Comp Appeals Board. So the board is overseeing what happens.
Can I pause you there for a second?
Yeah.
So what you're suggesting is that the former personnel director is essentially at fault for it not working effectively.
Well, I don't want to beat him up too much.
Correct.
But I
understand.
can't settle cases. I'm just the ADR director.
So in that case, I've been here for almost 3 years now, and not one time has the labor partner come in and told us the personnel director is not allowing this program to work effectively. So what that tells me is when the program doesn't work, it's in the interest of that labor partner since they're not complaining about its ineffectiveness. I've also did not one time hear from the management, which we have a new administration, but we have a lot of the same managers in the system, ever expressed to us the program isn't working. And third, I've never heard from the provider, you or Marie, that the program isn't working. So what scares me about that scenario is that could happen again, and we can spend a couple more years completely absent-minded to the ineffectiveness of a program and not know any better. So what safeguards are there now to make sure that those three parties that we pay and that may or may not benefit from the program's ineffectiveness have a responsibility to tell us that there's a problem?
So real quick, specifically to that, I just have to say, there were conversations with council members. There may not have been conversations with you, and there were definitely numerous conversations with the previous mayor. Unfortunately, that they just weren't addressed. So, and I apologize if there was never conversation with you.
And I appreciate the apology,
so.
but when there's a shift change in the system and officers don't like it, that podium there is used very frequently, right, to express the concerns of the working rank and file. And in 3 years, I've heard zip about any concerns.
Well, now that I know you, I'm happy to come to you. See, I don't think I've ever addressed a city council since I've been doing this work, and anywhere. So usually, I try real hard to stay in my lane. I have a certain role to play, and that's to try to help the labor organization and management get along on this issue and work through problems and run a good program. So it never occurred to me to go over Mr. Cardell and go to you. I'm happy to go to you now that I know you if there are problems in the future, if that's what you would like me to do.
Judge Seamers, just for the sake of this conversation, I think what everybody up here is trying to understand, because there was only one council member that voted on this issue, is then the purpose of the workshop is just to get a broad overview of what this program is, the goals. I think we're going to get into the weeds of things of what was said what back then. I don't think I'm interested in that. I'm interested in understanding from this point going forward and how we're going to make things better for our officers, for our long-term absences, for our savings. So let's try to keep that conversation focused on that, because at 6 o'clock, and I'm being very upfront, I'm going to cut this off, and we're going to start that meeting at 6 p.m., whether we're still having a conversation about the same thing we did 4 years ago.
So before you sit down, and I'm going to jump forward to the results, but I just want you to address really quickly, let's say that we decided to abandon this program. How does that work? Would we decide, let's say that we decide, oh, this isn't working for us, we want to go back to the workers' comp program. Could you quickly say, like, what is involved with that?
Right. Well, you have over 2,000 claims now where medical and some indemnity is still being paid or may be owed that will need to go, if this jurisdiction is gone, it will need to go somewhere else. Because these are statutory rights. These aren't collectively bargained rights. These are statutory rights to workers' comp. So if you decide we're done with this, it's not working, that's fine. That's your prerogative. But then somebody's going to have to figure out, are you going to continue the program to do the runoff? We call it runoff. in ADR? Or are you going to take all of those claims and go to the Division of Workers' Comp and say, we want you to accept jurisdiction over these claims, and it'll have to go back? So there's a process you will have to go through.
And Judge, I appreciate that explanation, because for me, it reminds me of we had a contract with SPCA. We weren't satisfied with that quality of service, so we had to go in a different direction, spend millions of dollars building our own facility, figuring out whether we're going to do it in-house or go to another third party. So we would have to have some kind of procedures in place to resolve like we would any other contract that we choose not to renew, right?
Right.
Thank you.
Right.
Okay, I'm going to skip ahead.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and skip ahead for the sake of time.
Yes.
And I'm going to go, and Maria, not to minimize you, I think you might come up in questions. The role of the ombudsperson, I know there's been some conversations about that in the past. Okay, so real quickly, the ADR program results. So prior to the ADR program, we averaged about 35 cases litigated a year. Since the ADR program has been in effect, it's been about 17. And they're different averages because just the way that the data was kept. So 3-year average was 35 pre-ADR, 17 post-ADR. I think also more importantly, the average number lost days per claim. So that's how many days the officers are out of work. So prior to the ADR program, the 3-year average was 52 days. Since ADR has been in effect, it's been knocked down to 17 days. So that's the time savings in getting these officers through the program, treated, and back to work. Now we talk about the money. And this is where I call it sort of the good, bad, and the ugly. It's actually mostly good. So first year of the program, we're coming along swimmingly. We see a 16.9% cost savings. Second year of the program, 27.4% in savings. Third year of the program, we're down to 6% in savings. 18 to 19, 5% cost savings. 19 to 20, negative 12%. So over those, the average of those is 8.66%. But I want to focus in on that 12%, right? Because you see that, and like my thought is automatically, oh, it's not working anymore. So
Georgiana, before you go there, can you explain to me the difference between the 3-year average and the 5-year average?
Is it just the way we kept the
doesn't seem
data?
to mesh for me.
I think it has to do with the way the data was kept. I don't know if, do you know?
Is it an
David?
apples to apples comparison from the data point?
David,
Can you
you'll
come
need
up to the
So
microphone?
I think we kept data in a different way. We used to keep the litigated case, like a 3-year rolling average. We used to have workers' comp charges on a 3-year rolling average, and is that right? And then we switched to 5?
Well, the 3 years is a period that we use as our measuring stick to measure pre-ADR claims, and then the 5-year is the average of ADR claims since the program was implemented.
But why isn't the ADR, why isn't that 3 years, or why isn't the other one 5 years? Why aren't they the same?
Why are we using the same measuring stick?
I think it's because workers' comp in our budget, the way we used to keep data, things were built on a 3-year rolling average. I think about the same time that the ADR program went into effect, we switched to a 5-year rolling average.
So
I think that's what it is.
I can speak to that. So when we negotiated originally, so we had to come up with a rule, how can we determine what the savings were? So when the initial agreement was we would do a 3-year previous, and then that previous 3-year average would then be measured by the years going forward. That's just how, that's the only reason. It was just we did the 3 years prior, and then going forward, that's how we measured the savings, was based on those previous 3 years.
So basically, your 3 years prior was your baseline?
That was our baseline.
Right. And so what is the average ADR per year after that?
Per annually, are you saying?
Correct.
So I would have to look on my computer. I have the actuarial reports. I can't, I
It's
don't.
something you can come back with.
Oh,
or
okay.
We can talk about it later.
But I can tell you from reading the actuarial reports, whether it's 5 years or 3 years, there definitely was an improvement. in the metrics and the number of litigated cases and the number of lost days per claim.
Do we have preliminary data on this fiscal year? I know we're only halfway through.
On this year. So this data is all compiled by a consultant and actuary. It's not us that measure it. It's not the FPOA that measure it. It's a third-party actuary. And so the work for the 2021 fiscal year is underway right now. So these are all, I don't know, scientific done actuary studies. And so no, we don't have the current because the actuary hasn't done the report yet.
Could you explain the downward trend, Assistant City Manager? I like that 8.66 number,
Yep.
but...
The minus 12?
Well, just the downward trend in general over the last few years.
So I think a little of that goes to the first year of the program. Everybody's excited about it. People are engaged. People are watching it, right? People are paying attention to what's going on. And then as it becomes another program that's administered within the city and there aren't a lot of eyes on it, I think that goes to the point of the program not being fully implemented as it could be. And on the cost savings, I'm gonna come back to that in a second because there were expenses charged to the program that weren't charged to it in earlier years.
So you're saying this is acting as a deterrent where people aren't trying to...
No, so I'll give you an example, and it goes to the conversations that we've had during budget about you see the workers' compensation line item growing, right? And you assume that it's growing because we have a whole bunch of workers' comp cases and they're not getting cleared. Well, there's a number of reasons why those costs were growing, and this is a little bit to the point that you're talking about, Councilmember Maxwell. So we saw charges being charged to the savings of this program, like they were being loaded up on the expense side, like when we have, you've got the expenses and revenue. So we had this much savings, and in previous years, there weren't a lot of expenses charged to the program, so the savings were larger. As time went on, more things got charged to the savings, so the savings became smaller. So for example, as positions were added in the personnel department, some of those get charged to that workers' compensation and they get loaded onto as a cost of this program.
But Georgianne, aren't there some very clear rules that you can only charge the cost to a program if there's an actual direct cost of that program? So wouldn't my conclusion be that the program got more expensive, therefore there were more expenses associated to that program?
Well, I wasn't here, but what I think certainly Damon will say, and I think Judge Seamer saw it too, there were certain things that were charged to the program that were sort of inexplicable. So for instance, theoretically, if you have officers out on workers' comp and you have to backfill with overtime, that's usually a cost of the department. Well, those overtime costs were put against the savings from this department. That wasn't really what the savings were intentional, were not really envisioned to be covering that.
But wouldn't that be accurate because it's the long-term absence of Officer A that's causing Officer B to show up and get paid overtime, right? Isn't that a direct cost?
Not necessarily, and I can tell you that didn't happen in the early, so if that was happening from inception, and that was what was the agreed to program, then I could go along with that argument, but in the early years, those types of charges were not being charged against this program.
Those were the Jerry Dyer years where he just winked and he got everything he wanted, huh?
I don't know about that.
It's not like that still?
Yeah. So as the program went on, more and more things were getting charged against it.
So let me ask you this: how does it work now? If Chief, if Police Officer Dyer is out on long-term absence, and Officer Baco fills in, and Officer Baco gets paid overtime, isn't that reflected on it being associated to a long-term absence?
Okay, so can we just take a quick step back and talk about this? So I want to talk about how long-term absences are not directly related to this program, and let me explain. So it was never intended that the long-term absent list was going to be a determinant of whether this program was a success or failure. It wasn't until, frankly, a little more recently. So the LTA list is people that are off on industrial and non-industrial and could be non-sworn, David? And could be non-sworn that are on the LTA list. So the program effectiveness was always to be measured by if I go back to the first slide, the goals of the program was how long are they off, just the days, and then the how quickly they're getting treatment, right? It's always about we have to try and expedite treatment to get folks back onto work. So the whole discussion about the LTA list, right? Because this list, as of late, it's grown, and we have a number of officers off, and we need them on duty. But it was never meant to be a determinant of the success. So I know they're both fruit, but it's a little bit of apples to oranges. And I say that because the LTA list is not just, it could be somebody that was off water skiing over the summer and got injured and is on the long-term list. It could be a non-sworn person. It's not the same as what this was meant to address.
So if I'm following you, this program was never meant to solve this LTA problem.
Yes.
So what is designed to solve the LTA problem that we're in a crisis about now?
Okay, so thank you, and we knew that someone at least was going to ask this question, and so I'll ask the chief also to come up. But so thank you. I just want to make sure that we really clearly separated, because we have this issue of the ADR program and whether it's worked or not, and then we have the issue of the LTA list, which I'm going to let the chief address. Before we do that,
But just for the record, I don't accept the premise that this program should not be responsible for reducing LTAs or for reducing our obligation to workman comps costs are escalating. I understand that that's the design of it, but.
Is that, Councilmember Carbasi, Councilmember Arias let me finish up his questions, and then you can ask your questions.
So I know you don't accept the premise, but it's the way the program was designed, and so that's the way it's been operated. So really quick, I want to touch on that last year where we didn't have savings. And I want to talk about why we didn't have savings. That was where it was the negative 12%. And the reason why was because, and the actuarial report goes into this, in every category of this program, with the exception of the cumulative trauma claims. So you may remember we touched on this a little bit during budget. So the cumulative trauma claims tend to be the ones that are the, Jerry Dyer's been wearing a heavy belt for 40 years, and it's gotten to the point where his back, it's over the years. They have all these issues that have come up because of the work that they've been doing. So what happens is, so we saved money in every aspect of the program except for cumulative trauma. And the cumulative trauma are what threw all of the numbers off, because we did have a big, but we had a spike in cumulative trauma claims. So what we did was we were like, okay, well, what happened in that year? So what we did is we went and we plotted. We had a spike in retirements. So as you know, over the years, we've gotten many grants where we've gone out and we've hired 40 officers here, or 20 officers here. Well, as we get a group of people coming on at the same time, we tend to get a group of people retiring at the same time. So as we've had spikes in retirements, the numbers jumping up, those are almost all the time. What happens right before that is the cumulative trauma claims, because as is human nature with, I'm pretty sure, any profession that is a physical in nature, if you're getting ready to retire in a few years, you want to get your body fixed so that you can enjoy your retirement. So that's what we saw. We saw the spike in retirements from 19 to 20 where we had a big jump in retirement, so we had a big jump in the cumulative trauma claims. So that is what appears to have driven the negative savings in that final year, was because there was the big jump in the cumulative trauma claims. So I know that's a mouthful, sorry. Anyway, so.
Assistant City Manager White,
Yes.
I think the question Councilmember Arias has asked is, what are we doing
Okay.
or what can we do to reduce LTAs?
Chief Balderrama, you're on. I will leave that to him.
And then we'll have Councilmember Carbasi ask your question.
Good evening. Number one, before I get into the numbers, I do want to say that I believe, from what I've learned about the ADR program, number one, as a police chief, I want to be able to provide the best care possible for my police officers, because they perform a very difficult job, and things do happen. It's a volatile, dynamic position to be a police officer, and people get hurt. So that's, as they say, the cost of doing business. So to have a program where I can provide my police officers the best care available, medical care, quickly, without going through a lot of red tape, and get them back to work is very advantageous, not just to me as police chief, but to the community, because the more officers we have working, the safer the city is. So currently what we have is 70 officers on workman's comp, 70. 40 of those, excuse me, are off completely, not coming to work at all, full workman's comp, where 30 of them are on light duty. Now, when they're on light duty, they don't get 100% of their check. They are coming to work, and we're using them in various places like the PIO office at every district, taking reports, anything that doesn't put them out there on the streets in full uniform where they could get re-injure themselves, or they simply can't perform that task. So we're using them as wisely as we can. I believe for this to work, everybody needs to do their part, and that includes the police department, that includes personnel, if that was the hang-up before. That includes the city attorney's office, when we have to separate from some of the folks that we know are never going to come back to work. We know they're never, ever going to come back to work, yet they're still on the books. Okay, let's get them medical care, let's separate, let's fill that position. That's what we need to do. Some of the things that I've done, and you guys are all familiar with our employee wellness investigations unit, and basically the focus of that program is to be a case management program so we can get people back to work. That's it. But part of that program is accountability, and it is fraud investigation. If somebody is off long-term and they shouldn't be, or there's certain restrictions that they're not adhering to, there's laws that cover that. And we've never really held them accountable for this. So this is a program where we can hold people accountable for their restrictions. I believe policy updates are also necessary. I think we need to remove some of the lucrative incentives to being on workman's comp. If it's easy to get on workman's comp, and you make more money by sitting on your couch than you do coming to work, and there's really nothing wrong with you can probably come back to work, but you found a doctor that'll let you be off of work, that's not okay. And I believe we need to hold those people accountable. Also, education. I've talked to several officers that go on, they get injured, they have no clue who to call, where to go, how to get back to work. All they know is that they're getting this full 51 or 40-50 check, right? That is 100%. So I believe that is contributing to the LTA numbers. Although they're separate, keep in mind that sometimes we've got to bring in people on mandatory overtime simply because we don't have enough staffing. And it's not related to ADR. It's simply we don't have enough police officers working. And for that cost to be contributed to, the success rate of ADR, I think it's not being quantified accurately. So whatever questions I can ask about this particular issue, it is something that is very concerning to me, because after sending a team to LAPD who's using ADR and who has a wellness program that is also investigating these types of cases, their people on workman's comp is 3 to 5%. Mine today, 13%. So they're using it, they're doing it right. We're not, apparently, because we're at 13%. If I was at 3%, let me tell you what, things would be a lot different. I wouldn't have to rob Peter to pay Paul as far as leaving important positions vacant because I need more patrol officers. And that's exactly what we're doing today.
Yeah, thank you for that, Chief. Councilmember Carbasi, I'm patiently waiting.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. President. So I'm going to start with Georgianne, if that's okay, and I'll come back to you, Chief. I think my colleagues are making some really good observations, in all fairness. I think we want officers back out there ASAP. We've heard the need for more patrol officers and just more bodies out there with the rise in shootings, although that is getting better, and thank you, Chief, for all your hard work on that. But I think the conditions have also changed out there in the last couple years, and I'd like to provide some of that for context. So regarding workman's comp and how that's calculated, let me ask you this question, Georgianne. Is it fair to assume that the cost of healthcare has risen last couple years?
I'm not an expert, but I believe that to be true.
Well, according to the AMA, American Medical Association, it's risen about 4.6% last year and 4.7% the year before. And in workman's comp, is the cost of healthcare a factor in determining rates?
Absolutely.
Okay. And other things that are factors, and I'm sorry for the redundant questions, I just wanted to make the point. Other factors are there are new laws and more risks of injury. So the more risky the profession is, like being a firefighter, the chance of you getting injured on the job, the higher the workman's comp rate is. Wouldn't that be correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay. I'm assuming, and correct me if I'm wrong, that being a police officer is a little bit risky. Okay. So the other factor is in California, and this is just a little fact, we have among the highest workman comp rates in the country. It's just a fact, unfortunately. It's just the way it is. So, in fact, I think they're about 49% higher than other parts of this country. And then one thing that's interesting I learned is that benefits paid to workers in workman's comp, and this is according to the Department of Energy in a study they had, the benefits paid to workers in workman's comp actually rose faster than wages for the first time since the early 80s, and I think that's pretty shocking. So there are things happening out there beyond our control that are raising workman's comp costs. So if we're talking strictly workman's comp, I think it's important to look at the big picture. However, every employer is going to have people that unfortunately game the system. Whether you're a police department or I had a small business and workman's comp was a big, big expense for me. I always worried about, is the employee really sick or not? And that happens. But there's a separate issue of LTA. I think that we really, and I have a different philosophy, I think that we want to measure the success of this program. The LTA issue may be for a couple other factors that we're not considering, and I think that maybe when evaluating this program, at least for me, I'm not just going to look at LTAs determining whether this is successful or not, because the environment, and this is where the chief, if you don't mind coming up about for this, maybe you can help me. Thanks, Georgianne. Look, I'm not a sworn officer. You've been an officer in multiple agencies. You were the chief of police in the 5th largest city in California. Help me to understand the context of what goes on for the men and women who are out there right now. We don't see every day the traumatic experiences. You read about them in the paper, but they have to see firsthand child abuse, shootings, domestic violence, and they don't just see themselves go through it, they see their fellow officers go through that. How does that affect them? How does the perception out there in the last couple of years, what's been happening in this country, very serious issues of wanting to make sure we reduce critical incidents and keep people safe. But how is the anxiety level right now for officers?
It's very high. I think it's exacerbated by the fact that we don't have enough police officers. The national sentiments, obviously when you do a very, very difficult job and you don't feel appreciated, that hurts morale. And as you stated, yes, it's a traumatic job, emotionally and physically.
Okay. I mean, I think it's fair. We do not want any malfeasance, no matter who you are, whether you're an officer or you work for the Parks Department or you're a council member. But I just want to make sure we have a fair appraisal, because if we really are committed as a city to dealing with this problem, I think we can solve it and stop those that are gaming the system. But I don't think that we need to be so aggressive and assume, because I think it's actually going to make the problem worse if they don't see that there is support among this body for our officers, and that it's just a desire to go after them. I'm not saying that's true, but from any legislative body, I think it's important for us to be very clear. We're actually trying to make the system better. We're not trying to necessarily just attack our officers, because that doesn't help the LTA situation. That's a whole different animal. Those are my comments.
So in reference to your last...
I was just wondering if we could hear from the mayor about this. I know he's not currently police chief, but he was. He has history with the department. Do you want to add anything to that, given...
Mayor, do you want to touch this with a 10-foot pole?
I do, because I think it is important to know some of the history and some of the things that have changes, and then I think let you guys do what you do in terms of voting. But Let me just tell you that prior to the ADR program, one of the #1 complaints I had as a police chief is employees coming to me on a weekly basis complaining about the inability to get care from the doctors. I can tell you that after the ADR program, I never had a single complaint from an employee regarding being able to get medical care, except one. And then I found out that that person was in the old system. And so that part of it worked very, very well in terms of access to medical care and getting them through the process quickly. There is a difference of opinion on whether or not this program was intended to reduce the LTA or not. There are program goals, and the program goal was certainly to get medical treatment to the officers and get them back to work sooner. That is the program goal, and I shared those. However, I had a goal also as a police chief, and it was reduce the overall number of folks on the long-term absence list, which is what I had hoped for. And there were periodically times, ebb and flow, when the numbers came way down and when the numbers stayed up. But what I found was every Monday I looked at that list, how many were on there, what they were on there for, and the names. And here's what I found. The folks that were on the list were the ones that were going back to work sooner, but new names were coming on. So the numbers were staying the same, but the people weren't staying on the long-term absence list for as long as they had been. And so that number where you saw it went from 52 days on average down to 17 is accurate. So that was working. I'm not going to comment on why this thing hasn't been as successful, but I think most of you understand why it wasn't as successful. That's been talked about today. I do want to just say this, in this last year, 18 months actually, there's been a change which drove up the number of folks on the LTA. And it's very clear. You see, the program was designed to get people to surgeries quicker so that they could get back to work quicker. What we saw during the pandemic was that they stopped elective surgeries, therefore people couldn't get to do the things that the ADR was intended to do, and the list grew. And then on top of that, what we saw were people that were being not only quarantined, that are added to the LTA, but also folks that had actually received or got infected with COVID. They were off. So I think there were a lot of things involved in this in terms of what drove the numbers up, but I am very confident that this is a very effective program when done right, and I saw it done right in our city the first few years, and I don't know what happened after that. And I also know that it's been very effective, same program in LA and other cities. So I think we should keep it. In fact, I'll go a step beyond. I think it should be expanded to other departments in the city.
Do we have it in any other departments at the moment?
No. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Arias, you had 2 quick questions.
Actually, I said 3.
And it's 5:51.
Cut me
So
down here.
whoever's speaking, I'm going to cut them off at 6 and start the hearing.
So for the record, do we have the same long-term absence problem in any other department at the same magnitude or percentage of the police department? Is it ATU? Okay. And for the record, no other department has this ADR program, and yet they've managed to operate without it, right?
Correct.
They follow the standard workman's comp process, I assume?
They do.
Okay. Well, what is Clovis Police Department and the Fresno County Sheriffs? Do they have an ADR program like this?
Not that I'm aware of. Do you know?
So,
Workers, are they traditional workers' comp? Yeah, Fresno County Sheriffs are looking at an ADR program.
correct. So our neighbors don't rely on this program either to be able to manage their workman's comp claims, correct?
Correct.
And
Hanford has it.
correct. And the chief mentioned 13% workman's comp. LA is 3%. Is that correct, chief? 3 to 5%. So clearly, it's where we have a challenge. So my last comment is this, you know what, we not only had a personnel director, which today is kind of being assigned a lot of the responsibility for the program's ineffectiveness, but we also had a city manager and a police chief that are not here. And from my perspective, there's enough responsibility there too. And there's also responsibility amongst the body that we were not aware, and maybe we didn't ask the questions, maybe we should have been having this workshop 2 years ago. But what concerns me is, what safeguards have you put in place to make sure that the current personnel director doesn't act in the same way that the previous one did, or the current city manager, as much as I love him, doesn't also fail to have an effective program? Like, what policies have changed since you've discovered this problem that give us some assurances that there's safeguards in place to make sure it runs effectively?
So what I'll say is, I can't say there's a policy in place, but we get an actuarial report every year that measures the program. So I know that we are happy to circulate a summary of, I don't think y'all want to read it, it's about that thick, but I know that we're committed to presenting either Trey memo, or if you want us to do a workshop annually, I'm sure we'll be happy to do that. If you want to make that a policy, that's fine, but I know we're committed to doing that. And we have the data on an annual basis. It just needs to be shared with you.
Have you guys changed any practices or policies in the police department on, making sure that somebody's in water skiing while they're on a long-term absence at the same time?
Well, I don't know that that's actually, I don't know that
I don't either, nor am I
okay.
insinuating that, but what have
The
you
answer
done?
is yes.
I think
right
you
now we have
just did.
26 working investigations, including 4 that we've presented to the city attorney's office.
Yeah, Councilmember Arias, Councilmember Butterfield has a question before we.
Well,
put
I
it
just
on.
want to say, I've had patients that were on workman's comp years ago. The workers' comp is problematic in 14 different ways in terms of bringing back people to work. So that's a problem that we have. The ADR seems to be working, whether it's 13%, I don't know. Was it lower at one point, Jerry, with you? Okay, so there's variability. Why there's variability, we can speculate, but obviously it's an effective program. Where would it be if we didn't have it in terms of people coming back? So, I'm fully in favor of it. And the one last thing, you alluded to something about we know why over this 18 months. You weren't just referring to the pandemic. What were you referring to, Jerry?
I think there's a lot of things that have occurred over the last 18 to 20 months. It has been the sentiments towards law enforcement.
Yeah, the attacks on the police.
Quite frankly, and I think some officers that were, delaying having surgery to the, end of their career, chose to end their career earlier, retire early.
Right.
Not just in Fresno. I'm talking about all over the country. Yeah. Folks decided, hey, it's time to move on to another, life or whatever. So we know that had an impact too on just overall morale of officers in the organization. That's all.
No, I completely agree. That's what I thought you were alluding to. It's clear when we've witnessed all of the attacks and the defund the police and all these ridiculous, absurd statements, people are going to be, who are police officers who risk their lives every day, are going to question when they get injured, why would I go back? We saw it in Minneapolis where the police officers are leaving by the droves. We certainly don't want that here. And I don't think we've had really those sentiments here. I think we've been very different here. But, police officers look at what goes on across the country and other cities and they go, I don't know, this is for me. So I think it is very important that we as a city council clearly express our support our police chief, Paco Balderrama, as he works to deal with these issues, because they're ongoing issues. And Chief, you did say one time when you were here before that you were working on some of the people who you felt were abusing the system. How's that gone for you?
Yeah, as I said before, we have about 26 open investigations for which we've actually gathered information on and put packets together. So it's something there's more accountability now. And, to Mr. Kerbasi's point earlier, we don't want to send the message to our police officers that we're not going to take care of them.
No.
So the ones who are off on workman's comp, it's very easy to tell. If there's a guy chasing a burglar, jumps a fence and he tears his ACL, look, he's off workman's comp.
Yep.
That's just what happens. No, it's quite different. It's the names that you see over and over and over and over their career, and they just simply don't want to come back to work, and they're milking the system. Those are the people we're focused on, not your workers that are out there doing their job. We want to take care of those guys. The other ones, if they don't want to work here anymore, then they should go someplace else so we can hire somebody else.
Absolutely, and I support that, but I also, want the message to go out that this city council supports our law enforcement, supports our police. When they get injured, we want to take care of them because they're doing a very dangerous job, and frankly, most people don't want to do it because it's a very tough, challenging job. So we support it. I support the 8-hour program. I'm sure there's ways we can nuance it to make it better. So I appreciate what you're doing and appreciate all of your law enforcement personnel.
Thank you.
Vice President, last word.
Chief, so you said 26. Is that about a quarter of the total LTAs? How many total are there?
We have 70 total, but keep in mind, 30 of those are actually on light duty. These are folks that got injured, have come back. A lot of the cases that we've held accountable, we're making phone calls and asking, hey, are you going to your appointments? Look, if somebody's on workman's comp, and they're at home, there's no reason to miss an appointment with a specialist, especially as hard as they are to get. So we make sure that they're going to their appointments. That wasn't being done before. So there's accountability. There's phone calls there. Hey, what's going on? When are you coming back? So we can have a chart and project when we're going to get people back off of work. There's nothing wrong with that because that's our workforce and we're paying for it.
So 30 on light duty. So you've got open investigations, active investigations into half.
These are assessments that we're looking into all of them. So checking records, going back to see what did they get hurt. Look, I had a couple that were, off for 935 days.
Wow.
Off for 935. That's not days, that's years.
Hey, Chief, apologize for that, Vice President. It is now 6 p.m. Sorry, I got to cut that off. I got to officially open up the hearing regarding redistricting. So hearing is officially open. I believe we have a presentation. City Clerk, we have a PowerPoint presentation, and I think we have one of the participants that's joining us online. Do we have any other folks that are going to be here live?
Yes, Council President, if I may introduce our two presenters today. Council, today, our consultant on redistricting matters, Dr. Jeff Tilton. On Zoom, joining us is our legal counsel, Chris Canal, on this matter. And Council, as you know, we have been doing now, this is our 7th public hearing on redistricting. The goal of today are 3 very specific goals. One is to obtain the feedback from the public and the council on the maps that have been received thus far. 2, to receive any additional maps that we received submitted by the public. And 3, to eliminate any maps that have been assessed and determined by our legal counsel to be non-compliant. And next steps, council, after today's public hearing will be to continue to receive any new maps submitted by the public within the deadline for our December 2nd public council meeting. And then secondly, to take any feedback provided by the council or the public on the maps, and then to come back with some additional updated maps for the December 2nd city council meeting. With that, Dr. Tilton, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone, again. So here we are, want to review about the process so far. We've had initial hearings, and we've had numerous town hall meetings where we gathered information that brings us to tonight. So again, under review, we must follow the Federal Voting Rights Act, and the first and most important thing is that the 7 districts should be an equal population, or at least as close to that as possible. Anything under 10% will suffice, and we must not have any no racial gerrymandering. Under the Fair Maps Act, California criteria are, in this particular order, that the districts must be geographically contiguous to the extent possible and practical, not to divide neighborhoods or communities of interest, to have easily identifiable boundaries, and that the districts are compact. So you can see that the 2020 census yielded the ideal population per district at 77,796. As I mentioned, through the previous public hearings and the town hall, the series of town hall meetings we've held, we are asking the questions, what is your neighborhood, and what are some of the communities of interest in the city of Fresno? And these are the data. They are edited for clarity and brevity, and repeats were removed. But these are the data that we gathered over the course of the last couple of months. So tonight, before you are 10 draft maps. The deadline for submitting a draft map from the public was October 21st at 5 p.m. The public submitted 7, and then National Demographics Corporation, the firm I'm representing, submitted 3. Of the 10, 6 were in compliant and 4 were not. And when I talk about the 4 that were not, it was public maps 103, 104, 105, and 106. And as I had said before, usually noncompliance is due to not having equal population in the districts, and all 4 of those fell victim to that. In addition, 2 of the maps were not contiguous.
Can I ask
Can you
a
pause a
question
quick
on that?
second? Yeah, go ahead, Councilman Soria.
So does compliance include charter provisions?
You know, I'm going to have to defer to Councilor Scannell on that. Is he on the line?
Yes, he's just popped up. 1 second. He's logging in.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I believe the question was whether compliance with the law requires complying with both the state law and the charter provision?
Yes.
And the answer, in my view, is yes, unless there's an absolutely irreconcilable conflict. The city has an obligation to comply with both.
Perfect. Chris, does that include current sitting council members ensuring them that they remain within the boundaries?
Yeah, in my view, it does, because the charter says that is a consideration that is supposed to be taken into account. And the Fair Maps Act, state law, provides that incumbents are not, the communities of interest are not to be defined with reference to incumbents, but it doesn't say no consideration of incumbents whatsoever. And it's actually in contrast to other provisions of state law that say exactly that. So it's our view that the Fair Maps Act does not require that there be complete disregard of the incumbents, and the charter does require that they be taken into consideration. And in my view, it's possible to comply with the requirements of the Fair Maps Act and the charter provisions at the same time.
And one of our charter requirements is that the council member live in the district. Correct, Attorney? And I just raised this because I do have, I've recognized that in, I think, Public 101 is problematic, so I don't know if it would be completely compliant. I'm drawn out of of my district, so that's why I ask. Public 101.
Yeah, in my view, unless there was no other way to comply with the Fair Maps Act requirements, I think you have to comply with the charter requirement that each member be kept within their district.
So then that one would probably be non-compliant, correct?
Yeah, because I think there are other maps that clearly demonstrate.
Yeah, I just want to make sure then. So for the record, I want to ensure that folks know that Public 101 does not include my residence, and I want to make sure that that is noted duly for the record for compliance purposes.
That's supported by you, Councilor Scannell?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to make sure that I put that for the
Duly
record.
noted, Councilman
Okay,
Soria.
so with that, I'm sorry, was that the end of your questions?
For that piece, because you
Yeah,
were talking about
yeah.
the
Okay.
compliant, non-compliant
Sure,
maps.
I didn't intentionally want to interrupt you. So the next slide does show map 101, which should be disregarded in this case as a non-compliant draft map. So we're moving on to Public 102. And the deviation on Public 102 was for total population, population by council district was 4.81%, so it's under the 10%. We're looking at the citizen voting age population. We have 2 districts that are majority, and that would be districts 2 and 6 at 51 and 55% respectively. District 4 has 50% citizen voting age population Hispanic, and also District 3 is 41%, District 7, 45%. Asian Pacific Islander citizen voting age population In District 4 is 24%. If we're looking at public map 107, we're looking at the deviation of the equal population is 4.35%. There are two minority-majority districts on this draft map. District 2, citizen voting age Hispanic, 51%, and in District 5, 63%. Districts 1 and 7, citizen voting age population Hispanic is 45% and 44%. And for Asian Pacific Islander is 27% in District 1.
I'm so sorry, maybe I'm misreading this, but you were talking about 107, correct? Well, the numbers are a little bit mixed up here. Which one were you just referring to right now?
So I was looking at the total population.
No, which map, though?
107.
So, forgive me, unless we're looking at a different map.
Councilmember, if I may clarify, some of these maps were created by the public, so the public chose to change the number of each district.
Okay.
And sometimes also the color, so it's a little confusing for everyone.
Thank you for that clarity. Thanks.
And for the benefit of the public, as I'm getting a couple of text messages, these are all just options. We're not going to vote on any of these today. We're just vetting the process and getting input from the community, from residents, and from all the stakeholders. But these are not necessarily the final maps that we're going to vote on. We're starting to get a couple of baselines now.
Yeah, thank you for that clarity. And we're looking at the maps that National Demographics Corporation submitted, and the green map has a total population, equal population deviation per district of 1.86%, so it's fairly tight. It has two minority-majority districts in District 5 and 7 at 51 and 56%, citizen voting age population Hispanic. And then District 1 is 47%, District 3 is 49%, District 4, 41%. Asian American Pacific Islander citizen voting age population has 23% in District 5. We're moving on to the orange map. It has a 6.12 deviation when you're looking at total population by district, per district rather. In this case, this one here has three minority-majority districts. District 3 at 51% Hispanic citizen voting age population, 51% in District 5, and 56% in District 7. Additionally, citizen voting age population Hispanic, District 1 is 46%, and District 4 is 41%. Asian Pacific Islander is 23% in District 5. And then we're moving on to the TAN draft. The deviation for total population among the districts is 1.18%, so it's pretty tight. It also has two minority-majority districts in the citizen voting age population, District 3 at 52% Hispanic and 51% in District 7. District 1 has 48%, and then District 5 is 50%, with Asian Pacific Islanders also in that area at 23% in that particular district. So again, for tonight, it's really to gather information from council based on feedback, information you gather from the public hearing on which maps do you prefer, which modifications you would like to make as we move into the next public hearing. I'll entertain any questions you might have at this point.
Yeah, thank you for that presentation. This is really designed for the public to provide input. So along those lines, I've got quite a few folks that want to speak on this issue. So let's start with Mr. Eric Payne.
Council President, if I may, before the speaker, for the record, we did receive one additional map yesterday. It was way after the deadline for the council meeting, but we just want to make clear on that record that that map was received and make it part of the next group of maps that we review.
Yeah, duly noted for the record. We don't want to be like our friends across the street that don't listen to the public. Mr. Payne, you'll have 2 minutes, sir.
Good evening, Council. Eric Payne, Executive Director of the Central Valley Urban Institute. Relative to the redistricting process, We have deep concerns relative to an independent commission being assigned to analyze the redistricting process. We are happy to submit further comment to council on our position. But while we analyze the maps that are before us, and as NDC, am I saying that right? Is that correct? Okay, NDC, we are asking that there be no retrogression in the African American voting population within the city's sphere of influence relative to the protections of the Voting Rights Act of 1964. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for that. Next up is Ms. Brandy News Villegas. Ms. Villegas, you'll have 2 minutes if you could just let our folks sanitize.
I wanted to come after some of them, but that's all right. I know it's been a long day for you guys. Thank you for your time. I know that the one that's coming late, I know other people are going to be speaking on that. I want to have, I'm going to take this off. Ask that you strongly consider that map, the Fresno Inclusive Families Map. I know that the groups that have been working on that map have a long history in this community, working directly in communities, and have been working directly with community members this year to get feedback on community of interest and looking at very, very closely at the needs of the community members, and also have been promoting the meetings. So with the ones that are even coming up with the Fresno Inclusive Families Map, I ask that you strongly consider that map that I believe will be coming, that came in yesterday. I also want to address the concern that I mentioned earlier this morning about lack of community outreach with the public hearings, and I hope that for the next one that we can have better community outreach. There was nothing in the City of Fresno pages regarding the other than the website regarding these public hearings, and I took a scan through our Facebook page and noticed that there is nothing for like July or anything being able to help the community know about these and understand it. You have wonderful tools on the website for mapping, but a lot of the community hasn't been informed or understand, and would love to be able to get more community members. I know a lot of our community groups have been trying to reach out, but I just want to express concern that there hasn't, and I thank you so much for the city council members who have been posting things, but well in advance. Someone on Friday told me, when I told them about it, it's like, that's not enough time. We really need to make sure that there is more communication out to the community about these public hearings so that they can be able to access these maps and be able to participate. But, and again, please consider the Fresno Inclusive Map. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brandy. Next up is Mr. Pedro Cruz, followed by Ms. Olivia Seidemann. You could just give our folks a couple minutes. Thank you for that, Ryan. Go ahead, Mr. Cruz, you'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you, sir. That was quick. Hello, good evening, everybody. My name is Pedro Navarro Cruz, and I am a community organizer with CNC Education Fund and a City of Fresno District 7 resident. Thank you for your service and for allowing me to speak today on this important issue. I want to voice my support for the map submitted by the Inclusive Families Coalition, which we submitted, I believe, last Friday. There are two characteristics of our map that sets apart from the other maps that have been submitted, which we did take a look at. One is that it uses school district boundaries as a guide, considering families who send their children and youth to a given school as their own community of interest. The 5 public school districts within Fresno city limits are Fresno, Central, Clovis, Sanger, and Washington Union. It also takes into consideration many diverse communities from different racial and ethnic backgrounds that our coalition has direct relationships with. Some of the, my notes are messing up, sorry. But yeah, some of the communities of interest that are kept whole include the Southwest Fresno, which is an important Black community. It also unifies downtown and the Tower District, keeping them whole by placing them within District 4. Due to cultural and shared youthful and social economic similarities, as well as a pocket LGBTQI identifying residents. It also places the Stone Soup neighborhood near El Dorado Park in District 2, where residents' voices can be represented well. In East Fresno specifically, east of Clovis Avenue and Shields Avenue, there's a community that falls into the boundaries of Clovis Unified and would be kept whole by by our map, placing them in District 5. This approach does two things. It keeps families who send their kids to Clovis unified together and also reduces the split of the Hmong community that is currently divided in that area of East Fresno. In the most southern part of the city, we keep the community whole that sends their kids to Sanger unified within District 6. The purpose of redistricting is to draw lines in a way that ensures fair representation. Our coalition and the communities we represent agree that the Inclusive Families Map does this. Thank you all for your time.
All right, next up is Ms. Olivia Seidemann, followed by Mr. Mario Manganiello.
Hello, my name is Olivia Seidemann. I'm the Civic Engagement Coordinator with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. I want to thank the council for being here today and for all of your outreach efforts thus far. However, for the last 2 public hearings in December, we have a couple of suggestions on how to strengthen the outreach process. For one thing, it was unclear on the council's redistricting page on the website whether or not there was a Zoom option tonight, and making that clearer so folks have an opportunity to join and comment using remote participation options would strengthen the outreach process significantly. The second piece is around a flyer for the hearing. There was nothing, again, posted on the website that CBOs like Leadership Council could distribute to community members in order to strengthen the outreach process. So a couple of things that would really help us go out to community members and get folks more involved. The second thing was I wanted to raise a couple of communities of interest that we believe should be kept whole or who should be taken into consideration into the redistricting process. This was brought about, this specifically, we saw a couple of issues with some of the non-compliant maps, 105 and 106, which we wanted to, while those obviously can't be adopted because they're legally non-compliant, we wanted to express some issues in the event that those are modified and eventually adopted. So first was around the southeast community. In Public 105 map, for example, it looks from the document online that it's divided at Cedar, Districts 3 and 6 are divided at Cedar Avenue, which would dilute the political power of the southeast community. We would urge you to take that into consideration, keeping that southeast community whole in the redistricting process. And the second was in Public 106, looking at southwest Fresno. In that one, for example, what is currently the westmost district, District 3, but is labeled District 7 in that map, takes southwest and partners it with some of the more northern communities, which are newer market rate developments, and we would urge in order to keep southwest with the southern districts. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Mr. Mario Manganiello, followed by Ms. Imelda Ramirez.
Go
ahead, sir.
Good evening. First of all, thank you all for your time this evening. Appreciate it much. My name is Mario Manganiello. I'm a volunteer with CNC Education Fund. I'm a District 4 resident. Thank you for your service and allowing me to speak on this very important issue. As a resident near Stone Soup and El Dorado Park, I would like to see my district separated from deep North Fresno. Where I live, technically north of Shaw, my neighborhood has needs very similar to the neighborhoods in the Hoover and McLean areas. That's why I encourage you to consider the Inclusive Families Map because it best keeps those communities whole. Again, thank you for your time and have a great night.
Thank you, sir. Next up is Ms. Imelda Ramirez, followed by Ms. Anara Marmolejo. Thank you for that, Ryan.
Sorry. Hi, good afternoon or good evening, everybody. My name is Imelda Ramirez, and I am a community organizer with Communities for New California. I want to thank you guys for allowing us to speak on this very important issue, and I want to voice my support for the map that was submitted. We submitted late, but it was the Inclusive Families Coalition map, and this coalition consists of a diverse number of organizations, such as Communities for New California Education Fund, Jakara Movement, Hmong Innovative Politics, Fresno Metro Black Chamber of Commerce, Central Valley Partnership in the Council on American Islamic Relations, Sacramento Valley / Central Valley. And I also want to publicly alert this committee that we are very vigilant in observing the process to ensure that there are no writing rights and no Fair Map Act violations. On March 16, 2021, our coalition shared a letter expressing some concerns regarding the city's redistricting process. And one of our main concerns is that the city has selected a demographer, NDC, that is known for assisting jurisdictions with selecting maps that favor and maintaining the status quo. We urge you to encourage NDC to carry out a process that goes above and beyond adhering to bare minimum requirements set forth by the Fair Maps Act, but that really engages with residents and assesses how to keep these communities of interest whole, even if it means disrupting the status quo in the interest of truly fair representation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Ms. Anara Marmolejo. Just give our folks a couple of minutes. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, my name is actually Ariana, but it's probably my handwriting.
I'm sorry. Apologize for mangling your name.
That's okay. So my name is Ariana Marmolejo. I'm with Communities for New California Education Fund, and I'm a resident of Northwest Fresno. Just want to start off by saying thanks for your service and for allowing us to speak here today about this important issue. And I would like to voice my support for the Inclusive Families Map. As a resident living in the Fig Garden area, I know that this map best represents my community as well as all diverse communities within the city of Fresno. District 3 specifically, which is the Fig Garden area district, and it keeps Fig Garden and the Fig Garden Loop communities intact. A distinguishable feature is that it uses school district boundaries to ensure that this district solely is of Fresno Unified Schools. Just west of the Van Ness Lake community begins the boundaries of Clovis Unified and also the boundaries of District 0 in our map. And this school district feature is important because schools are a major staple in which people center their lives around. And also for reference, these are the handouts that I just brought with me. And then beyond that, I also just want to bring attention to the letter our coalition shared with the City Council detailing our concerns about redistricting best practices. While we commend you for making translation services available to residents, which has been particularly excellent in Spanish, we also encourage you to engage residents of the city of Fresno above the bare minimum requirements. We particularly had an issue with hosting all 3 workshops on one day after not really doing anything for a month, because that inevitably will just leave a lot of people out who can't make it on that day. So we really encourage you to have more workshops and to please consider offering additional virtual opportunities for residents to submit their communities of interest testimonies. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Oriana. Let's go to the Zoom folks that are queued up. I think our first one is Mr. Harman Singh. Mr. Singh, if you could unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Oh, sounds good. Thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Harman Singh, and I'm a community member and a community organizer. I've been a resident of District 2 for a very, very long time. I've been living here since elementary school, and I can tell you right now that Map 107 is the most representative for the Fresno community. West of 99 is a growing area, but not a single one of our 3 council members live in that area. We want to have a voice from our community. I can tell you right now that we're only going to expand more westward, and I think it's only fair that we also have representation from our community. That's all I'd like to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Ganib Burke. Ganib Burke, if you could please unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Ganeve Burke. I am a student at Central East High School, and I've attended the Central District all my life. I would just like to voice my support for Map 107. It is the best representation of all minority communities, and it decreases the partisan gerrymandering. And I just wanted to say I urge you to pick Map 107. Thank you, and I appreciate you guys giving this opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Burke. Next up is Mr. Mark Quintos. Mr. Quintos, if you could please unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes. All right, I think he put his hands down. Next up will be Ms. Jaspreet. Jaspreet Burke, I believe.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Burke.
Oh, perfect. Hi, my name is Jaspreet Berg, and I live in Southwest Fresno. So sorry, not Southwest Fresno, West of Fresno. And I also wanted to echo the same that I support MAP 107. What a few of the callers have said before, that we have 3 different representatives and none of them live on this side of the Fresno. We would like to have one cohesive community, one voice for this side of Fresno. And that's all I have to say. Please support MAP 107. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burke. Next up is Ms. Lisa Flores. Ms. Flores, if you could please unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes.
I would love to talk about a map, but I've only seen 3 of those maps presented tonight, and I would actually like to see all the other ones first. And also, too, thank you, Esmeralda, for sending out that Facebook post last night or yesterday regarding this meeting, because if I didn't see that, I would not be here today. So I think more public outreach needs to occur. It needs to be easier. You need to let people know, when you guys are meeting, you need to let us see the map. I mean, I haven't seen the maps. I would love to see the inclusive map. I would love to see 107. I would like to see what's going to happen to the Tower District. Is it going to be still divided, or is it going to be put together in one district like it should? Where's the mapping? Can somebody tell me where to go? Send me PDFs, something. But, I think that the outreach of this entire process has been lacking some, and I would encourage the city to do better and be better, because we can't be one Fresno if you keep some of us in the dark. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Kushmeen Dother. Kushmeen Dother, if you could please unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, hi, my name is Kushmeen Dother. I'm currently a Fresno State student, and I grew up in the Central Unified School District. I graduated from Central East High School, and I just wanted to voice my support for MAP 107. Southeast Fresno is a fast-growing area, and MAP 107 is the best one because it represents the needs of Asian communities and how fast we're growing. So I just wanted to voice my support for MAP 107, and I urge you all to do the same. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Next up is Baldev Burke. Baldev Burke, if you could please unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Councilmember, for allowing me the time to speak. I just want to pledge my support for MAP 107 because it keeps the central unified communities together. As a lifelong resident of West Fresno, our side of town is always forgotten. And this at least gives our community voice where we can together vote for someone that will hold our values and also pay attention to the needs of a growing side of town, which is in West Fresno. So I would like for you all to please consider MAP 107. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. I do have one card up here. Ms. Maya Flores. Ms. Flores, you could come up. You'll have 2 minutes, ma'am.
Hello, thank you. My name is Maya Flores. I'm a volunteer with CNC Education Fund, and I'm a District 7 resident. Thank you for letting me speak on this issue today and for considering new maps. I would like to voice my support for the map submitted by the Inclusive Families Coalition. I think this map does an excellent job keeping my community of East Central Fresno whole. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. That concludes our public comment. I want to close that portion and bring it back to the dais. Council members, Councilmember Carbasi stepped off. It was punched up. Councilmember Arias?
Thank you, Council President. I just had a quick question. I know there's been some conversations about the outreach. Let me remind the public that we had a hearing on Thursday, July 15th, Thursday, July 29th, Thursday, July 19th. On October 16th, we had 3 hearings at Hoover High School, Fresno City College, and Fresno and City Hall. And then, of course, tonight, in addition to that, the committee and the council authorized us to do TV ads, radio ads, social media ads. So the outreach is unprecedented. And unlike the folks across the street, we actually invested resources to do the marketing and outreach. All of us have pushed it on our own social media platforms, the city's social media platforms. I've sent probably half a dozen emails to all my listserv of voters in the district. So we've been continuously pushing things out. I hate to just acknowledge this, but it's hard to compete with Art Hop on a Thursday evening. And that's kind of what we're all doing, trying to do the best we can. But I just want to put it on the record that we have done extensive outreach because the council allocated money to do exactly that before we got here today. And then I did have a question for our legal counsel, Chris Canal, if you're available.
Do we have him here or via Zoom?
He's on Zoom.
Zoom.
Hey, Mr. Scannell, besides the contiguous and it aligning to all federal and state requirements, can you also speak to maps that reduce the CVAP districts from the current 3? Would reduction of the 3 CVAP districts conclude or result in a map not being eligible for consideration?
Potentially. So, I mean, given the history of successful Latino political power in Fresno, I don't think I could say that any reduction at all would necessarily be a Voting Rights Act violation, but I am concerned about any map that takes a majority Latino citizen voting age population district and drops it significantly under a majority, as some of these maps clearly do.
Okay.
Right now there are 3 majority Latino districts. 2 are 51%, so they're close, and then 1 is 57. I think it would be prudent to keep to be focused on maps that are in that same range.
Great, thank you. And for the record, map 103, 104, 105, 106, 17, and the green map all reduce the Latino districts from 3 to 2 or below the 3 threshold. So I just want to put that on the record as well. And council, if I just want to remind the public today, we're not approving or voting on any specific maps. We're simply publicizing all the maps that we've received thus far. We did receive a map yesterday that has not just been analyzed and is not included in today's. I did want to get clarification from the consultants and legal counsel. We will continue receiving additional maps. What is the deadline for folks to submit additional maps or maps that have been adjusted based on the public hearings that we've had?
I'd have to get it. It's on the PowerPoint, and I don't have it with me.
I think it's November 19th.
November 19th?
Yeah, whatever map is considered has to be on the table at December 2nd because we have to do an ordinance with 2 readings. And so we need to have it far enough in advance of that December 2nd hearing that NDC can process it and everybody can review it.
Oh, okay. So just for clarification for the public, any additional maps that the public wishes to submit, have them submitted to the city system by November 19th so that the consultant and legal counsel can make the appropriate assessment and confirm whether they are eligible for consideration based on the Fair Maps Act and all the other federal and state rules. So with that, council, I think that's it for us. I would simply...
We still have some additional questions. Before we go to Councilmember Bredefeld, and I appreciate all the public providing their input, whether it was via Zoom or here in person, what I do want to say is the member that's been here as a staff for 11 years, I was part of the redistricting process about 10 years ago, and the city of Fresno has done a great job, not just during the last 10 years, but during the last 30. And I just want to remind the public that this is the elected body that has given Fresno their first African-American council member, their first woman African-American council member, their first Latino council member, their first Latina council member. And if you look up here at the dais, it's a very diverse reflection of our community that we have here. We're very proud of that, and we're going to continue in that tradition. And I also want to give kudos to our folks over across the street at Fresno Unified, not the county. Fresno Unified has done a great job too, where they now have a majority woman board over there with one trustee that shall remain nameless. But I think that's a reflection of our community. I think that's a good thing, and I think that's what you can expect from this body as we go through the various different options that we have in our community. Councilmember Bertha?
Yeah, I wanted to just ask the consultant a couple of questions. On your maps, the green, orange, tan, you came up with 3. What was behind these 3 specific maps? Why these 3, not 4? Why not additional? What was the thinking and the criteria?
Right. I cannot speak directly to the rationale, because I didn't design those myself. They came from the president of National Demographics Corporation, Douglas Johnson.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Councilmember, I can't give you feedback because it was a committee who gave a request for 3 maps.
Yeah.
And if I just might summarize them, we requested 1 map that made minimal changes, but kept us under that 10% deviation rate that the Supreme Court has determined is the maximum, I believe. So I think that's the orange, kind of minimal changes. Another one in which the consultant felt, he doesn't live here, he doesn't have any potential interests. What would he draw if he just had the freedom to draw anything? And then another one that reflected the public hearings that we've had. For example, in those public hearings, we heard people ask us to combine or unite Highway City back, north and south of Shaw. We've heard folks say we'd like to see Central Unified from 3 council members maybe to 2. So we asked for a 3rd map to take into account some of the public input that we've received into the hearing. So it's not a recommendation from the committee, but we thought that would be a starting point in addition to the general public designing their own maps.
Okay, thank you. And is there anything from the administration related to that, or no? Okay, appreciate that, council member.
All right. Does that conclude any other questions from our colleagues? If not, I will go ahead and close the public hearing, and we're all free to go to Art Hop. But except for us, we still have 2 more outstanding items 3A and 3B. Well, you can, but you would be missing. We need you to stay and vote for these items. No, it's during the hearing. The meeting's still in effect. City Manager, who are we going to have present on items 3A and 3B? Will that be Georgianne or?
Yeah, I'll present. Do you want me to go down, or can I just do
You
it from
could do
here?
it. You could do it from here.
Okay.
Let's start with 3A. I
Okay.
believe we had some folks here that have been very patiently waiting.
Yes.
So do they have a presentation, or is this the verbal?
No, this is just as part of the program. We have 2 professionals that are involved with the program. So I had already introduced Judge Seamers, and he is the ADR program administrator. And then we have Maria Mariotto, who's here, and she acts as the ombudsperson for the program. So before you today are approving their contracts so they can continue to work on the program. They're here to answer any questions. I know it's late, and I would love for at least Maria to be able to come up just for 2 minutes and just talk about really
Let's
quick.
have her come up, and just for the benefit of the public, item 3A is an agreement for $320,000 for the continuation of service for how long? What period of time?
1 year.
1 year. Okay.
Hi. So I wanted to just give you a feel for who I am and what I do. My background is in advocacy, always has been. As a first generation in this country child, I learned advocacy early with my family. When you're trying to assist and get things done. Worked for La Raza Tutorial Center in the city as a young girl, and then El Centro Social Obrero, where I taught adults skills for offices so that they could have better themselves, get better jobs. Worked in law firms as a legal assistant, translator, helped with workers' compensation since my early years. Went through, got my BA at night, went through law school at night while I was working full-time as a single mother. So really, during this whole process, always advocating for injured workers. So advocacy, really working together with people, providing options and education is my goal, it's my focus, because I believe that from that comes, faster treatment, a collaboration, so that people really try to get back to work faster, that they work with someone so they feel supported, and then when it's done confidentially, and it's confidential with both the insurance company or the employer and the injured workers, I believe strongly that that helps them move through the process faster. I started in janitorial, working with 2 large companies in the state of California, and then Vaughn's, where I continue to work today, and then a lot of other entities, including police and fire and bus drivers. So that's kind of the brief, overview. But I do believe that this directly correlates with savings in the sense that litigation does drop, that if people are responded to, if people are assisted, people are told exactly what they can expect, where they can go for treatment, what kind of questions they can ask, second opinions, things like that, that it expedites care and they have less of a need to go to an attorney, and the attorneys really are the ones that drive up the costs. So I do believe there are direct correlations with all of that. So developing relationships and trust with the workforce is probably my first goal when I first start. Really hard to do with police, as you can imagine. And so to me, it's a huge accomplishment if I can get that done. And then we do have a reduction in litigation and then ultimately other reductions that follow in costs. So that's my basic background, who I am and why I do what I do.
Thank you for that overview. Councilmember Butterfield?
I'm over here. Appreciate your history and the tremendous work ethic. I'm curious what law school you went to?
New College in San Francisco.
Okay. I'd just like to I believe in the program and I think we should move forward. I'd like to make a motion to approve item 3A and 3B. I think we can do them together.
City Attorney, can we take those items together, or does it have to be separate?
It's at your discretion, but I think they're sufficiently related that you could.
Okay. Motion for 3A and 3B. Do I have a second?
Council President, I have a question.
Sure. Hold on. Second by Councilmember Carbasi. Councilmember Arias.
Marie, last year, I believe, or this year, the pandemic has confused me for months, but we discussed as a city doing an audit on the program. Mm-hmm. It's my understanding that you refused to participate in the audit and you prefer to no longer do work with the city if the city was to audit the effectiveness of the program?
Well, there are 2 issues there, and the issue was an audit of private and personal information that was taken confidentially between me, between adjusters, between injured workers. So that information cannot be released. That is done in confidentiality, and that would ruin all of my relationships and ruin any effectiveness that I would have.
So how would we audit the effectiveness of your contract with the city or the program if we can assess whether the claims are legitimate claims?
It's through the actuarial report.
The actuarial report, would that determine whether a claim is legitimate?
Well, the actuarial report, it audits the program in general and how it functions. So that's where the measurement comes from, the actuarial report. It would not come from private notes that were taken in confidentiality between me, injured workers, and others.
It's not my interest to, access people's medical records, but what I'm struggling to understand is a workman's comp program can be audited by the California Auditor's Office, by the federal auditor, by an outside firm. We have our budgets audited by third-party firms on an annual basis. We just finished audits of the police department, the parking department. But if we're unable to audit your program or your contract, how do we assess whether things are working the way they were designed and intended to work?
Insurance companies can be audited. This is a whole different area. I function more like a mediator, and there are issues, there are protections to keep that confidentiality, to make me successful, to be able to bring. So no, I mean, it isn't something that can be negotiated. To me, if that is broken, then any trust, anything I can get accomplished in the program is gone. And I don't see that that's a measurement. The measurement comes from the actuarial reports. If there is no success, then you'll see it in other numbers.
Councilmember, so she is a professional service provider that helps the officers negotiate through the medical system. The success of the program, as Maria mentioned, every year there's the actuarial report that's done by a third-party provider I mentioned that earlier, that we have the reports from I don't know if I have them from the inception, but I know I've seen them for the past 3 years. That is what independently audits to see how the program is functioning. So I don't know that I guess if you want to know if she's performing to what she's supposed to be doing in the contract, I think the best determinant of that is whether or not she is able to help successfully assist the officers through the process.
Assistant Manager, let me describe it differently. Part of the RFP and the contracts that we do with outside service providers, Marjorie Mason Center comes to mind, is we require them as part of the contract to be open to being audited if the city chooses to audit them. In that audit, we assess, you were contracted to do A, B, and C. Are you doing A, B, and C? So if the vendor is unwilling to be audited, then how can, my understanding was that every single contract in this city requires an audit provision that the vendor must make themselves available to an audit if the city chooses to perform the audit. Is that not correct?
I'm not aware of that.
I thought that was standard boilerplate language that we put in place a couple years ago.
Could I?
City Attorney, they have us, they approved the form, so.
Well, I don't think every contract requires an audit provision. I think many do. For example, legal services agreements would not have an audit provision. I think we need to figure out exactly what we're trying to audit. Is it the conversations that they're having, or is it how many people did they serve for X amount of money? How much time did they spend? I think that may be a different conversation than the actual confidential information.
Correct, and I'm not interested in the latter. I'm interested in,
So
the
number of
contract
people
states-
served?
Whatever it may be based on the contract, what the scope of the contract is. But what I have concerns with is this vendor has indicated, I'm not willing to be audited.
Well,
So I guess I just need more time to understand the
Could I
uniqueness
help?
of this arrangement.
Could I help?
Absolutely,
I'm
Judge.
I'm a mediator. And under the evidence code, a mediator has confidentiality. So if anyone insisted that I agree to turn over all my private notes to both sides, or ask me to disclose what was said to one party to the other party when I was having the conversation in caucus in confidence, I couldn't be a mediator. I couldn't do that. Now, if you want numbers about how many people she served, et cetera, that's different. It's as counsel pointed out. But you can't have, the auditor in question was asking to get into her system, period. That would have created a ton of litigation.
And Judge, that's not our request. We don't determine that those are the requests made.
I'm just saying that's what happened.
Correct, and I understand that. So what I want to know is, within the allowed parameters of the confidentiality that you guys must honor, what is our mechanism to ensure that the scope of work is taking place as, as outlined in the contract? Can we audit the number of people served?
Yes, we can. So if there is not an audit provision in the contract, however, there's a scope of services. So yes, we could look at the scope of services, and it talks about providing aid and counsel to establish. So if you were talking about how many people has she served, absolutely, we can get those numbers. If you want to know, what she talked to them about, that's where she's saying no. But as far as numbers and whether or not, she's sitting watching Netflix all day, yes, we can absolutely confirm that the work is being done, that she's being paid for.
Assistant City Manager, I just want assurances that the language in the contract, because I have not read the contract, allows for that basic supervision and oversight of the vendor.
So what I'd say is every time that we oversee consultant service contracts, which basically this is, every time we get a bill, the first thing we do is we go back and we look at the scope of services, and we look at what they were required to submit in the bill before we pay bills. So So that is common practice for our office. So yeah, that would be definitely something we'd be looking at.
Councilmember Arias, because I want to get to, I know exactly what Councilmember Arias is asking, and I know exactly what they're protecting, the confidentiality, the work that you're doing. However, I think, and I'm trying to make sure I understand it correctly, you're not the program. You're part of the program that facilitates this conversation.
Correct.
What I'm still trying to understand is exactly what is, if you could walk this council, when an officer comes and is injured, what exactly do you do to facilitate that?
Okay.
Because I don't know what that is.
Sure.
I don't think
No.
anybody here knows what that is.
No, of course. So I get a list of, I get injuries every day. They come in, I immediately open it up in a database. I assign an ADR number to it because it doesn't go to the WC, Workers' Comp Appeals Board. So I assign a number, and then I call them, and I send them a letter to say, hi, I'm out here, do you need help with anything? So if I reach them, I'm, how are you? Are you okay? Do you need anything? Is your treatment going all right? How can I help? So right away, I'm just trying to establish a relationship. I'm trying to establish, if you need anything, let's get it moving now. Are you waiting for something? Is there something I can do? If they want me and they want to engage with me, then I continue. I'll contact the claims adjuster. I'll do whatever is necessary to get this moving for them. Sometimes I may not ever speak with them again, right? So, it just depends on the level of the injury and on the communication with the person. Some people, now, after all these years, this is maybe their third claim or fourth injury. I know people now. So, how are you? What do you need? What's going on? So I will walk them through that process. I give them options. If they're unhappy with their doctors, I might say, okay, well, these are your options. You can get a second opinion. You can see another doctor. So I'm always trying to educate them about what to expect in the process and what their options are. Then, let's say now it's time, they're back at work, it's time to settle, but they still have problems, they had surgery, something like that. I'll walk them through the process of either your doctor can write a final report or you can go to an independent medical evaluator. So again, it's about giving them the options of how they want to move forward, how they want to resolve this. It's really important for me to give them all of the information because they're always checking with applicants' attorneys. And if someone comes back and says, Maria didn't tell me something, then I lose credibility, right? So I'm always watching everybody, in the sense of I want to make sure I'm providing accurate information and all information. Then sometimes I'll walk them through the settlement process. I'll help them if they want an IME, independent medical evaluation. I'll set up the appointment. I write the letter. I send the records. They go. They come back. We get the calculation and settle the claim. So then I also help with settlements. And so I work with RISICO. I work with the adjusters and try to get the settlements. And then we put the settlements through. I deal with the mediators and the arbitrators. And then we resolve them. And then we move on.
And that's very helpful. For city manager, I know you can audit the program because you just provided us with data that you had before and after. So I know you can audit the program, but what is the extent that our risk department vets these claims? Do they do that on a yearly basis? And how many of them do they actually vet? Like quality control, so to speak.
Of the claims that
Of the
Maria
claims.
works with? David, can you help me on that one? So David Bolton's our risk manager.
All right, thank you. So you're asking how many claims, or how do we vet the claims that come in?
Yeah, so, Ms. Maria here processes 100 claims in a year. How many of those do you actually vet and analyze? Because she just referenced actuarials. We just referenced some of the goals are some of the cost savings that our city manager just went through and gave a lot of data about and what those trends were. So how many of those samples do you vet or look at on a yearly basis?
Well, our TPA looks at all of them. Our TPA investigates every single claim that's reported to the city of Fresno.
Third-party administrator is TPA.
Sorry, RISICO. Our third-party administrator, RISICO, they vet and investigate every single claim that comes through the city of Fresno. We have over 600 claims that come over into the city of Fresno every year. Only a portion of those are at POA, not all of them. And again, every single claim. There's 3 points of contacts that are made. We call the injured employee, we call witnesses, we take statements, and we help ensure that per the labor code, that when we accept the claim, that all the, I's are dotted, T's are crossed, that we make sure that we're following the labor code. So Risico, not the city, is the one that helps ensure that claims are accepted when appropriate and denied when appropriate.
Okay, and that helps. And let me just kind of summarize. So from the previous conversation of the workshop and this conversation that we're having here, obviously the goal, and I think the chief referenced it, was one, we obviously want to take care of our employees that get injured on the job, right? They don't sit on a desk, they don't just drive a bus, they actually go out there and they're apprehending, they're running, and they're doing things that are physical. I got that. Second part was the cost savings that are reflected in the actuarials. The other conversation that I'm hearing up here from my colleagues that Councilwoman Soria brought to light was the long-term absences that we've had. Chief referenced the challenges working through that. So I guess my question for you as our service provider and the experience that you've had, not just here but elsewhere, how does the city reduce LTAs within their employee workforce?
Let me speak to that.
Well, let me let her answer that first, and then you can chime in.
So my focus is always going to be on trying to get them back to work quickly, right? In the sense of trying to get them the treatment they need and the care that they need. That would then naturally bleed into or affect long-term absences because hopefully they're getting the care they need and they're back. If someone's off on a long-term absence, though, unless it's brought up to me, as we have sometimes collaborated together on, let's focus on so-and-so, or let's do this or that, I'm not that directly involved in it at that point, and I've noticed that most of those, if I recall, are represented by attorneys. And so I step back. I'm a facilitator at that point, but I'm not as directly involved, and I can't call, the injured worker any longer. So I know we've looked at those lists before, and the majority are represented. So that's already gone down another path, which is, again, why I try to assist so that people don't feel the need to get litigated.
And if the answer is we can't, then let us know. Tell us that. It's hard to reduce those or whatnot.
Let me speak to the LTA list. The ADR program cannot control how many claims come into the LTA list. They can't control how many injuries occur. In order to reduce the LTA list, you're going to have to eliminate injuries from occurring in the first place through prevention, like the chief mentioned, wellness. They have a wellness program they're working on, education. Those type of things will help prevent injuries from happening in the first place. The ADR program, however, once the claim occurs, once they receive the claim, they're expediting treatment. They're getting the claim in and out of the program as fast as possible. They're returning officers to the streets 20 days faster than if we didn't have a program. So in my opinion, the program is working. All the elements of the program are working. The elements of litigation is down. Medical care is provided more quickly. We have faster return to work rate, 20 days faster. The overall cost of the program, just for the last report that we got, the prior fiscal year actuarial reports all showed savings. Unfortunately, the last one did not. That's the only element of the program that's not successful. So we're working with Judge Seamers and Maria and the city manager's office to help introduce some strategies and opportunities to make that portion successful again, and then all elements of the program will be successful.
And that's helpful for me, but that'll do with the question. Councilwoman Maxwell and then Councilwoman Soria. We can see if we can land this.
Yeah, City Manager Wyatt, remind me what happens if in a year and a half from now, we prove this today, a year and a half from now, we're not seeing the numbers going in the direction that we want. What ability do we have as a council at that point to backtrack if this has already been approved, hypothetically?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
So I guess we get the report, right? We look at what the numbers are, and I think we ask ourselves why, what happened. Could be that as we know, we saw the pandemic caused issues with medical care being shut down for a year. If that's it, then, we probably say, well, this probably wasn't a good year to make a judgment decision. If we're through the pandemic and it's not working, I think we got to look and see why isn't it working? And
What
we
are
just
our
have to
options?
evaluate it.
What are our options?
Well,
and
I
the
think
ramifications?
we go back to the traditional workers' comp system, which I think what we mentioned with the judge, we have 2,000 cases that are in this system now that have opted out legally. They've given up their workers' comp. Well, that may be overspeaking. They've opted out of the traditional workers' comp to do the ADR program. If we choose to, hey, we don't want to have ADR, we just want to go the traditional workers' comp route, we have to find a way to handle those 2,000 existing claims. Any new claims would be handled through the traditional workers' comp system, which would almost every time include lawyers, where the employee is represented by an attorney, by a workers' comp attorney. And we would go down that track, and then we'd have to work to try and fold these 2,000 claims perhaps back into the workers' comp system if they'll let us, or we let those 2,000 trickle with the current ADR program and sunset those out. It would be a big decision point at that, and it wouldn't be something that we could just flip on and off. We'd have to have sort of a break, new claims this way, old claims this way.
But for the effective date of this contract, we could look at the data any given week and say, hey, we want to go a different direction.
Well, what I will say, which is normally in all of our contracts, is an out clause. So, this contract takes us through June 30th, 22. And, that's why we would be doing it on an annual basis. So if, we decide we don't want to go forward, then we could either theoretically do it early or, wait till the contract runs out.
Counsel,
good point.
both of these contracts have provisions saying they can be canceled on 7 days' notice.
Okay, that's good to know, and you made some good points, City Manager. You're going over the presentation. There was more questions I wanted to ask. The cost effectiveness, I'm going to be really keeping an eye on that just because of the trend I see it going on. But, in my opinion, I think Chief Balderrama has been doing a really great job his first year in office, and he's coming to us telling us this is a tool that he needs to run his department the way that he thinks it should. I'd like to give him the benefit of the doubt. I think, if we see the numbers go in the wrong direction, I think Chief understands that, it's going to be his word on the line, and we'll analyze that when the time comes.
Councilmember, I'm willing to support the item if the council would allow us to add a provision that the city is allowed to conduct audits that exclude any information that's subject to medical privilege. I don't want to see medical files, but I want to be able to talk to Georgette and say, how many people did Mary serve this month?
So there's a billing every month that details the name of the person and no details of what was done, but action that was taken. That can be looked at, but my database.
Correct. And I don't want to see even the names. I don't even want to go
Right,
that far.
well,
I just want to
exactly.
know
Well,
that.
that could be blocked
If I ask the
out,
assistant
but
city manager.
The city gets that every month.
To the makers of the motion, would you be agreeable to establish a quarterly report to the council so that we're monitoring the progress of this program, obviously respecting the confidentiality of our police officers and our folks that are serving, so that way we can measure and see if this is working? I think that would address some of the concerns that we have.
And I would be open to that, council member, because I also don't want to, legally we can say 7 days, but we're not going to do that. There's so much time it requires to make a transition to anything. I want to catch it before it's too far down, especially since this ends June 22, which means a new budget year. So quarterly updates for me would be sufficient to support this item, and that way we can stay on top of the oversight.
You guys agreeable to that?
City Manager, do you foresee a problem being able to have that provided? City Manager?
Nope, just one more report to provide.
Okay. Sounds okay to me.
You're so happy when you say that. Councilwoman Soria?
Thank you, Council President. I just have a couple of comments to make. Since I'm like the only one on this dais that actually supported the initiation of this program. As someone, that heard very clearly from what the police officers needed at that time, I think when we think about the program and its goals, I do believe in that in terms of, yes, we want to get our officers to be healthy, to get back to work as quickly as possible. And then the second piece was we were sold on it because also of the reduction of expenses. If you recall, Damon and other folks that were here at the time, we were pinching for pennies, even though we were past the recession. And so anytime there was any program or any type of resolution coming before us that was saying, hey, we're going to save money, we were all about it. And so that was an important component, aside from the employees obviously getting well and back to work. The second thing that I did want to mention, I think what's critical to think about, as I know that the LTA issue, is separate, but to some degree has some relation to the issues of, the workers' comp. And I think, I forget your name. What's your name over there? City staff? David, sorry, David. You brought it up, and I think other folks in terms of the wellness. I think that in the city, we don't do prevention well enough. I think if we look at our officers, with all due respect, I think our officers need to be a lot healthier, right? In terms of physically fit, they got to make sure they're catching those that are fleeing, and, I think those are important issues. And I think that this ADR program is the aftermath, but we have to really focus on the prevention and figure out how we motivate and get our officers to be fit and healthy so that we avoid them having to get injured. And I think that that's where the focus needs to be. Yes, I want to make sure that those that do get injured get the help they need, but I think that we need to refocus, and it's prevention. Prevention is key. Prevention is key for anything, even for public safety as a whole in a community. If we're not investing in parks or in other preventative measures, then we're going to continue to see crime skyrocket. So prevention is critical as we talk about this. For me, I don't like to look at this issue kind of standalone. I think that there's a combination of things happening. One, there are prevention stuff that is missing, and I think that as we talk, I know that we're in labor negotiations. I'm hoping that we can figure out a way to get our officers to be healthier. So the prevention piece. I also want to make sure that we are meeting or achieving the goals that we set and that we committed to do with this contract. And so for me, that I don't want to approve something that is a year and a half. I would feel more comfortable approving it up to the fiscal year, the end of the fiscal year, with the ability to extend it.
June 2022, right?
Yes, June 30, this is through June 30th, 2022.
Okay, so it is through the end?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
perfect.
With quarterly reports.
I was
Councilwoman
thinking it was through the end. The other thing that I want to mention, though, that we have to make sure that this council gets, these policy changes or proposals that need to happen, and I know, some of them are probably related to labor negotiations, to address the LTA issue, because it is true. It is frustrating. I can sense the frustration that our chief has in terms of the fact that, he's getting the calls that he doesn't have enough men or women out there patrolling, or having to call me and tell me, hey, Esmeralda, that bike patrol in the tower, I can't staff it. So we're going to pull those officers because we don't have enough officers, because too many officers, we have too many vacant positions and too many officers are off on long-term absences. And so I really want to just publicly say that I support the chief's efforts. I think that he was brave in doing what he's doing, because I know that it's a little uncomfortable, because I know that some maybe folks from the association may not welcome it as much as, other folks that have been trying to figure out how to address that issue. So I would hope that within that time frame, that we do bring back, whatever reforms, and that it is those issues are taken care of so that we do see a reduction long-term of these LTAs, that our officers are getting the care that they need. But more importantly, I think that we need to refocus on at the beginning and the prevention. So I'm looking for that as part of this solution to the issue that we have in front of us. These are all little pieces to the issue that we're facing today in the city of Fresno. And so I want to make sure that it's clear that in the next, 6 months that we have left, or 7 months that we have left of the fiscal year, that we're going to get serious about it and bring those policy reforms forward. I brought this up last year, and I think it took a little bit of courage, because I know that not a lot of people like the fact that I spoke out about it. But just because I bring up these issues doesn't mean that I don't support law enforcement. I support law enforcement. If you guys have seen my track record and the support that I've lent police from the time that I got sworn in, I have. But I also believe in accountability. I believe in transparency. And I think that this is part of that. And that our law enforcement officers should be held, accountable into those same standards that we hold to everyone else. And so I just hope that we do see those reforms come before the council before we extend the program any further.
Councilmember Carbasi, final thoughts?
Okay. Thank you again for making the presentation. I know that we're talking about this program, but the issue of LTAs has come up, and I think that's really what was on our mind the most as a council. Now, a point was made earlier before we broke for the hearing, asking about the relationship between LTAs with this department and other departments. Now, I'm extremely supportive of law enforcement. To the chief, to Damon, you guys mean a lot to me. I've never worn the badge, but the fact that you are out there defending people with your lives doesn't get lost on me. But this is a big problem. This is a big problem that we're going to have to find a way to address. And it might require having a sobering conversation. And I want to make sure this council is a safe enough environment where we can have that, so we can find out what's happening to the rank and file out there. What can we do, whether it's administration or council, to make that environment better for them so that we don't have this LTA problem? I don't think it's just related to, it's just people trying to scam the system. That's there. It's always there with any employer. But it's got to be more than that. And how can we make that better? And then regarding wellness, I was really glad to work with the council president in his district to create the wellness center. And we have officers Serta and Fortune out there doing a great job. Regarding health, though, I'm really sorry. I have a donut shop next to my business in District 2. I have great security because of that. But I'll try to move next to a juice bar just to address that issue. Thank you so much. And thank you for what you do. Seriously.
On that note, it's now 7:15, and I think we're deprived of dinner, and we're making comments we probably shouldn't. So a motion was made with the provisions of quarterly report, and this will be till fiscal year 2022, of June of 2022. And anybody punched up to speak on this, City Clerk? I don't think we have anybody on.
No, we do not.
Okay, seeing that, I'll close the public comment portion. And any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries for items 3A and 3B.
Thank you all for the really good education.
Thank you. Meeting adjourned.